Chapters 48 and 49, Part 2, Section C of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Part 2, Section C, Modern Philosophy. Division. The period extending from the middle of the 15th century to the beginning of the 17th was one of intellectual ferment in which the philosophy of the schools gradually disappeared and modern philosophy came to be more and more definitely distinguishable. During the first half of the 17th century, Descartes expounded and defended the first great system of the new philosophy, a system which dominated the whole course of thought during that century and served as a starting point for the principal systems of the following century. Towards the end of the 18th century, however, an age of criticism was inaugurated in opposition to the dogmatism and empiricism of the Cartesian philosophy and its derivatives, so that at the opening of the 19th century we find a new era, in which the predominating influence is that of Kant. We have, therefore, the following division of modern philosophy. First period. Transition from scholastic to modern philosophy, 1450 to 1600. Second period, from Descartes to Kant, 1600 to 1800. Third period, from Kant to our own time, 1800 to 1900. First period, transition from scholastic to modern philosophy. The change from scholastic to modern philosophy was gradual, and, while its course is not easy to follow, the causes which led to the change are not far to seek. First among these must be mentioned the decay of scholasticism itself. The representatives of scholastic philosophy in the 15th and 16th centuries seem for the most part to have completely forgotten the principles of the classic scholasticism of the 13th century. Busying themselves with subtleties too refined to be grasped even by the learned, they utterly neglected the study of the scientific movement of their own day, and, in defiance of the method sanctioned by usage in the schools of the golden age of scholasticism, raised the argument from authority to a position of undue importance. There were, however, as we shall see, some notable exceptions to this. The decay of philosophical speculation in the schools and universities of the 15th and 16th centuries, the humanistic movement, the rapid progress of the natural sciences, and the influence of the first reformers contributed to bring about the transition from scholastic to modern philosophy. Mention must also be made of the political condition of the times, the disintegration of the idea of a united Christian empire, the growth of the idea of the political individuality of nations, the discovery of America, the invention of the art of printing, all of which necessitated a development and adaptation of speculative thought to the changed conditions of the time. That scholastic philosophy was capable of such development and adaptation must be admitted by all who recognize that thought is continuous in its historical evolution, and if such development and adaptation did not take place, the fault lay with those who failed to put scholasticism in its true light at this the most critical period in its history. Chapter 48. Scholastics of the Transition Period. The exigencies of religious controversy arising out of the doctrines of the Reformers brought about a revival of theological activity in the Catholic schools and universities of this period. The development of theological speculation naturally inspired the effort to restore and supplement the philosophy of the scholastics of the 13th century. When, therefore, the charge of frivolity and master worship is made against the scholastics of the 15th and 16th centuries, exception must be made in favour of those schoolmen who went back to the sources of genuine scholasticism and commented on the works of St. Thomas and Scotus. Chief among the commentators of St. Thomas are Paulus Barbus Soncinus, died 1494, who followed in the footsteps of Capriolus, Thomas de Vio Cajetanus, Cajetan, 1469 to 1534, who wrote what is still considered the classic commentary on the Summa Theologica of St. Thomas, and Francis a Silvestris of Ferrara, Fouriensis, 1474 to 1528, who composed a masterly commentary on the Summa contra Gentile. Mention must likewise be made of the theologians Melchior Cano, 1509 to 1560, Dominicus de Soto, 1494 to 1560, Dominicus Banez, 1528 to 1604, who commented on the Summa Theologica, and of John of St. Thomas, 1589 to 1644, who wrote a Cursus Philosophicus ad exactam veram e genuinam Aristotelis e doctoris angelici mentem. Under the influence of these Dominicans and that of the great Carmelite teachers, new zest was given to the study of St. Thomas at Salamanca and Alcala, while at the same time a new form of Thomism was developed by the Jesuit teachers at Coimbra and at other centres of learning in the Iberian Peninsula. With this Neo-Thomism is associated the establishment of a school of Jesuit theology at the Roman College. It was there that Vasquez, 1551 to 1604, and Toletus, 1532 to 1596, taught, who influenced to a great extent the subsequent development of Catholic theology. Among the Jesuits who taught at Coimbra, the best known is Fonseca, 1528 to 1599. Suarez, 1548 to 1617, the ablest and most distinguished of the Jesuit theologians and philosophers of this time, is associated with the intellectual prestige of Salamanca, Coimbra, Alcala, and Rome. His works, which include 23 folio volumes, contain, besides commentaries on the works of St. Thomas, treatises which, like the Disputationes Metaphysicae, are important as independent contributions to the literature of scholastic philosophy. The principal representatives of the philosophy of Scotus are John the Englishman, died 1483, Johann Magistri, died 1482, Antonius Trombetta, died 1518, and Maurice the Irishman, 1463 to 1513. The philosophical significance of these teachers consists in the serious effort which they made to understand and expound the works of their predecessors, the great masters of scholastic philosophy. Chapter 49. The Humanists. The movement known as the Renaissance is commonly said to date from the reign of Nicholas V, 1447. The principles, however, as well as the spirit of the movement, had appeared during the first years of the 15th century and were propagated and fostered by the Greek scholars who flocked to Italy after the fall of Constantinople, 1453. The Renaissance reached its golden age during the reign of Leo X, 1513. It consisted in a revival of the study of Greek and Roman classics, attention being paid to the form rather than to the contents of classical literature. The representatives of the movement were called humanists, in allusion to their opposition to the scholastics, who were alleged to have insisted on the divine or supernatural to the exclusion of the human or natural elements in their philosophical and theological and above all in their literary labours. The Renaissance is of interest primarily and essentially to the historian of literature. Secondarily, however, and as it were accidentally, it vitally affected the fate of scholastic philosophy and contributed to the transition from medieval to modern modes of thought. The humanists claimed the privilege of ridiculing and attacking the schoolmen, and such was the deplorably degenerate condition of scholasticism at that time that the ridicule was often deserved and almost always successful. But, not content with censuring what was deserving of censure, the humanists went so far as to condemn the entire system of scholastic philosophy and to include in their condemnation the work of the 13th century masters, whose doctrines they never seriously attempted to understand. While lauding the literary excellence of the pagan classics, they lost no opportunity of defaming the great representatives of Christian thought. They were detractores, as well as laudatores temporis acti. In addition to this general opposition of the humanists to the learning of the schools, there appeared among the representatives of the Renaissance a more direct form of anti-scholasticism in the shape of a revival of the doctrines of the Platonic Academy. Gemistus Pletho, a Greek scholar who had attended the Council of Florence as ambassador of the Emperor John VIII, inspired Cosimo de' Medici with the idea of founding a Platonic academy at Florence. He was aided in the work of expounding Platonism by Cardinal Bessarion, 1403 to 1472, who was also a Greek. Among the Italian humanists, Lorenzo Valla, 1400 to 1457, Marsilio Ficino, 1433 to 1499, Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, died 1494, and his nephew, Giovanni Francesco Pico della Mirandola, died 1533, distinguished themselves by the violence and acrimony with which they attacked the Aristotelians. At the same time, Theodore of Gaza died 1478, and George of Trebizond, 1396 to 1484, rose into prominence as defenders of the philosophy of Aristotle. Not only Platonism and Aristotelianism, but also Stoicism and Epicureanism had their representatives among the humanists. Justus Lipsius, Joas Lips, 1547 to 1606, and Caspar Schopp, born 1562, revived the doctrines of the Stoa, while Gassendi, 1592 to 1655, reproduced the essential doctrines of Epicureanism. Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541, undertook the reform of medical science, and developed a system of speculative thought in which chemistry and theosophy are mingled in the most fantastic manner. His influence is noticeable in the writings of Robert Fludd, died 1637, and in those of the two Van Helmonts, died 1644 and 1699. Skepticism, a natural outcome of the intellectual confusion of the times, was represented in France by Montaigne, 1533 to 1592, and Pierre Caron, 1541 to 1603, and in Portugal by Francisco Sanchez, died 1632. Far more important than these attempts of some of the humanists to restore the Platonism, Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Pyrrhonism of ancient times was the controversy waged by the various interpreters of Aristotle on the question of the immortality of the soul. Pietro Pomponazzi, or Pomponatius, 1462 to 1530, maintained that the Alexandrian interpreters understood Aristotle to teach that the human soul is mortal, and contended that this was the genuine mind of the Stagirite. Achillini, Nipho, Niphus, and others followed the Averroistic interpretation and contended that the separate or impersonal soul alone is immortal, the individual soul being immortal according to theology, but mortal according to philosophy. Of great importance, too, was the anti-Aristotelian movement inaugurated by Petrus Ramus, Pierre de la Ramée, slain in the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Day, 1572, who opposed the accepted Aristotelian system of logic and, in his treatises Aristotelica, Animadversiones, and Institutiones Dialecticae, attempted to formulate a new system of logical doctrine. From the ferment of thought occasioned by the mingling of all these elements, there emerged a more or less definite system of naturalism known as the Italian philosophy of nature. End of chapter 49.
Chapters 50 and 51 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in March 2020. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 50. Italian Philosophy of Nature. This school is characterized by naturalism and a tendency towards pantheism. Cardano, 1501 to 1576, a Milanese physician, was the first to formulate the principles of modern naturalism. These principles were reduced to a system of speculative thought by the Calabrian Bernardino Telesio, 1508 to 1588, who is therefore regarded as the founder of the school. In his work De Rerum Natura Juxta Propria Principia, he advocates the use of the empirical method of investigating nature and formulates a system according to which the universe results from the combination of three principles: matter, heat, and cold. Patrizzi (1529–1597), in his Nova de Universis Philosophia, combined the doctrines of Neoplatonism with the naturalism of Telesio, and thus imparted to the school its pantheistic tendency. These pantheistic principles reached their logical development in the full-blown systems of pantheism of Bruno and Campanella. Giordano Bruno. Life. Giordano Bruno was born at Nola in Campania in the year 1548. At an early age he entered the order of Saint Dominic, but his distaste for scholasticism and his enthusiasm for the writings of Telesio developed before long a spirit of dissatisfaction with his order and with the teachings of the Church. Discarding the garb of religion, he wandered through Italy, France, England, and Germany, and is said finally to have joined the Reformed Church. Apparently, however, he found Protestantism as distasteful as the religion he had abandoned. Returning to Italy, 1592, he was arrested by the Inquisition at Venice and was burned at the stake in Rome in the year 1600. His principal works are Della Causa, Principio et Uno, and Del Infinito Universo e dei Mondi. Doctrines. Bruno's philosophy is a system of naturalistic pantheism. Its pivotal thoughts are the doctrine of the identity of God with the world and the Copernican idea of the physical universe. God, he teaches, is identical with the universe, for the universe is infinite, and there cannot be two infinities. God is, therefore, the sum of all being, and the phenomena, or accidental forms of being which exist, are merely the unfolding, explicato, of the immensity of God. He is the original matter of the universe, and on this point Bruno cites the authority of David of Dinant, as well as the primitive form, the world soul, which vivifies the original matter. Indeed, these two, matter and form, not only interpenetrate each other, but are absolutely identical. God is also the final cause of all things, for to him, the God universe, all things are constantly returning. The universe is, therefore, essentially one. The Aristotelian distinction between celestial and terrestrial matter can no longer be maintained. The stars are part of our solar system, or are themselves suns surrounded by planets and forming part of the one great system, which is the universe. It is in this portion of his philosophy that Bruno makes use of the discoveries of Copernicus. The universe is ruled by law. There is no place for human freedom in this system of determinism. The soul is an emanation from the divine universe, and all organisms are composed of living monads, each of which reflects all reality. Tommaso Campanella. Life. Tommaso Campanella was born in Calabria in the year 1568. In 1583 he entered the order of Saint Dominic. Arrested on suspicion of conspiring against the Spanish rule, he was cast into a dungeon at Naples. After spending 27 years in prison, he escaped to Paris, where he died in 1639. His most important work is Universalis Philosophia. Doctrines. Campanella's philosophy is the resultant of various influences, chief among which are the naturalism of Telesio, the Greek Pyrrhonism restored by the humanists, and the enthusiasm for the study of nature which resulted from the discoveries made by Copernicus and Galileo. Campanella starts by inquiring into the conditions of knowledge. The veracity of the external senses rests on the testimony of the inner sense. On this inner sense rests also the belief in my own existence and in the existence of God. The inner sense testifies, moreover, to the existence of three functions in my own soul: power, knowledge, and volition. By thinking away the limitations of the power, knowledge, and volition, of which I am conscious, I arrive at an idea of an infinite being possessed of omnipotence, infinite wisdom, and infinite love. These three are, then, the pro-principles of infinite being. They are also the pro-principles of created being. For all creatures are endowed with life, feeling, and desire. They all proceed from God, and they desire to return to Him, as is evident from the universality of the creature's dread of annihilation. This desire of the creature to return to the Creator is a kind of religion, and so far is atheism from being true, that the most universal of all phenomena is the religious tendency by which every created being proclaims the existence of God. This thought is developed by Campanella in a treatise entitled Atheismus Triumphatus. In the Civitas Solis, Campanella outlines his ideal scheme of political government. The scheme is based on the idea of the divine government of the worlds communicated through the papacy to a world monarchy, and through this to the individual kingdoms, provinces, and cities. Historical position. The Italian school of natural philosophy resulted from the repudiation of scholasticism by the humanists and the inauguration, by scientific discoveries, of a new era of nature study. The extraordinary enthusiasm with which the contemporaries of Copernicus and Galileo addressed themselves to the study of natural phenomena is seen in the naturalistic pantheism of the Italian school no less clearly than in the extravagance of the Paracelsists and others who devoted themselves to the occult sciences and the practice of magic. But whatever may be said of the occultists and magicians, it is certain that the scientific discoveries would never have led to naturalism and pantheism if the principles of scholastic philosophy had not fallen into discredit. Let us pass, therefore, to the study of the scientific movement and its influence on scholastic philosophy. Chapter 51. The Scientific Movement. The forerunner of the great scientific movement of the 16th century was Nicolaus of Cusa (1401 1464). Nicolaus was born at Cues or Cusa, near Treves, in 1401. At an early age he joined the community of the Brothers of the Common Life at Deventer. Later he studied law, mathematics, and philosophy at Padua, but finally decided to abandon the legal profession and took holy orders. In 1448 he was made cardinal, and 2 years later was appointed to the see of Brixen. He died at Todi in Umbria in 1464. His most important works are the treatise De Docta Ignorantia and the dialogue entitled Idiote de Sapientia Libri 3. These were published at Paris in 1514 and at Basel in 1565. In his speculative philosophy, Nicolaus occupies a position intermediate between Aristotelian and modern thought. He insists with special emphasis on the doctrine of the unity of opposites, coincidentia oppositorum, and on the principle that the beginning of true wisdom is the knowledge of one's own ignorance, docta ignorantia. Among his astronomical teachings is that of the rotation of the earth on its axis, a doctrine to which Copernicus subsequently gave scientific form. Nicholas Copernicus, 1473 to 1543, was born at Thorn in Poland in 1473. After studying at Krakow, Bologna, and Padua, he became canon of Frauenburg. In a treatise, De Orbium Celestium Revolutionibus, which appeared in 1543 and was dedicated to Pope Paul III, he defended the heliocentric system of astronomy and definitely placed the Earth among the solar planets. Tycho Brahe, 1546 to 1601, furnished, by his accurate observations, materials for the work of Kepler. Johannes Kepler (1571 to 1638) gave further development to the heliocentric hypothesis by discovering the form of planetary orbits and the laws of planetary motions. Galileo Galilei (1564 to 1642) taught the twofold motion of the Earth and discovered the satellites of Jupiter and the laws of their motions. The discoveries of Boyle (1627 to 1691) and of Newton (1642 to 1727) were as important in the department of physics as were those of Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo in the department of astronomy. All these, however, are of interest to the student of philosophy principally because of their effect on the course of speculative thought. Influence of scientific discoveries on the development of philosophy. The attitude which Catholic and Protestant theologians of the 16th century assumed towards the discoveries of Galileo and Kepler is well known. The antagonism, however, between the old and the new modes of thought resulted from a misunderstanding. There is no inherent contradiction between the broad principles of Aristotelian and scholastic philosophy on the one hand and the new physics and astronomy on the other. Aristotle had advocated the investigation of nature, and the greatest of the schoolmen had insisted on the importance of building a science of nature on the basis of empirical knowledge. St. Thomas, in a remarkable passage, had acknowledged the possible advent of a theory which would subvert the entire structure of Aristotelian astronomy, in reference to the hypothesis, suppositiones, by which the ancient astronomers attempted to explain the irregularities of the motions of the planets. He had written, Illorum autem suppositiones quas ad invenerunt non est necessarium esse veras, quia forte secundum alium modum nondum ab hominibus comprehensum apparentia circa stellas salvatur. The scholastics, therefore, who attacked the representatives of the new science, were false to the principles of their school. Had they known and fully felt the spirit of Aristotelian and scholastic philosophy, they should have put an end to their fruitless discussions, shaken off the yoke of a false method, and gone forth with the representatives of the new science to investigate nature. They should have adopted as their motto, Anteire decet, non subsequi, and taken the lead in the advance guard of discovery. Instead of doing this, they antagonized science, so that when the new age, dominated by the scientific spirit, sought to found a system of metaphysics, it never for a moment considered that in the Aristotelian and scholastic system of philosophy it already possessed the metaphysics which best accorded with the results of scientific discovery. When, therefore, we study the causes of the misunderstanding between science and scholastic philosophy, we must lay the burden of the blame on the shoulders of the degenerate representatives of scholasticism, who, by betraying at the critical moment of its history the great system which they were supposed to defend, did that system a wrong which all the efforts of their successors have not succeeded in righting. The discredit of scholasticism was due not to a lack of ideas, but to a lack of men to set forth those ideas in the proper light. Moreover, if we are to vindicate scholasticism at the expense of scholastics, we must not overlook the dependence of the scientific movement itself on scholastic philosophy. Humanism grew out of scholastic soil, and owed more to scholastic vigor and clearness of thinking than we are commonly aware of. The scientific revival also owes much to the learning of the schools. Columbus and Copernicus, who did more than any of their contemporaries to revolutionize modes of thought, appealed to their contemporaries on the strength of texts from Aristotle and Philolaus. It was by reasoning on the texts of Strabo and Ptolemy that Columbus convinced himself of the existence of a new country beyond the Western Ocean, and it was by meditating on the glory of God and on the spread of the Christian religion, which he deemed his special vocation in life, that the great mariner acquired the courage to brave the perils of unknown seas. We must keep these facts in mind, and not be too quick to regard the discoveries of this age as out of all relation with the past. Scientific discoveries form no exception to the law that thought flows in a continuous stream from one generation to another. Francis Bacon. Life. Francis Bacon was the first to attempt the construction of a system of empirical philosophy on the basis of the principles of the new scientific method. He was born in London in 1568. After studying at Cambridge, he spent 2 years in Paris as companion of the English ambassador. Returning to England, he adopted the legal profession. In 1595, he entered Parliament, became adviser of the Crown in 1604, and Keeper of the Great Seal in 1617. In 1618 he was made Lord Chancellor, with the title of Baron Verulam, to which, 3 years later, that of Viscount St. Albans was added. He was charged, as is well known, with bribery and corruption, and, on pleading guilty to the accusations, was deprived of his office and fined £40,000. He died in 1626. Doctrines. Bacon set himself the task of reorganizing all the branches of scientific knowledge, and with this purpose in view he proposed to expound a new method of scientific study, and to treat of each of the sciences with special reference to the making of scientific and practical discoveries. The work in which this plan was to be realized is called the Instauratio Magna, of which the first part, entitled De Dignitate et Augmentis Scientiarum, treats of the reorganization of the sciences, and the second part, entitled Novum Organum, contains the theory of induction and of scientific method. To the sciences themselves, and to their application to discovery, Bacon contributed merely a portion of his projected work, descriptive of natural phenomena, and entitled Historia Naturalis, Sive Silva Silvarum. Philosophy has for its object a knowledge of God, nature, and man. Our positive knowledge of God belongs to faith, for reason can give us merely a negative knowledge of God by refuting the objections urged against faith, and by showing the absurdity of atheism. It is true, Bacon says, in a well-known passage in his Essays, that a little philosophy inclineth men's minds to atheism, but depth in philosophy bringeth men's minds about to religion. Bacon distinguishes first philosophy, Philosophia prima or Scientia universalis, which treats of the concepts and principles underlying all the parts of philosophy, and the philosophy of nature, which is subdivided into speculative and operative, the latter being defined as natural philosophy in its application to mechanics and other arts. The first step towards attaining a knowledge of nature consists in purifying the mind by the exclusion of the phantoms, or idols, which interfere with the acquisition of knowledge. The idols, or false appearances, are reduced to 4 classes. 1. Idols of the tribe. These are common to all men, and are, in some way, derived from the very nature and limitations of the human mind. Such, for example, is the tendency to anthropomorphize. For the mind, Bacon observes, is not a plane mirror, but a mirror of uneven surface which combines its own figure with the figures of the objects it represents. 2. Idols of the den. These arise from the peculiar character of the individual. Some minds are naturally analytical, while others are naturally synthetical. To each belongs its own peculiar class of idols of the den. 3. Idols of the marketplace. These arise from the intercourse of men and from the peculiarities of language. For words, Bacon warns us, are symbols of conventional value, and are based on the carelessly constructed concepts of the crowd. 4. Idols of the theatre. These are false appearances arising from tradition and the authority of schools and teachers. Having freed his mind from the false appearances of truth, the searcher after knowledge must next proceed to a personal and active investigation of nature. He must not spin science from his own inner consciousness, as the spider spins its web from its own substance. He must, like the bee, collect material from the world around him and elaborate that material by the process of reflection and meditation. He must observe facts and proceed from the observation of facts to the establishment of laws and axioms. Bacon notes that the inductio per enumerationem simplicem, of which alone Aristotle and the schoolmen treat, is scanty and slovenly, because it is based on the observation of positive instances merely, and neglects to take negative instances into account, whereas induction should consider negative instances and instances of difference of degree as well as positive instances. These hints were taken up by John Stuart Mill, to whom we owe the 4 experimental methods of induction. The chief difference between the Aristotelian and the Baconian induction consists in this, that the former proceeds by accumulation of instances, while the latter is based on the elimination of non-typical instances and the discovery of decisive or prerogative instances. In his effort to accentuate the importance of the inductive method of acquiring knowledge, Bacon committed the grave error of throwing discredit on the deductive or syllogistic process. Failing to recognize that each method has its use, he carried his hostility to the deductive method so far as to refuse to admit on deductive evidence the Copernican system of astronomy. Historical position. Little or nothing has been said of the contents of Bacon's philosophy. Indeed, it is by the method which he inaugurated, rather than by the content of his system of thought, that Bacon is to be judged. His attempts at personal investigation in accordance with the rules which he laid down were, for the most part, crude, and were far less successful than the experiments made by many of his contemporaries. It was for a long time an axiom almost universally accepted that all the scientific progress made since the days of Bacon was due to the employment of the scientific method which he inaugurated. Recently, however, a more moderate view has begun to prevail. While it is conceded that Bacon deserves exceptional credit for having called attention to the necessity of an active investigation of nature, it is recognized also that he committed a serious mistake in discountenancing the use of deduction. It is historically demonstrable that the hypothetical anticipation of nature, by means of deduction, is as fruitful of scientific discovery as is the use of the inductive method, and Mill, with all his admiration for Bacon's method, acknowledges that no great advance can be made in science except by the alternate employment of induction and deduction. Descartes, who, as we shall see, advocated and used the deductive method, made more important contributions to natural science than did Bacon, the author of what has been called the scientific method. End of chapter 51.
Chapters 52 and 53 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 52. Protestant Mysticism. Mention has already been made of the Protestant Reformation as one of the causes which led to the change from medieval to modern modes of thought. Perhaps it would be more correct to regard both the reform and the rise of modern philosophy as effects of a common cause. For modern philosophy is, as Erdmann observes, Protestantism in the sphere of the thinking spirit. At all events, wherever the influence of the first reformers asserted itself, scholastic philosophy was discouraged, and an effort was made to replace it by a new order of ideas. Lutheranism, according to Erasmus, was opposed to all literary culture. ubicumque regnat Lutheranismus, ibi literarum est iteritis. Whether this be true or false, certain it is that not only Luther, but also Zwingli, Calvin, and Melanchthon did their utmost to eradicate the principles of scholasticism. Scholasticism stood for ecclesiasticism, orthodoxy, respect for authority, in a word, for everything against which the first reformers protested. Among the reformers themselves there soon sprang up systems of philosophy. Luther, 1483 to 1546, by his distinction between reason, a function of the flesh, and faith, a function of the spirit, laid the foundation for psychological dualism. Zwingli, 1484 to 1531, imbued with the spirit of humanism, maintained a pantheistic doctrine of divine immanence, and taught that man is deified by divine regeneration. Melanchthon, 1497 to 1560, developed a system of Aristotelian philosophy which may be styled a Protestant scholasticism. Of greater importance than these philosophical tenets of the first reformers are the systems of mysticism which grew out of the religious doctrines of the Reformation. Franck, 1500 to 1545, of whom mention has already been made, developed a system of mysticism characterized by pantheism and psychological dualism, antithesis of flesh and spirit. He was succeeded by Weigel, 1533 to 1588, who taught that regeneration is to be attained by abandoning the I-ness, Ichheit, of the individual nature. All these mystic tendencies find their fullest expression in the writings of Jacob Boehme, 1575 to 1624, the chief representative of Protestant mysticism. Jacob Boehme. Life. Jacob Boehme was born at Alta Seidenberg, near Görlitz, in the year 1575. Until he was 10 years old he received absolutely no education, and he never extended his knowledge of literature beyond an acquaintance with the Bible and with the writings of Weigel. He earned his living by mending shoes, and the cobbler of Görlitz is sometimes referred to as the German philosopher, in allusion to the fact that his works were composed in German, the only language in which he could write. He died in 1624. His principal work is entitled Aurora, or the Rising Dawn. Doctrines. Boehme devoted special attention to the problem of evil. He taught that the ultimate cause of the evil which exists in the world is the eternal dualism of God himself. Perceiving one day the sunlight reflected from a tin vessel, he conceived the idea that as the dark vessel reveals the brightness of the sun, so the element of evil in God shows forth the goodness of the divine nature. For everything, he taught, is known by its opposite. Without evil there would be no revelation of God, no distinction of things, no life, no movement. Nay, more, if there were not in God a principle antithetical to goodness, God could not even arrive at a knowledge of himself. Developing this idea of the dualism of the divine nature, Boehme describes in the language of mysticism the eternal nature of God as containing 7 primordial qualities, of which 3 represent the divine anger and 3 the divine love. Intermediate between these is the divine fire, which is the principle of life. The divine nature is the first stage of development, namely in that of will without object is God the Father. The Father, looking into his own nature, forms in himself the image of himself, and thus divides into Father and Son. The procession of this vision from the original groundless nature of God as will is God the Holy Ghost. Lucifer became enamored of the anger qualities of God, and refusing to take part in the advance from darkness to light, remained wholly evil. As a result of the fall of Lucifer, the material world was created. Heaven and hell are experienced here on earth. He who, like Lucifer, becomes enamored of evil and clings to it is in hell, while he who renounces all the evil that is in self and joins in the development of light from darkness is in heaven. Historical position. In the writings of Boehme we see the mystic tendency run riot. Free from the restraint of orthodox dogma, Boehme made the fullest use of the Protestant principle of private interpretation and expounded the doctrines of Scripture from the extreme individualistic point of view. No one, however, can question the intense earnestness, the true-hearted sensibility, and the unusually deep and vigorous spirituality of the man. It is these qualities that have secured for Boehm a permanent place in the history of German literature. They also account for the influence which he exerted on such men as Schelling and Hegel. Chapter 53. Systems of Political Philosophy. The growing sense of political individuality and the gradual dwindling of the ideal of a universal Christian empire were most important factors in the change from ancient to modern modes of thought. Dante's De Monarchia no longer embodied the political aspirations of European states. Humanism, moreover, had restored ancient ideals of political life, and the result was an attempt on the part of some Renaissance writers to formulate systems of political philosophy which should meet the conditions of the times. The first independent political philosopher of this period was Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469 to 1527. In the celebrated work entitled El Principe, and in his other writings, Machiavelli expounds a system of state utilitarianism. He teaches that in the government of the state means are to be judged exclusively with reference to the end for which they are employed, without consideration, or at least without due consideration, of the relation which they bear to the principles of morality. Where it is a question of saving one's country, he writes, there must be no hesitation on the score of justice or injustice, cruelty or kindness, praise or blame, but setting all things else aside, one must snatch whatever means present themselves for the preservation of life and liberty. Machiavelli waged war on the Christian religion, contending that Christianity is opposed to the true advancement of the state, and that it is inferior to the religion of ancient Rome, inasmuch as it fails to inculcate the political virtues. His ideal of a ruler is that of one who should combine the qualities of the fox with those of the lion. The ruler should make himself liked if he can. If he cannot, he must make himself feared. He should maintain the outward semblance of honesty and morality, even when, for reasons of state, he is obliged to set the principles of honesty and morality aside. Thomas More, 1478 to 1535, and Jean Bodin, 1530 to 1596, inspired by a spirit altogether different from that which animated Machiavelli, developed from Platonic principles highly ideal schemes of state organization and government. Blessed Thomas More, as he is now entitled to be called, was educated at Oxford, and after some years of very successful practice at law entered into political life, becoming successively Speaker of the House of Commons, Treasurer to the Exchequer, and Lord Chancellor. Having incurred the displeasure of Henry VIII, he was committed to the Tower, and after 18 months' imprisonment was executed on the charge of attempting to deprive the king of the title of supreme head of the Church in England. In his Utopia, De Optima Republicae Statu Dece Nova Insula, Utopia, he describes an imaginary republic so governed as to secure universal happiness. Bodin is more scientific in his method than any of the other political philosophers of this period. He may be said to have inaugurated the historical method of studying political philosophy. Thomas Hobbes. Life. Thomas Hobbes was born in Westport, now Malmesbury, in Wiltshire, in 1588. He was educated at Oxford, and during his repeated sojourns at Paris he became acquainted with Gassendi, Mersenne, and Descartes, who had a marked influence on his system of speculative philosophy. His political doctrines were influenced, no doubt, by the disorders of the English Revolution. He died in 1679. His principal works are Leviathan, Cive de Materia, Forma et Prostate, Civitas Ecclesiastica et Civilis, and Elementa Philosophiae, including 3 parts, De Corpore, De Homine, and De Cive. Doctrines. Hobbes, like Bacon, concerned himself chiefly with the practical aspect of philosophy. But instead of applying philosophical principles to technical inventions, as his fellow countrymen had attempted to do, he addressed himself to the task of applying philosophy to the solution of political questions. We shall study, therefore, first the speculative, and secondly the political doctrines of Hobbes. 1. Speculative philosophy. Hobbes is the first in a long line of English nominalists and synthesists. The only universality which he admits is that of the name. The name is a sign taken at pleasure to designate a plurality of objects. It is for us to decide what objects a name shall designate, and the announcement of such a decision is what we call a definition. In this connection he remarks that words are wise men's counters. They do but reckon by them, but they are the money of fools. Reality is not only individual, it is also corporeal. All that exists is body, all that occurs is motion. Spiritual substance can neither be nor be thought. Neither is there in human knowledge any element superior to sense. The original of them all, he says, speaking of men's thoughts, is that which we call sense, for there is no conception in a man's mind which hath not at first totally or by parts been begotten upon the organ of sense. From the foregoing principles Hobbes is led to affirm the doctrine of subjectivism. I shall endeavor, he writes, to make plain these points: that the object wherein the color and images are inherent is not the object or thing seen; that there is nothing without us really which we call image or color; that the said image or color is but the apparition unto us of the motion, agitation, or alteration which the object worketh in the brain, or spirits, or some internal substance of the head. 2. Political philosophy. Hobbes begins by denying the doctrine on which Aristotle's philosophy of the state is based, the doctrine, namely, that man is a political animal. The English philosopher assumes rather the Epicurean principle that originally there existed a condition of natural warfare among men, homo homini lupus, or bellum omnium contra omnes. But he goes on to say, when men discovered the disadvantages of continual strife, and realized that the safety of life and property is a condition essential to progress, they entered into a compact by which it was stipulated that the individual should vest all his rights in the supreme and absolute authority of the state. The authority of the state has its origin, therefore, in a social compact, and since the renunciation and transference of private rights was complete and unreserved, the authority of the state is absolute. Hobbes carries the doctrine of state absolutism to the extreme of subjecting even conscience and religion to the authority of the ruler. He teaches that the will of the ruler is the supreme arbiter of right and wrong in the moral order and of the true and false in the matter of religious belief. Historical position. It would be difficult to overestimate the influence of Hobbes on the subsequent development of philosophic thought in England. Despite the wise maxim quoted above, philosophers have too often used words as money rather than as counters, and all the confusion arising from the use of vague and inaccurate terminology, a confusion which is to the present day the bane of English philosophy, may be traced in large measure to Hobbes. For him substance and body, imagination and intellect are synonymous, and if these terms are confounded by subsequent writers, upon Hobbes must be laid the chief part of the blame. The cause which led to the study of political philosophy during the transition period led also to the study of the philosophy of law. The Italian Alberico Gentili, 1552 to 1608, paid special attention to the study of the law of war. The German Althus, 1557 to 1638, devoted himself to the study of Roman law. To these succeeded the Netherlander Hugo Grotius, Hugo de Groot, 1583 to 1645, who, in defending the rights of his country to free trade with the Indies, developed a system of philosophy of natural law. His most celebrated work is entitled De Jure Belli et Pacis, 1625. He maintains the doctrine of social contract, but while Hobbes regards the transference of the rights of the individual to the state as irrevocable, Grotius considers that rights once transferred may afterwards be recalled. He favors the separation of church and state, and advocates religious toleration. By the phrase jus gentium he does not mean natural law, but rather positive international law, or the law regulating the relations of one state with another. Retrospect. The period of transition from medieval to modern philosophy was a period of tendencies rather than of systems. It was an age of new ideas, and of changes in the world of letters, science, politics, and religion. It witnessed the disappearance of the old order and the advent of the new. During this period of change, the Aristotelian and scholastic idea of a geocentric universe gave way to the modern scientific notion of a heliocentric system. The medieval idea of a universal Christian empire gave way to the modern ideals of individual national life, and in many European states the spirit of ecclesiastical unity disappeared, to be replaced by the notion of a national church organization and the assertion of individualism in matters of religious belief. Thus did the Renaissance period usher in the modern era. It did not itself contribute any permanent system of philosophy. To systematize in a speculative scheme of thought the wealth of ideas, facts, and tendencies resulting from the great intellectual movements of the 15th and 16th centuries was the task which the Renaissance set and which the 17th century undertook to accomplish. Second period, from Descartes to Kant. The second period in the history of modern philosophy extends from Descartes to Kant, that is, from the beginning of the 17th century to the end of the 18th. It comprises some of the greatest modern systems of thought, namely the philosophies of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume, the last forming, as it were, the connecting link with the period of criticism inaugurated by Kant. The period which we are about to study is one of dogmatism and empiricism, although it includes, as we shall see, more than one system of skepticism, partial or complete. It is a period during which intellectual activity within the Church is confined for the most part to the domain of theology. Philosophy no longer stands to theology in the close relation in which it has stood during the Middle Ages, and battles in which the most vital principles of religion are involved are fought outside the Church and in the domain of philosophy. This dissociation of philosophy from theology is one of the characteristics of the period. End of chapter 53.
Chapter 54 of History of Philosophy. Second period, from Descartes to Kant, of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Brent. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Second period, from Descartes to Kant. The second period in the history of modern philosophy extends from Descartes to Kant, that is, from the beginning of the 17th century to the end of the 18th. It comprises some of the greatest modern systems of thought, namely, the philosophies of Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume, the last forming, as it were, the connecting link with the period of criticism inaugurated by Kant. The period which we are about to study is one of dogmatism and empiricism, although it includes, as we shall see, more than one system of skepticism, partial or complete. It is a period during which intellectual activity within the Church is confined for the most part to the domain of theology. Philosophy no longer stands to theology in the close relation in which it had stood during the Middle Ages, and battles in which the most vital principles of religion are involved were fought outside the Church and in the domain of philosophy. This dissociation of philosophy from theology is one of the characteristics of the period. Chapter 54. Descartes. Life. René Descartes was born in La Haye, in Touraine, in the year of 1596. He studied at the Jesuit College of La Flèche, and throughout his life maintained the most friendly relations with his teachers, his greatest regret being their refusal to accept his philosophy. On quitting the College of La Flèche in 1612, he went to Paris, where for a time he abandoned all serious study. Later, however, in obedience with the maxim Bene vixit qui bene latut, which he made the guiding principle of his life, he retired into seclusion in a lonely quarter of the city, and there continued his studies. In 1617, determined to study the great book of the world, he took service as a volunteer in the army of Prince Maurice of Nassau, repairing first to Holland and afterwards to Germany, where he left the army of Prince Maurice
for that of the Elector of Bavaria. While in winter quarters in Neuburg on the Danube in 1619 to 1620, he experienced the mental crisis of his life and discovered, as he tells us, the foundaries of a wonderful science, the principle namely that all geometrical problems can be solved by algebraic symbols. It was in this same mental crisis that the notion of universal methodic doubt first occurred to him, as well as the thought that the mysteries of nature and the laws of mathematics could both be unlocked by the same key. Footnote: In ortus hibernes naturae mysteria componens cum legibus Matthiessos utriusque arcana idum clave reserrari posse ausus esperare. Epitaph composed by Chenu. End of footnote. After a brief visit to his native place, he took up his abode in Holland in 1629, and there published his most important philosophical works, the Discours de Méthode, 1637, Meditationes de Prima Philosophia, in 1641, and Principia Philosophia, in 1644. At the invitation of Queen Christina of Sweden, he went to Stockholm in 1649, where he died in the early part of the following year. Sources. Besides the works mentioned in the preceding paragraph, Descartes wrote a Traité de Passiones de l'amour, published in 1650. Amongst his posthumous works, the most important was the Recherche de la Vérité en Règle pour la direction de l'esprit, published in 1701. His letters, published 1657 to 1667, are important for understanding his doctrines. The collected works of Descartes were published in 1650 and 1701. Cousins' edition, 11 volumes, Paris, 1824 to 1826, has long been the standard edition. It will doubtless be superseded by the edition which is being prepared by Messrs. Adam and Tannery, and of which 3 volumes have already, in 1901, appeared. With regard to secondary sources, it is impossible to give here an adequate list. Mahaffy's Descartes, included in Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1894, is an excellent manual for English students of Descartes. Footnote: Consult Bouillier, Histoire de la philosophie cartésienne, the 3e edition, Paris, 1868. Also, Wallace, Article on Descartes, in Encyclopaedia Britannica. Translations, Method, Meditations, etc., by Veitch, 10th edition, London, 1890. Meditations by Lowndes, London, 1878. Extracts by Torrey, New York, 1892. End footnote. Doctrines. Physical and mathematical doctrines. Descartes' contribution to the mathematical and physical sciences, important as they are, cannot be treated here except in a general way. Descartes is the founder of analytical geometry. To the science of algebra, he contributed the treatment of negative roots and the invention of the system of index notation. To physics, he contributed the first statement of the law of signs in reference to the refraction of light. This last point is, however, a matter of dispute, the discovery being by some authorities attributed to Snellius. Footnote: Cross-reference Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale, Juliet, 1896. End of footnote. Descartes' method. Descartes, as is well known, advocates universal methodic doubt as the beginning of philosophical thinking. During his sojourn at Neuburg, to which allusion has already been made, he occupied himself with the project of finding some one certain truth and of discovering the true method of attaining to the knowledge of all things of which his mind was capable. With this purpose in view, he first resolved to get rid of all prejudices acquired from books, and to call in question all the principles and conclusions of science and philosophy. It is to be remarked that Descartes did not propose this method of doubt as a means to be used indiscriminately by all. The resolution which he made was merely for his personal use. It is to be noted, in the second place, that Descartes accepted from his universal doubt truths belonging to theology and to the political and moral sciences. Having resolved, then, to doubt everything that his predecessors had taught, he proceeded to draw up a set of rules for his further guidance. The logic of the schools, he remarked, will be of little avail in this systematic inquiry, because it is suited rather to communication than it is to discovery of truth. Accordingly, he proposed to substitute for the rules of formal logic the four following principles. 1. To admit nothing as true which is not perceived so clearly and distinctly as to admit of no doubt. 2. To divide, as far as possible, every question into its natural parts. 3. To pass, synthetically, from the easier to the more difficult. 4. To make accurate and complete enumerations, both in seeking middle terms and in considering the elements of difficult problems. Footnote. Cross-reference Discours de la méthode du parti, ouvre choise, page 14. End footnote. These simple and elementary rules are not difficult of observance. They indicate, and this is the point with which we are chiefly concerned, the essentially deductive nature of the method which Descartes introduced. Indeed, during the winter of 1619 and 1620, when Descartes started out to construct a system of knowledge by the aid of these rules, he first applied them to the mathematical sciences. But finding the method to be at once easy and fertile of results, and considering that the principles of all sciences are derived from first philosophy, he determined to apply to all branches of physical and philosophical science the method which he had so successfully used in mathematical studies. Descartes' own statements preclude all possible doubt as to the deductive nature of his physical and scientific method. Toute ma physique n'est autre chose que géométrie. Mathématiques sont les principaux fondements sur lesquels j'appuie tous mes raisonnements. Apud me omnia sunt mathematica in natura. Footnote. Cross-reference Lettres, in Cousin's edition of Descartes' work, 7, page 121, and Règle, etc., Passum. Starting point. The plan conceived during the winter of 1619 and 1620, that, namely, of applying to all branches of knowledge and mathematical method, which starts from an intuition and proceeds by deduction, was perfected in the Discourse on Method, which appeared in 1637, and in the Meditations, published in 1641. In these treatises, Descartes attempts to discover an incontrovertible truth, aliquid inconcussum, known to us by a clear and distinct intuition, and from that single truth to deduce all science. The truth which he discovers to be beyond all possibility of doubt, and which he accordingly selects as the beginning of all scientific knowledge, is the fact of his own conscious thought. I may doubt, he observes, about everything else, but I cannot doubt that I think. For to doubt is to think, but if I think, I exist. Cogito ergo sum. Footnote. Cross-reference Discours quatre parties, ouvre choise, page 25. Also, deux parties Meditation, opus citatum, page 79. End footnote. To this Gassendi objected that one may infer existence from any external action, such as walking, and argue ambulo ergo sum. But Descartes protested that the ergo sum is not an inference, as indeed it cannot be if cogito is the first truth. It is, however, evident that Descartes himself, by the use of the word ergo, gave rise to the misunderstanding. The complex proposition, therefore, cogito ergo sum, merely expresses the undeniable certainty of the self-evident intuition that I think, and of the equally self-evident intuition that I exist. No doubt Descartes selected thought rather than an external action, such as walking, because, though I may be deceived as to whether I am walking or not, I cannot be deceived as to whether I am thinking. He felt, too, that thought in some way implies existence, and he had, perhaps in mind, St. Augustine's quod si valor sum. He does not, however, appear to have realized the difference between an indirect argument, such as St. Augustine's was, merely a reductio ad absurdum of the opponent's contention, and a direct proof or demonstration. Descartes might have turned at this point to the consideration of matter or extension. He might have considered that we have a clear and distinct idea of extension, which is as primitive and underived as is our idea of thought and thinking subject. But instead of doing this, he proceeded, like the mathematician that he was, to deduce all knowable truth from the fewest possible premises. He passed, therefore, deductively from his own existence to the existence of God, and from the existence of God to the existence of the extended matter, external world. The existence of God. Descartes reduces his proofs of the existence of God to two. Footnote. Cross-reference Responses aux premières objections, Opus Citatum, page 146. Elsewhere, Ouvre Choix, edited by Cousin, volume 9, page 164. Descartes enumerates three proofs. End of footnote. The a posteriori argument, from effect to cause, and the a priori argument, which proceeds from the idea of God to the existence of God. We take up first the a posteriori argument. Having established the truth that I think and therefore I exist, Descartes goes on, in the third meditation, to argue deductively as follows. Of the ideas which I find in my mind, some arise from external causes, and others from the mind itself. Now, among the ideas which I possess is the idea of God, that is, the idea of a most perfect being. This idea, however, cannot have been produced by me, for the fact that I doubt proves that I am an imperfect being, and an imperfect being cannot cause that which is most perfect. He alone, who is himself endowed with all perfection, can produce in my mind the idea of the most perfect being. Therefore, from the idea of God which I possess, I am warranted in concluding that God exists. Footnote. Ouvre Choix, page 103. End footnote. The existence of God is then not an intuitive truth, but rather a truth inferred from an intuition of the contents of the mind. The most serious flaw in Descartes' a posteriori argument is the assumption of the principle of causality. Descartes, it must be remembered, has resolved to doubt about everything, and up to this point he has established merely the truth that he thinks and that he exists. He has no right, therefore, to assume the principle of causality, in virtue of which it is affirmed that whatever perfection is in the effect must also be in the cause. If he assumes it is in virtue of clear and distinct perception, he must abandon the attempt to deduce all truth from one intuition. Apart from this flaw, which may be called accidental, the argument is intrinsically invalid. It is not true that an idea cannot contain representatively a perfection which is neither formally or eminently in the mind that conceives the idea. I may form in my mind an idea of the infinite, without possessing the perfections which the idea of the infinite represents. The principle that the effect is not greater than the sum of its causes is true in the order of being, but in the argument which we are studying, the effect is in the order of representation, while the cause is in the order of existence, and the transition from the ideal order to the real order is always fallacious. We next come to the a priori, or as Descartes calls it, the geometrical proof of the existence of God. We find in our mind certain ideas possessing properties so fixed and immutable that we cannot acquire such ideas without holding to the truth of the properties which are necessarily connected with them. We cannot, for example, possess the idea of a triangle and understand what the idea means without admitting that the sum of the angles of the triangle is equal to 2 right angles. Now, when we examine the idea of God, we find that it is the idea of the most perfect being, an idea, namely, which comprises all perfections, including that of existence. If existence were not comprised among the perfections of God, he would not be the most perfect being. Therefore, from the fact that we possess the idea of a supremely perfect being, we are warranted in concluding that such a being exists. The argument may be stated in scholastic form and phraseology thus: Ens de cujus essentia est existentia, necessario existit, ad qui Deus est ens de cujus essentia est existentia, ergo Deus necessario existit. Footnote: cross-reference Revue de Métaphysique et de Morale, Juliet, 1896, page 436. The argument is found in the 5th volume, Meditationes, Ouvre Choix, page 120. End of footnote. Descartes' geometrical or ontological argument raised a perfect tempest of controversy. It was attacked on all sides as being a mere restatement of St. Anselm's argument, as containing an illogical transition from the ideal to the real order, and as falsely assuming that existence is a perfection. Despite these objections, the argument gained many supporters and remained in honor among Cartesians of the 17th and 18th centuries. Having thus demonstrated the existence of God, Descartes next proceeds to infer from the goodness and wisdom of God the veracity of the faculties of the human mind, and to build on this basis the whole superstructure of philosophy. The circulus virtuosus is flagrant. Descartes proves the existence of God, and then from the veracity of God infers the reliableness of the cognitive powers by which the existence of God has been established. If, Descartes proceeds to argue, our faculties of knowledge are reliable, our senses are to be believed when they testify to the existence of the external world, the existence of material extended being is not known therefore by intuition, but rather by way of inference, from the primitive intuition of my own existence and from the truths deduced therefrom. Doctrine of 2 substances. By direct intuition, then, we know that there is a thinking substance, self, and by inference we know that there is an extended substance, matter. Now, substance being that which so exists as to need nothing else for its existence, res qua ita existit, ut nulla alia reindegiat ad existendum. It is clear that God alone is, properly and strictly speaking, a substance. Mind, however, and matter, since they need nothing for their existence except the cooperation of God, may be called created substances. The essence of mind is thought. The essence of matter is extension. Everything that may be predicated of mind is a mode of thought, while everything that is predicated of matter is a mode of extension. Mind and matter, therefore, are antithetical. Footnote: cross-reference Volume 6, Meditation, Opus Citatum, page 126. End footnote. It remains to see how Descartes applied his doctrine of dualism to this concept of nature and to anthropology. But before taking up Descartes' philosophy of nature, it will be convenient to gather from the foregoing doctrines the principle of Descartes' epistemology. Descartes' epistemology. When Descartes makes the veracity of God the all-sufficient guarantee for the reliability of our sense processes and of our thought processes, he lays down a principle which he wishes to be regarded as the ultimate metaphysical basis of certitude. But in every system of epistemology, principles of psychology are applied, and we may ask, for example, by what quality is the knowledge which comes from the outside world to be distinguished from the knowledge which comes from the world within us? How can I distinguish the idea of a thing from the idea of a mere mental fancy? How, for instance, does my idea of Julius Caesar differ from my idea of Aladdin? Descartes would answer that the mind, being a res cogitans, a substance whose very essence is thought, must be conscious of all its acts. When, therefore, I am conscious of an idea which I myself formed, idea a me ipso facta, I am conscious of having formed it. But when an idea comes to me from outside, idea adventitia, I am conscious of the non-interference of my will, and I know that, whether I will it or not, the idea represents so much and no more. Ideas of this latter class must, therefore, be caused by something outside the mind, and I conclude that the something outside the mind exists. Descartes is, then, a reasoned realist. Descartes maintains the existence of real substance as well as of real qualities, for, if qualities exist, substances exist, since nothing can have no qualities. Nihil nulla sunt attributa. Thus, in the Principia Philosophiae, Volume 2, page 52, he writes, ex hoc quod aliquod attributum ad esse percipiamus, concludimus aliquam ad essa rem existentem sive substantium qui illu tribui possit. Still he teaches that the secondary qualities, taste, color, etc., of material things are modes of consciousness rather than qualities of the real substances. They are, indeed, movements of real substances, which movements, on being communicated to the nerves or filaments, are conducted to the pineal gland, where they come in contact with the mind and are perceived by it. It is not, however, the movement of the substance in the world outside us that is perceived by the mind, but merely the movement of the filaments, which is caused by the movement of the external substance. There is, then, a real cause of color, taste, etc. Nevertheless, the color, taste, etc., being only modes of the subjective organism, are, strictly speaking, states of self, rather than states of not-self. By this doctrine of subjectivism, Descartes paved the way for the idealism of subsequent philosophers. It was easy for Berkeley, for example, to reason away the primary qualities of matter by reducing them, as Descartes had reduced the secondary qualities, to states of self, and to conclude that the very substance of matter has no existence except in thought. Descartes, it must be remembered, is not an idealist. He maintains the existence of an external world of matter with its qualities, extension, and motion. Nevertheless, he is justly regarded as the founder of modern idealism. Philosophy of nature. What is the essence of material substance? Descartes, as we have seen, answered that it is extension. The secondary qualities are merely states of the perceiving mind, and among the primary qualities, extension alone is so essential to matter that without it, matter is unthinkable. Now, from extension proceed the divisibility, figurability, and mobility of matter. Of course, the principle that matter is nothing but extension would, if pushed to its logical conclusions, lead to subjectivism. Descartes taught, as is well known, that the essences of things depend on the will of God. Now, the divine will is immutable. Matter, having at its creation been endowed with a certain measure of motion and rest, retains this measure unchanged. Footnote. Opus Citatum, Volume 3, page 47. End footnote. Hence the laws of motion. Everything tends to continue in the state of rest or of motion in which it is, and changes that state only as a result of the interference of some extraneous cause. Thus, Descartes' notion of matter harmonized with subsequent discoveries. He himself inferred from his notion of matter the homogeneousness of space, the existence of substance in the interstellar spaces, the formation of the universe from a primitively homogeneous mass, the explanation of the distinction between solid and fluid bodies, and so forth. The only thing that extension confers on matter is mobility. Matter is essentially inert. It receives its motion from the first efficient cause. Descartes devotes special attention to the application of his mechanical concept of nature to dioptrics. He discards the entire scholastic system of forms, accidental and substantial, entitative, accounting for the qualities of things, and representative, accounting for our knowledge of things, and explains the phenomena of light, color, vision, and so forth in terms of motion. All sensations, he teaches, including that of light, are accounted for by the motion of particles. Light itself is a motion, not indeed a vibration. Descartes did not advance so far as this, but a horizontal pushing of one particle by another. It is needless to remark that long before the days of Descartes, Aristotle denied the emission theory of light and held that light is a mode of motion. Descartes, however, advanced beyond all his predecessors when he taught, in Meteor, Volume 8 of Discourse, that the differences of one color from another is due to the varying velocities with which the motions of light reach the eye. Not less interesting is the portion of the Dioptric, the sixth discourse, in which he anticipates many of Berkeley's contributions to the theory of vision. Psychology. It is in Descartes' psychology that the disastrous consequences of his doctrine of the two substances appear. If mind and matter are so opposed as to have nothing in common, the union of soul and body in man must be merely a mechanical one. The body, Descartes teaches, is a machine, so constructed that it carries its own operations by virtue of the impulse received from the soul, which Descartes locates in the pineal gland. This portion of the brain is selected as the seat of the soul because it is the only part of the cerebral substance which is not double. And it is evident, Descartes observes, that if the organ of the soul were double, we should perceive two objects instead of one. It is important to note that Descartes attaches to the word mind a meaning which is at once narrower than that of the word soul, and wider than that of the expression thinking faculty. He defines mind as res cogitans, but he includes under the term thought, sensation, imagination, and volition, as well as the processes of ideation. Thought, in fact, he makes synonymous with states of consciousness. Thought, however, does not include all vital functions. Footnote. Principia Philosophia, Volume 1, page 9. End of footnote. In his account of the physiological processes of the body, as well in his doctrine regarding sensation, Descartes has recourse to the theory of animal spirits. The only physiological principles which he admits are motion and warmth. God, he observes, has placed in the hearts of men and animals a vital warmth which promotes the circulation of blood. Footnote. Descartes mentions in terms of praise Harvey's De Motu Cordis et Sanguinis in Animalibus of 1628. End footnote. And separates from the blood its finest and most mobile particles, which constitute the animal spirits, spiritus animalis. The fluid, a very subtle wind as he sometimes calls it, conveys the stimulation of the senses to the pineal gland, and, returning through the nerves to the muscles, conveys the impulse of motion from the pineal gland to the limbs. In animals there is no conscious sensation, but only this automatic response of the animal mechanism to stimuli, so that when an animal on the dissecting table utters what is apparently a cry of pain, the noise is, as the Cartesian vivisectionists contended, merely the crash of broken machinery. In man, however, the motion of the animal spirits on reaching the pineal gland enters into the region of thought, and thus there arises a passio. In the same way, the motion imparted by the mind from the pineal gland leaves the region of thought and is an actio. Hence, the contents of the human mind, cogitations, are divided into actions and passions. Descartes, however, does not maintain this discrimination in the details of his account of the contents of the human mind. With regard to the origin of ideas, Descartes at one time held a threefold classification of ideas, namely, innatae, adventitia, and a ipso facti. He saw fit, however, at a later period, to explain that by innate ideas he meant merely natural dispositions of the mind, which enable it to develop certain ideas. In the same sense, he observes in his answer to Regius, footnote, Cousin's edition, volume 10, page 70, end footnote. We say that certain illnesses are innate in certain families, by which we mean merely that children are born with a disposition for developing those illnesses. None of our ideas, therefore, are actually innate. All our ideas are either occasioned by our sensations, that is, they come, apparently at least, from the world outside, and are therefore called adventitiae, or result from voluntary combinations of elements of thought, and hence are called idea ipso facti. Besides these two classes, we must distinguish the innate dispositions to develop certain ideas, and these dispositions we may describe as innate potencies of ideas. Descartes contrasts will with mind. The mind is essentially limited, while the will is unlimited. We are directly and immediately conscious of our power to perform or to omit certain actions, and in this power freedom consists. Footnote, volume 4, Meditation, end footnote. From the freedom of will comes a power of choosing to assert that which we do not understand. The will is, therefore, the source of error. Passions of the soul form, as we have seen, the subject of a special treatise by Descartes. Passion, like every other state of consciousness, is a thought. It is not a state of the body, for every state of the body is either a figure or a movement. Still, it is occasioned by the body, for it arises in the following manner. When an impression is conveyed to the brain, the animal spirits are disturbed, and the commotion thus produced results in approach or flight or attitude of defense. Now, in the lower animals, this is all that takes place. But in the case of man, the mind perceives this commotion of the animal spirits, and the thought of the commotion is emotion or passion. Passion, therefore, is a specifically human phenomenon. Footnote, cross-reference Mahaffy, Descartes, page 184, end footnote. According to Descartes, the primitive emotions are 6 in number: admiratio, amor, odium, cupiditas, désir, gaudium, and tristitia. The consideration of the emotions leads us to the next and last division of Descartes' philosophy, namely, his ethical doctrines. Ethical doctrines. Descartes did not attempt to elaborate a system of ethics from the principles of his speculative philosophy. In his letters, and especially in those addressed to Princess Elizabeth, daughter of Frederick V, of the Palatinate, and in those written to Queen Christina, he lays down certain ethical principles which betray the influence of the Stoics. The highest happiness, he teaches, is to attain by striving for a knowledge of what is right and by cultivating the will in order to strengthen it in its resolve to do what is right. Knowledge of God as the author of all things, knowledge of the universe as infinite in magnitude, knowledge of the soul as distinct from the body, and knowledge of self as part of the domestic and civil society. These are the greatest aids to the attainment of virtue and happiness. We should realize the unlimited power of the will, for from this feeling of power springs the virtue of magnanimity, which is the foundation of all other virtues. Footnote: cross-reference Hofding, History of Modern Philosophy, Volume 1, pages 240 and 241. Historical position. Descartes exercised a profound influence on his own and subsequent generations. He stirred the thinking world of his time to its very depths. His doctrines left their impress on the theology, science, and literature, as well as on the philosophy of the 17th century. His philosophy was adopted and defended by religious orders. He had for patrons the Prince of Condé, the ablest general of the age, and such was the greatness of his fame that more than one royal personage sought admission to the ranks of his pupils. All this enthusiasm produced, however, a natural reaction against his teachings. His works were placed on the index Donec Currigantur, November 20th, 1663. The Calvinist universities in Holland proscribed his writings, and the University of Oxford forbade the teaching of his philosophy. Footnote: cross-reference Gonzales, Opus Citatum, Volume 3, page 239. End footnote. But in spite of all opposition, Descartes' influence continued, and it is hardly an exaggeration to say that his thought determined the whole course of the development of modern philosophy. Descartes' philosophy is original in form rather than in content. His most noteworthy contribution to philosophy is his method. His method is, as we have seen, essentially mathematical, the very opposite of what is known as the scientific model. Yet, by a strange irony of fate, physical science owes more to Descartes than to Bacon, who sought to reform the sciences by the introduction of the inductive in lieu of the syllogistic process. Descartes has been compared to Socrates, and indeed he is, in a sense, the Socrates of modern thought. He called attention, as Socrates has done, to the necessity of studying the nature of thought and the conditions of knowledge, but, unfortunately for the subsequent development of philosophy, he did not base his system of psychology on experience. All his psychological inquiry was vitiated by his preconceived doctrine of the absolute antithesis of mind and matter, a doctrine which, by creating an imaginary chasm between the subject and object, undid all that Socrates, Aristotle, and the schoolmen had accomplished. This doctrine is the luckless legacy of Cartesianism to modern thought, for how to bridge the imaginary chasm between mind and matter came to be the problem which almost every great philosopher since Descartes has striven in vain to solve. From this fundamental misconception of the relation between mind and matter followed a complete misunderstanding of the purpose of philosophical inquiry. After Descartes, philosophy once more becomes anthropocentric. It reduces itself to the study of individual consciousness, to a geometry of deductions from internal experience. And the objective world, its origin, plan, and destiny, the place of man in nature, and even the existence of an intelligent first cause, are all made secondary subjects of our inquiry, to be decided according to the result of the study of our own consciousness. This inversion of the natural perspective is what a modern writer has characterized as the topsy-turvydom of Cartesianism. To Descartes, too, may be traced the misunderstanding which prevails between those who believe in the spirituality of the human soul and those who rightly insist on the value of experimental methods in the study of psychic phenomena. For the concrete dualistic spiritualism of Aristotle and the schoolmen, Descartes substituted the absolute dualistic spiritualism of Plato, thereby establishing at the outset of the modern period an altogether unnecessary antagonism between spiritualism and empiricism, an antagonism which eventually drove the empirical psychologist to adopt the materialistic concept of the soul as the only concept which justified the study of the correlation between psychic phenomena and physiological processes. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of the History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 55. Cartesianism. Toward the end of the 17th century, almost every French writer of note evinced a more or less decided tendency towards Cartesianism. Bossuet, 1627-1704, and Fenelon, 1651-1715, presented the traditional religious philosophy of St. Thomas and St. Augustine in a form which bears unmistakable marks of the influence of Descartes' teachings. Among the Port Royalists, Cartesianism found ardent defenders in Arnaud, 1612-1694, and Nicole, 1625-1695. Pascal, too, while he no doubt included Cartesianism in his condemnation of all purely rational philosophy, presents in his own doctrines a development of ideas which were germinally contained in the philosophy of Descartes. Finally, Goulinx and Malebranche gave to Descartes' philosophy a more complete and definite form, and brought to light the elements of occasionalism and ontologism latent in it. Blaise Pascal, 1623-1662, was born at Clermont, in Auvergne, and was educated at Paris. He became one of the most conspicuous figures of the Jansenist movement, and contributed to the literature of the Jansenist controversy and famous provincial letters, Lettres Provinciales. He made several important discoveries in mathematics and physics, and it was a treatise of his that formed the basis of the Port Royal logic, L'Art de Penser, which appeared in 1662. The work entitled Pensées, published in 1669, consists of fragmentary reflections intended to form part of the system of a Christian philosophy. Some of these fragments are utterly skeptical in tone, while others breathe the spirit of dogmatic stoicism. And in point of fact, the fundamental thought in Pascal's mind reconciled both these extremes. For while he depreciates reason and condemns all purely rational philosophy, at the same time he exalts faith and insists that the heart has reasons of which reason itself knows nothing. From the point of view of reason and philosophy, man is an eternal enigma, truly great, yet no less truly miserable. Quote, "Man knows that he is miserable. He is therefore miserable, since he is so. But he is very great, since he knows it. He exalts himself. I abase him. If he abases himself, I exalt him, and perpetually contradict him till he comprehends that he is an incomprehensible monster." Unquote. Reason, therefore, cannot solve the mystery of man's state, nor can it discover the cause for his present condition, which is that of a king deposed. Faith alone, by means of the doctrine of original sin, answers the question which reason can merely ask, and solves the riddle of human destiny. On regeneration by the redemption of Jesus Christ is the whole fabric of morality to be based. Consequently, faith, or as Pascal commonly expresses it, feeling, sentiment, the heart, is the supreme criterion of the highest truths in the speculative order, and of all moral truth. Geulincx. Life. Arnold Geulincx was born at Antwerp in the year 1625. After having studied and taught philosophy at Louvain, he went on to Leyden, where he joined the Calvinists. At the University of Leyden he was appointed successively lector (1662) and professor extraordinary (1665) in the department of philosophy. He died at Leyden in the year 1669. Doctrines. Geulincx developed the ontologism of occasionalism, which were latent in the Cartesian separation of mind and matter, and in the Cartesian principle that matter is essentially inert. Ontologism. Unless I know that an event happens, I am not its cause. Quod nisi quo mundo fiat, id non facis. Now I am ignorant of the manner in which a sense stimulus passes into or becomes a sensation in the mind. Therefore I do not cause the sensation. Neither does the body cause it, for the body is essentially inert, unconscious, non-rational. Consequently, the sensation, and what is true of sensation is true of all knowledge, is caused by God himself, and the body stimulus being merely the occasions of the conscious act. Occasionalism. Similarly, I have no consciousness of the manner in which my volitions effect movements of my own body or of external things. It is not I, therefore, who produce these movements, but God, who by divine decree, institutu quodam decretoque divino, ordained that material things should be the occasions of effects which he alone produces. Ethical doctrines. From these speculative principles, Geulincx deduces certain ethical doctrines. He assumes that where I can do nothing, I ought not to will anything. Ubi nihil vales, ibi nihil velis. It is my duty, therefore, to renounce the world and all worldly motives of action, to retire within myself, and cultivate in humility and patience the supreme virtue, which is love of God and of reason, amor Dei ac rationis. In this system of conduct the hierarchical idea is not happiness but duty. Malebranche. Life. Nicholas Malebranche was born at Paris in 1638. In 1660 he entered the Paris house of the Oratory founded by St. Philip Neri. 4 years later, the reading of Descartes' Traité de l'Homme decided his philosophical vocation, and during the rest of his life he devoted himself as strenuously as his feeble health would permit to the elucidation and development of the Cartesian philosophy. He died in 1715. His most important work is Recherche de la Vérité, which appeared in 1675. Malebranche begins his search for truth by an inquiry into the causes of error. The principal source of error he finds to be belief in the trustworthiness of the senses. For the senses were given us to serve practical needs, and not for the purposes of revealing the nature of things. The external senses in representing bodies is colored, etc., extension being the only quality which bodies possess. Similarly, the imagination deceives us, for its impressions come through the body. There is nothing left then but to trust in our ideas as representations of reality. But whence come our ideas? Not from external things, because no finite thing can produce anything, causal efficacy being the prerogative of the deity, occasionalism. Indeed, all true philosophy, Malebranche observes, must teach that there is but one cause, just as all true religion must teach that there is but one God. Now, if finite being can produce nothing, and if God is the only cause, the conclusion is obvious that it is God himself who produces our ideas. In him we see all things, ontologism. Nous voyons toutes choses en Dieu. He is the locus of our ideas. He is therefore in immediate relation with every thinking soul. What, then, one asks, has become of the soul itself? It is reduced to a mere thought. The soul always thinks, and thought is its being and its life. Historical position. Pascal, Geulincx, and Malebranche brought to the surface the elements of mysticism which lay hidden in Descartes' system of thought. The latter two developed, also the latent ontologism and occasionalism of the Cartesian philosophy, and revealed the logical nexus between Cartesianism and pantheism. For although Malebranche protested against the pantheism of Le Miserable Spinoza, posterity has rightly pronounced his occasionalism to be Spinozism in the stage of arrested development, pantheism held in check by faith in Christian revelation. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Florence. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 56. Spinoza. Life. Baruch Benedict Spinoza was born in 1632 at Amsterdam, where his parents, who were Portuguese Jews, had sought refuge from religious persecution. He received his early education in the Jewish Academy at Amsterdam. Later, he studied natural science under the tuition of a free-thinking physician named Van den Ende, and was initiated into the mysteries of Talmudic literature and philosophy by the Rabbi Montera. In 1656, he was solemnly excommunicated by the synagogue on account of his heterodox views and obliged to leave his native city. After a few years spent at Rheinsberg and Voorburg, he repaired in 1669 to The Hague, where he earned his livelihood by polishing lenses. In 1673, he declined the offer of a professorship at Heidelberg, preferring the quiet and independence of the humble life which he had elected to lead. He chose poverty for his lot, and when he died in 1677, his worldly possessions were barely sufficient to pay a few trivial debts which he had contracted during his illness. Sources. The principal philosophical works of Spinoza are De Intellectus, Emendatione, Ethica Ordine, Geometrico, Demonstrata, Tractatus Politicus, Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, Principia Philosophiae Cartesiana in geometrical form, Cogitata Metaphysica, and a short treatise on God and Man, written in Dutch. The best edition of Spinoza's works is that of Van Vleuten and Land, The Hague, 1882–1883, in 2 volumes, reprinted 1895 in 3 volumes. Pollock's Spinoza, His Life and Philosophy, London, 1880, and Principal Caird's Spinoza, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1888, are excellent introductions to the philosophy of Spinoza. The Ethica was translated by White, London, 1883, and by Elwes, London, 1883–1884. Doctrines. Spinoza's idea of philosophy. It will be impossible to arrive at a definite idea of Spinoza's system, or to reconcile the widely divergent interpretations of his philosophy, unless we first inquire into the motive which actuated him in his philosophical speculations, and try to discover the point of view from which he looked out on the world of life and thought. In the treatise De Intellectus Emendatione, he gives us a kind of mental autobiography, and tells us that his aim in philosophy is to seek the knowledge which makes men happy. His thought, therefore, is not set in motion by a problem of causality, nor is he interested in the question of the value of knowledge, but he is troubled at the unrest of which the whole world is full, and he approaches the problems of philosophy in the ethical rather than in the scientific spirit, with the hope of leading his reader to look upon things in that aspect of them which shall conduce to greater spiritual and moral perfection. This is the significance of the title Ethica, by which he designated his great metaphysical treatise. To this ethical aim of his philosophy, Spinoza subordinated everything else. Even logical consistency
and systematic coherency, causing to converge in one channel of thought, Cartesianism, the pantheism of Bruno and Maimonides, and the mysticism of the Neoplatonists and the Kabbalistic philosophers. Starting point: definitions. Spinoza's method is even more formally and technically mathematical than that of Descartes. The Ethica starts with definitions and axioms and proceeds by a process of syllogistic proof to the establishment of propositions and corollaries. Spinoza defines substance as follows. Definition 3. Per substantium intelligo, id quod in se est, et per se concipitur. Hoc est id cujus conceptus non indiget, conceptu alterius re, aquo formare debiat. And here, whatever view we may take as to the preponderance of Descartes' influence on Spinoza's mind, we cannot fail to observe that Spinoza's definition is but an interpretation of the ambiguous words in which Descartes defines substance. Res quae iter existit, ut nulla alia re indigeat ad existendum. Spinoza next proceeds to define attribute. Per attributum intelligo, id quod intellectus de substantia percipit, tamquam ejustem essentiam constituens. Definition 4. In the following definition, definition 5, he describes mode. Per modum intelligo substantiae affectiones, sive id quod in alio est, per quod etiam concipitur. Substance. Substance, attribute, and mode are the cardinal ideas in Spinoza's system of thought. Having defined them, therefore, he proceeds to show from the definitions a. that substance is one, infinite, proposition 8, and indivisible, proposition 12. b. that the one substance is God, proposition 14. Now God is defined, definition 6, as ens absolute infinitum, hoc est substantia constans, infinitis attributus quorum unum quodque aeternum et infinitam essentiam exprimit. God is, then, an infinity of infinities, and although an attribute, such as thought, or a mode, such as space, may be infinite, God alone is infinite in the infinity of his infinite attributes. They are infinite in one respect. He is infinite in all respects. The existence of God is a necessary truth. In proof of this, Spinoza advances the argument that God is substance, and substance must exist. Proposition 6. For not depending on anything else for its existence, it must cause itself, and therefore its essence must contain existence. In the second place, Spinoza, Proposition 11, advances in proof of the existence of God an argument of which the following is the major premise. Id necessario existit, cujus nulla ratio vel causa datur, quae impedit, quominus existat. He then proceeds to argue that neither in the divine nature nor outside it is there any cause which could prevent the existence of God. The argument, as is evident, is guilty of the fallacy of passing from the order of ideas to the order of existence, and merely proves the self-evident truth that if God exists, existence is a necessary attribute of the divinity. Thirdly, Spinoza advances the following proof of the existence of God. Posse non existere impotentia est, et contra, posse existere potentia est, ut per se notum. Si itaque, id quod jam necessario existit, non nisi entia finita sunt ergo entia finita, potentiora, ente absolute infinito. Atqui hoc, ut per se notum, absurdum est. ergo vel nihil existit, vel ens absolute infinitum necessario etiam existit, atqui nos vel in nobis vel in alio quod necessario existit existimus, ergo ens absolute infinitum hoc est per definition 6 Deus necessario existit. In a scholion appended to this argument, Spinoza, after calling attention to the apparently a posteriori form of the proof, remarks that in reality we do not argue from the existence of the finite to that of the infinite, that the conviction that God exists is based not on the reality of the finite, but rather on the unreality, that is, on the imperfection of all finite being. For the more perfect a substance is, the more reality it possesses. God is the only substance. Proposition 14. Whatever is in God. Proposition 15. It follows, Proposition 18, that God is the immanent, not the transient cause of all finite existence. It remains, therefore, for us to find in his unity that from which the differences of things are derived. This Spinoza attempts to do by means of the doctrine of attributes and modes. Attributes of the divine substance. The first determination of the infinite is by means of the attributes, thought, and extension. God is indeed an infinity of attributes. Thought and extension are merely the two attributes under which the human mind is capable of representing him. Instead, therefore, of Descartes' doctrine of the antithesis of the substance of mind to the substance of matter, we have the doctrine of one substance conceived under the antithetical attributes, thought and extension. For thought is merely one way of looking at God, and extension another, so that when I say Deus est res cogitans and Deus est res extensa, I am speaking of one and the same reality conceived in two different ways. The attributes, therefore, are not ways in which God determines himself, but rather ways in which we determine him, and consequently the first attempt to find in the one the reason of the difference of the many is a failure. Indeed, Spinoza, if he were consistent, should have ended where he began, namely at the definition of the one substance, and never have even attempted to derive the many from the one. Not deterred, however, by his first failure, Spinoza in his doctrine of modes renews the attempt to find a derivation of the finite from the infinite. Modes of the divine substance. The attributes were never, it seems, intended to mean finite being, for the character of independence, per se concipi, belongs to attribute, as it does to substance, but the mode, which can neither exist nor be conceived without substance, definition 5, is surely finite, and here, if anywhere, we shall find the derivation of the finite from the infinite. For modes are, apparently, the countless parts into which the divine substance is sundered, the numberless billows which the ocean of eternal being casts up from its unfathomed depths. It is only in so far as God is determined to particular modes of being that he can be said to cause them. My body is caused by God, inasmuch as it is a determination of him. So too is my soul. So also are the various objects in the world around me. When, therefore, I ask, are these modes identical with God? Am I God? I must answer that I am not God, for he is infinite, and I am determined to this particular mode. But take away the determination of my mode of being, and I am God. In this sense we are diminished gods. There are, therefore, two ways of viewing concrete finite things. First, as they are determined in time and space, and secondly, sub specie aeternitatis, that is, prescinding from all determination and looking at things merely as flowing necessarily from the divine substance. A. We are now in a position to ask, is Spinoza a pantheist? For the answer to this question will depend on the answer to this other question. Does Spinoza hold that finite things as such exist at all, that the modes have any existence apart from the substance, that they determine the substance in the sense of a real determination? Spinoza expressly teaches that nothing proceeds from the infinite except the infinite. Are the modes then infinite, since they come from the infinite? He answers that the modes come from God, inasmuch as, Quietinus, God is modified by finite modes and may therefore be finite. This, however, is merely a subterfuge. The real answer is given when, on the ground that all determination is negation, all limit is not being. Spinoza finally denies that the mode is real. The senses, it is true, present the world to us as consisting of finite beings, really determined and distinct from one another and from the infinite. Yet, if we view things sub specie aeternitatis, and reflect that all determination is negation, then all distinction and all finiteness disappear, and we find that we have returned to the starting point, to the assertion, namely, that God is one and all is God. We may indeed distinguish between natura naturans, which is substance absolutely devoid of determination, the indivisible one, and natura naturata, which is substance, infinitely modified and determined to an infinity of modes of being. But the distinction dissolves when we reflect that determination is negation, and that consequently the sum of all determinations is equal to nothing. We may therefore maintain the formula, substance equals God equals nature. It is clear now that the mode is as unreal as the attribute, and that substance evades all attempts at differentiation and determination. We can see how things lead up to substance, but we cannot see how they are derived from it. The substance, which is the central concept in Spinoza's system of thought, has been compared to the lion's den, whither many tracks lead, but whence none can be seen to return. B. The self-maintaining impulse. Spinoza once more renews the attempt to derive the finite from the infinite, when he describes the finite as only partly negative, ex parte negatio. There is, then, in the finite a positive element which, when we come to examine it, we find to be a self-maintaining impulse, an effort, conatus, by which it seeks to preserve its existence. In Ethica 3:6, this impulse is said to be the essence of finite being. But here once more, when we ask how this positive element is related to the substance, Spinoza is obliged to answer that it is a determination of God. We are therefore thrown back on the monism with which we started. There is no being but God. C. Description of the infinite. Abandoning now all attempt at deriving the many from the one, let us inquire with Spinoza into the nature of the one substance. We must not expect to define it, for to define is to determine. We may, however, describe it by predicating terms of it analogously, as the schoolmen would say. It is, for example, a cause, not in the sense in which fire is a cause of heat, but rather in the sense in which the blackboard may be said to be the cause of the figures which limit or determine portions of its surface. The one substance may be said to be eternal, in the sense that its essence involves existence, or, to use Spinoza's peculiar phraseology, in the sense that it is the cause of itself. But what surprises us most in Spinoza's description of the one substance is the assertion that it possesses neither intellect nor will, these being determinations belonging to natura naturata. It is evident, therefore, that the infinite is a geometrical rather than a dynamic infinite, that there is in it no principle of freedom or finality, that all things proceed from it by necessary and immutable law, just as the properties of a triangle, to use Spinoza's favourite illustration, proceed from the nature of the triangle. God is not a self-determining, self-integrating spirit, but an inert, impersonal substance. Philosophy of the finite. The first determinations of substance are, as we have seen, mind and matter, or substance conceived as thinking, and substance conceived as extended. These attributes, although antithetical and therefore exclusive of interaction, are arranged in a certain parallelism, so that every mode of substance has its thought aspect and its extension aspect. For example, the idea of a circle and the circle itself are the thought aspect and the extension aspect of one and the same mode of substance. To this parallelism we shall return later on. Before taking up the philosophy of mind and the philosophy of matter, it is necessary to speak of the infinite modes. A. The infinite modes are introduced in order to fill up the gap between God and finite modes. As modes, they are finite. As infinite modes, they belong to the sphere of the infinite. These infinite modes are either modifications of the absolute nature of some attribute, or modifications of an attribute already modified, but so modified as to be eternal and infinite. When asked for examples, Spinoza answers that to the first class belongs infinite intellect, as an infinite mode of thought, and motion and rest as infinite modifications of extension, while to the second class belongs the form of the whole universe, facies totius universi, which, though it varies in an infinity of ways, is always the same. This final attempt at mediation between the infinite and the finite is, like all Spinoza's previous attempts in the same direction, a failure. For the modes must, in ultimate analysis, be either finite or infinite. The doctrine of infinite modes is, however, interesting by reason of its striking resemblance to the Neoplatonic doctrine of the Logos, which was just such an illogical introduction of a something intermediate between the one and the many. Indeed, Spinoza himself was aware of the resemblance. The doctrine is also of interest, as showing once more how Spinoza's speculative intuition realized the necessity of introducing into his system some principle productive of differentiation and plurality, a principle which, however, the logic of his system would not and could not admit. From each of the infinite modes proceeds an infinity of finite modes. From infinite intellect proceed all finite minds, and from infinite extension proceed all finite bodies. We come, therefore, to the philosophy of body and mind. B. Philosophy of body. Extension is infinite, 1. Because it is an attribute of God, and 2. Because its development could be impeded neither by a mode of thought nor by a mode of extension. And whatever is finite is so because it is in some way impeded in its development. Extension is not only infinite, it is also one and continuous, because, and whatever problem Spinoza happens to be discussing, he always takes us back to this point, substance is one and continuous. There is, therefore, no substantial, but merely a modal divisibility of extension. Extension is essentially active, not inert, as Descartes taught, for it is, as we have seen, an attribute of substance, and substance, although incapable of self-differentiation, is essentially and eternally active. Every extended mode of substance is, therefore, preceded by and followed by an infinite series of movements. Thus, for the mechanism of Descartes, Spinoza substitutes a dynamism of a peculiar kind, namely a dynamism based on the eternal activity of the infinite substance, not on the activity of matter itself. Particular bodies are systems of movements. The molecules of the living body, for instance, are constantly changing, yet the body remains the same, because the same relation continues to exist between the molecules. The set of movements remains the same. But the living body is itself part of a larger system of movements. of the terrestrial planet, for instance, and this in turn forms part of a still larger system, so that the isolated individuality of any one body is an illusion of the imagination, a comprehensive view, that is, an inadequate knowledge of any particular body, reveals it to be but part of the universal system of movements. But whence comes the order in this cosmic system of movements? Whence the adaptation of organ to function and of individual to environment? Spinoza has already answered in general terms that in the geometrical process of the finite from the infinite there is no place for the concept of finality. So too, in the philosophy of body, he teaches that the extension modes of substance proceed from substance as extended, not as thinking. There can, therefore, be no intended adaptation. The processes of the cosmos proceed by an unconscious geometry, in the same way as the spider spins its web without any knowledge of the proportion and symmetry of figures. It is only by imagination that we distinguish objects, fancy them to be individual, group them in figures, and arrange them so as to produce beauty of form or colour. This arrangement was not intended in the processes themselves, so that if we see beauty and adaptation in the geometrical processes of nature, it is due to the illusions arising from the inadequacy of our knowledge. C. Philosophy of mind. Spinoza's psychology is partly foreshadowed in his doctrine of substance. Thought, as an infinite attribute of the infinite substance, is eternal and necessary. It is the thought of God by God. Minds, created minds as we commonly call them, and ideas are modes of substance under the aspect of thought, just as bodies are modes of substance under the aspect of extension. The order and connection of ideas is already determined by the order and connection of extension modes. Idem est ordo, idierum et ordo rerum. To every thought mode corresponds an extension mode, and this parallelism, being universal, implies that everything thinks. Indeed, Spinoza openly teaches that animals, plants, and even inanimate objects think, for the essence of a thing is the self-maintaining impulse, and an impulse is a tendency, conatus, and tendency implies thought. Plant thought, however, and animal thought, Spinoza confesses to be thought of a very rudimentary kind. The human mind is, like every other mind, a mode of the divine substance. But what kind of mode? It is defined in the first place as the idea of the body. We commonly say that man is composed of body and soul. In reality, man is substance, determined to that particular mode of extension which we call body, and to that particular mode of thought which is the idea of body, and which we call soul. Body and soul are, therefore, one and the same thing, conceived under the aspects of extension and of thought respectively. It will be observed, however, that although Spinoza reduces the soul to an idea, he is far from maintaining, with the phenomenalist, that the soul has no substantial reality, for he maintains that the soul is a mode of the great reality, which is the one substance. It will be observed also that since the soul is the idea of the body, or in other words the consciousness of the organic states of the body, the conclusion that we must be aware of everything which takes place in the body, and that consequently every man must be an adept in physiology, appears at first sight inevitable. Spinoza, wishing to ward against the reductio ad absurdum of his definition, teaches that the human mind does not involve an adequate knowledge of the parts of the body, and that the ideas of the affections of the body, in so far as they are related only to the human mind, are not clear and distinct, but confused. The human mind is defined, in the second place, as the idea of an idea, idea idei, or idea mentis. In other words, mind, after having been defined as consciousness, is now defined as self-consciousness. The second definition is supplementary of the first, and, like the first, defines mind with distinct reference to body. For when we say that mind is the idea of an idea, we mean the idea of the body. Self-consciousness is consciousness of self, as revealed by bodily states, or the reflex consciousness of our perceptions of those states. Having defined mind, we next turn to the study of knowledge, which is the characteristic attitude of the mind towards things. In the first exercise of the mind, our knowledge is inadequate, fragmentary and confused. The reason of this imperfection is the fact that at first our point of view is purely individual, the point of view of one who, being himself part of the world of reality, apprehends merely those portions of reality with which he comes in contact. The inadequacy of this kind of knowledge is increased by the tendency of the mind to form fictitious universals, such as being, man, etc., which are not a sign of the mind's strength, but rather of its weakness, that is to say, of its inability to keep impressions apart from each other when they reach a certain limit in number and complexity. From this imperfect and inadequate knowledge, man must pass to perfect and adequate knowledge, by abandoning the individual and partial point of view, and by rising above himself and finite conditions. For perfect and adequate knowledge is untroubled by finite conditions and by the peculiarities of individual temperament. In this development from inadequate to adequate knowledge, Spinoza distinguishes two stages. A. Reason, ratio, is the knowledge of the laws or principles which are common to all bodies, and which determine, not their accidental but their essential relations. This kind of knowledge is acquired not immediately but by deduction. Arguing from effect to cause, we arrive at a knowledge of the permanent and essential properties of things, and of their unalterable laws and natures, a knowledge which is superior to the imperfect, individualistic knowledge, inasmuch as the latter reveals to us merely the illusory surface qualities of things. Studied from the point of view of reason, things assume a certain permanency, and consequently rational knowledge may be said to be a knowledge of things sub quodam specie aeternitatis. Rational knowledge is, however, necessarily incomplete. It enables us to arrive at generic and specific concepts, partial unifications, but it cannot lift us up to that point where knowledge is completely unified and all things are viewed sub specie aeternitatis. This point we reach by means of B. Intuitive knowledge, scientia intuitiva. In this stage of development, the mind, being farthest removed from the individual point of view, no longer proceeds inferentially from one part of reality to another, but taking a comprehensive intuitive view of all reality, apprehends all things in the light of the first principle, substance, and, looking at all things, sub specie aeternitatis, sees all in God and God in all. From this point of view, space-time difference are seen to disappear and to be swallowed up in the immensity of God. He who has reached this point evolves all his ideas from that which represents the origin and source of all nature, so that that idea appears to be the source of all others. He has arrived at the culminating point in the development of human knowledge. We may remark in this theory of development of knowledge, 1. That whereas Descartes was content with making clearness and distinctness of perception a criterion of truth, Spinoza requires that, in addition to clearness and distinctness, our knowledge possesses also adequacy or comprehensiveness. 2. That Spinoza maintains the power of the human mind to comprehend infinite substance, that is, to know God adequately. 3. That error exists only where knowledge is confused and inadequate, that consequently the mind never errs if it views things sub specie aeternitatis, and that since it is the will which determines whether a man shall or shall not attain intuitive knowledge, will and not intellect is the source of error. 4. That the three stages of development of knowledge may be described as sense knowledge, scientific knowledge, and philosophical knowledge. We must, however, always remember that Spinoza sets the practical above the theoretical, and that he considers the third to be the most perfect kind of knowledge, not because it implies greater speculative insight into the nature of things, but because it sets the soul at rest and, like the ecstatic knowledge of which the mystics speak, enables us to despise the unrest and worry caused by the untoward events of life. This consideration brings us to the study of the ethical problems on which all Spinoza's philosophy converges. The moral nature of man. We have seen that the essence of finite things is the conatus existendi, the self-maintaining impulse. In man, this self-realizing impulse accompanies each of the three stages of knowledge, assuming in each a different complexion. In the plane of confused knowledge it manifests itself as emotions. In the higher plane of rational knowledge it manifests itself as will, and in the highest plane, namely that of intuitive knowledge, it manifests itself as the intellectual love of God, in which consists the blessed life of immortality. A. Let us consider the mind in the state of confused knowledge. Its being is thought. It is a diminished God, a God repressed, as it were, by the modes which limit its thought on every side. Like every other finite being, it strives not only to maintain itself, but also to extend its being by breaking through the modes which hem it in. But, unlike other finite beings, the mind is conscious of this effort. It is conscious also of the modes which affect it through the body, and it knows whether such modes diminish or increase its power of thought. This consciousness is emotion. In the third definition of the third part of the Ethica, emotion is defined per effectum intelligo corporis affectiones, quibus ipsius, corporis agendi, potentia augatur, vel minuiter, juvatur vel coecatur, et simul harum affectionem ideas. And in the 11th proposition of the same part, Spinoza proves that whatever increases or diminishes the body's power of action increases or diminishes the mind's power of thought. Emotion, then, is the obscure and inadequate consciousness of a transition from a less to a greater, or from a greater to a less, power of body or mind. The fundamental emotion is desire, cupiditas, which is perhaps more properly described as the mental prerequisite of all emotional activity, for it is the self-maintaining impulse itself. When a mode of the body, such as the sight of a flower, increases the mind's activity, there results the emotion of pleasure or joy, latitia. When, on the contrary, a mode of the body, such as the hearing of unwelcome news, diminishes the mind's activity, there results the emotion of sadness, tristitia. Love is the idea of an external thing, which is the cause of joy, and hatred is the idea of an external thing, which is the cause of sadness. Hope is the fluttering, inconstans joy, and fear, the intermittent sadness arising from the idea of an event which is of doubtful occurrence. When the element of doubt is removed, hope becomes security, and fear passes into despair. The emotional state called gaudium is joy arising from the remembrance of a certain event as past, while its opposite, regret, conscientiae morsus, is sadness arising from the remembrance of a certain event which has occurred. Both these states imply a previous doubt as to whether the event to which they refer did or did not occur. The emotions are associated by contiguity, resemblance, and causation. This portion of Spinoza's Ethica is replete with instances of acute psychological analysis. The greatest defect in his treatment of the emotions is the exclusion of all intellectual emotions, such as zeal, love of God, love of justice, love of country, etc. The emotional life of man belongs, according to Spinoza, to the condition of bondage. As long as we continue to look on the modes of the finite world as they affect us through the modes of our own bodies, so long are we merely part of nature and subject to nature's inevitable laws. We may imagine that we are free because we have no clear knowledge of the antecedents of the modes which affect us, but in reality every indistinct consciousness is itself physically determined, and we are no more free to act than the straw which floats down the river is free to turn and float against the current. In this condition of bondage, man's moral life has not properly begun at all, for in this condition there is no right or wrong, but only pleasure or pain. Man's moral life begins in the stage of rational knowledge, in which the emotions give place to will. B. In the second stage of knowledge, we possess adequate instead of inadequate ideas. Taking a broader view, and contemplating the vast order of the universe and its eternal laws, we see that the objects of our love and aversion are really parts of the complex totality, ruled by the inexorable laws of nature, and the vehemence of our passions appears to us, as it really is, no more reasonable than the child's anger at the stone which has hurt it. Reason can no more be moved by pleasure or pain, by love or hatred of any finite cause of our emotions, than it can love or hate a triangle because the latter possesses 3 angles which are equal to 2 right angles. Thus the mind, when it has arrived at the plane of rational knowledge, having lifted itself above the cloudland of emotional life, having risen above the storm of passion, is no longer buffeted by every wind of feeling, or constrained by pleasure and pain. In a word, it passes from the state of bondage to the state of freedom. There is a rational element in every passion, and when, having acquired an adequate idea of the passion, we recognize that rational element, blind impulse gives way to deliberate pursuit or avoidance. Remark that in the stage of rational knowledge, this rational element is not yet located in God, but merely in the common properties of things or in universal law. The perfection of freedom and the final location of all the objects of will in God himself is attained by means of intuitive knowledge. It is somewhat surprising to find that Spinoza describes the moral emancipation of man as a process of intellectual development, without distinct reference to will, which is the proper subject of moral excellence. The explanation is to be found in the fact that Spinoza identifies will with intellect. Will and understanding, he says, are one and the same. Intelligence contains in itself that free voluntary activity which we are accustomed to regard as the exclusive function of will. For good or evil means whatever helps or hinders our power of thought. It is of great importance to note that freedom, as understood by Spinoza, is, even in the sense of free understanding rather than of free will, incompatible with his general concept of the universe, and is maintained only at the expense of logical consistency. If man in the state of confused knowledge is a slave to passion, because he is part of nature, and is therefore subject to the iron rule of necessity, which governs all things from substance down to the least of the modes of substance, it follows that man cannot become free except by ceasing to be part of nature, and this he can never do. If in the state of bondage there is no germ of freedom, freedom cannot be developed by any development of knowledge. Spinoza cannot consistently avoid determinism. He should never have tried to emancipate man, just as he should never have attempted to derive the manifold from the one. C. We come now to the third stage in the moral emancipation of the human mind, namely, to that in which man attains to the intellectual love of God and the blessed immortality. In the fifth part of the Ethica, Spinoza teaches that the mind, arriving at the culminating stage of intellectual development, scientia intuitiva, wherein it sees all things in God, can bring it about that all bodily affections and images of things are referred to the idea of God. When this state is reached, all passion ceases, and emotion and volition are absorbed in the knowledge and love of God. Amor intellectualis Dei. This intellectual love of God is the highest kind of virtue, and it not only makes man free, but also confers immortality. For this love has no relation to the body or to bodily states, and consequently it cannot be in any way affected by the destruction of the body. But here it naturally occurs to us to ask, what has become of the principle that to every mode of thought there corresponds a mode of extension? When the body perishes, what extension mode corresponds to the eternal thought which is bliss and immortality? Spinoza answers that, while the mode of extension, which is the human body, conditioned by time and space, perishes, there remains the essence of the body, which is conceived under a form of eternity. At the same time, the sensitive and imaginative part of the soul perishes with the actual body, so that the ultimate conclusion is that both body and soul are partly mortal and partly immortal. We must not overlook the fact that in his Ethica Spinoza speaks of the eternity rather than of the immortality of the soul, and by eternity he does not primarily mean unending duration, but a kind of rational necessity by which a thing forms, once for all, an integral part of the universe, although, of course, what is necessarily a part of the universe cannot cease to exist. Moreover, this eternity, or deathlessness, is a condition into which the soul enters in this life. The immortality, which is sanctioned by Spinoza's principles, is not a quantitative, but a qualitative endowment, not existence for indefinite time, but the quality of being above all time. Spinoza does not conceive immortality as originally and equally inherent in all men. He conceives it as something to be acquired by each man for himself, and is capable of being acquired in different degrees. Finally, we may ask whether the immortality of which Spinoza speaks is immortality at all. Is there in this concept of immortality a survival of the individual? On the one hand, Spinoza teaches that imagination and memory perish with the actual body, and with these faculties perish all the recollections, associations, educated nerve processes, and everything else which serves to perpetuate personal traits and characteristics. On the other hand, Spinoza is careful to guard against the doctrine of absorption of the individual in God, for he teaches that final happiness is a state in which man, in attaining the highest unity with God, attains at the same time the highest consciousness of self, so that in this union the distinction between God and creature is not obliterated, but rather accentuated. The conclusion seems to be that the blessed life is a state in which we shall retain our individuality, but shall have, apparently, no means of recognizing ourselves as the same individuals. Historical position. What first arrests our attention in the study of Spinoza's philosophy is the strict geometrical method which he adopted. Starting with the definition of substance, he proceeds to deduce from a single truth a whole system of philosophy. From this definition we follow him to the point where he first attempts to account for the diversity of things, and there his first lapse into inconsistency occurs. In order to account for the diversity of things, he is forced to assume something besides the one inert substance, and over again he surreptitiously introduces a principle which the logic of his premises can never justify. The truth is that, as has already been said, if Spinoza had been perfectly consistent, he should never have attempted to go beyond the definition of substance, which is his starting point, and should also have been the final goal of his system. In attempting to explain away the inconsistencies of Spinoza's thought, some have overlooked the individualistic elements in his system and represented him merely as a pantheist, while others, looking upon the pantheistic elements as mere formulas, represent him as an empiricist. To one he is a God-intoxicated man, to another he is a sordid and filthy atheist. Sordidus et lutulentus atheus. Both these views are in a certain sense correct, and yet both are wrong. For if we consider merely the speculative elements in Spinoza's philosophy, we must pronounce him to be at once a pantheist and an empiricist, an anomalous being, reminding us of the winged bull of Assyrian art, a creature of air and a creature of earth. But, as has been pointed out above, Spinoza's aim was practical rather than theoretical. We must not picture him as concerned merely with the speculative aspect of the problems of philosophy. We must rather picture him as he represents himself, and as we know him from the events of his life, a poor, persecuted Jew, rejected by his co-religionists and despised by his Christian neighbours, bearing in patience the sufferings which were his lot in life. For him, metaphysics was what it never had been even for Plato, a religion and a refuge. In it he hoped to find that view of the universe which would reconcile him to his own hard fate, and enable him to rise to a plane where his enemies could not reach him. We should bear these facts in mind when we criticize Spinoza, and, though they should not render us blind to his errors, which are many and serious, they should enable us to understand his thought, which is often sublime and is always deserving of sympathetic attention. End of chapter 56.
Chapter 57 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phyllis Vincelli. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 57. English Empiricism. The tendency of British philosophy has always been towards the positivistic and practical, rather than towards the mystical and speculative. This trait we have already observed in the philosophy of Hobbes and Bacon. It reappeared during the 17th and 18th centuries in the critical and empirical philosophy of Locke, in the natural philosophy of Newton, and in the theological doctrines of the deists. How the British moralists of the 18th century applied the principle of empiricism to ethical problems will be seen in the next chapter. John Locke. Life. John Locke was born in 1632 at Rington, near Bristol. In 1646 he entered Westminster School, and in 1652 he entered Christ Church, Oxford. Here, although he found scholasticism still in the ascendancy, he began to take an interest in Cartesian philosophy, and, while it is certainly incorrect to regard Locke's empiricism as an English branch of Cartesianism, there can be no doubt as to the important influence of this early study of Descartes on the philosophical career of Locke. On leaving Oxford, Locke entered the household of Lord Ashley, afterwards Earl of Shaftesbury, as secretary, tutor, and physician. After the downfall and death of his patron, Locke took up his residence in Holland, 1683. There he remained until 1689, when he returned to England in the suite of William of Orange. He died at Oates, in Essex, in the year 1704. Sources: Locke's works, which were first published in 9 volumes, London, 1714, include the Essay Concerning Human Understanding, Thoughts Concerning Education, 2 treatises on Government, The Reasonableness of Christianity as Delivered in Scripture, and other treatises. The best edition of the essay is that of Alexander Campbell Fraser, 2 volumes, Clarendon Press, 1894. Manuals to be consulted: Fraser's Locke, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1890, and Marion's J. Locke, Paris, 1893. Footnote: Consult also article on Locke in Encyclopaedia Britannica, Dewey's Leibniz's New Essays, Chicago, 1888, and Green's Introduction in edition of Hume's works. End footnote. Doctrines. Starting point: all Locke's philosophy centers in his theory of cognition, and his theory of cognition is based on the principle which may be enunciated negatively by saying that there are no innate ideas, or affirmatively by saying that all knowledge comes from experience. There are no innate ideas. The first book of the essay is devoted to proving that there are no innate principles in the mind. Locke observes that the universal acceptance of certain principles is taken as a proof of their innateness. He then proceeds to show that facts do not sustain the contention that the principles in question, or indeed any principles, are universally accepted. Children and uneducated persons are ignorant of the principles of identity and contradiction. The existence of atheism and polytheism demonstrates that the idea of God is not present in the minds of all men from the beginning, and the well-known diversity of the moral ideals of different races and nations proves that the elementary principles of morality are not universally accepted. He further adduces positive evidence against the innateness of these principles, arguing that the ideas which compose them are abstract, and therefore do not appear in consciousness until a comparatively late period in the mental development of the individual. Here, as well as elsewhere, Locke assumes that to be in the mind and to be known are one and the same. The mind, therefore, is in the beginning a blank sheet, or, to use the Aristotelian phrase, a tabula rasa. It remains to inquire how our ideas are acquired. Analysis of experience. The second book of the essay is devoted to the task of showing how our ideas originate by experience. Experience, Locke teaches, is twofold: sensation, or the perception of external phenomena by means of the senses, and reflection, or the perception of the internal phenomena, that is, of the activity of the understanding itself. From these two sources arise all our ideas. Now, our ideas are either simple or complex. Simple ideas are those which are furnished to the mind by sensation and reflection, the understanding itself remaining perfectly passive. Complex ideas are those which the understanding makes by repeating, comparing, and combining simple ideas. A. Simple ideas. Simple ideas are divided into 4 classes. 1. Those which come into the mind by one sense only. 2. Those which convey themselves into the mind by more senses than one. 3. Those which are had from reflection only. 4. Those which are suggested to the mind by all the ways of sensation and reflection. To the first class belong not only the ideas of color, taste, etc., but also that of solidity or impenetrability. It is this quality, and not, as Descartes thought, extension, that is the primary attribute of body. To the second class belong our ideas of motion, space, etc. As examples of the third class, Locke instances the ideas of thought and will, while to the last class he assigns our ideas of pleasure and power. With regard to the validity of simple ideas, Locke adopts Boyle's division of the qualities of bodies into primary and secondary. Secondary qualities, such as colors, tastes, etc., do not really exist in bodies. Real existence can be attributed only to primary qualities, such as bulk, figure, motion, etc., which have the power to produce in us the simple ideas of secondary qualities. Here Locke fails to distinguish between the psychic and the physical aspect of secondary qualities, and from the undeniable fact that the quality of color, for example in its psychic aspect, exists in the mind alone, concludes that, in no true sense of the word, can color be said to exist outside the mind. B. Complex ideas. In the 12th chapter of the second book of the essay, Locke divides complex ideas into 3 classes: ideas of modes, ideas of substances, and ideas of relations. A. Modes are defined as complex ideas which, however compounded, contain not in them the supposition of subsisting by themselves, but are considered as dependencies on or affections of substances. Simple modes are combinations of the same simple idea. Thus, distance, surface, figure are modifications and combinations of the simple idea of space. Duration, time, and eternity are simple modes of the idea of duration, while memory, reasoning, and judging are simple modes of the idea of thinking. Mixed modes are combinations of different kinds of simple ideas. For example, the idea of sacrilege or of murder is made up of the simple ideas of action, circumstance, motive, etc. B. Substance. Not being able to conceive how simple ideas can subsist by themselves, we form a complex idea of substance as the substratum which upholds them. Substance, then, is not primarily conceived as that which is capable of subsisting by itself, but rather as that which upholds or supports the qualities of things. Thus, the substance of the rose is the complex idea of that which upholds or supports the simple ideas, color, fragrance, softness, etc. Whatever Locke may have meant, when he said that our idea of substance is obscure, his first letter to the Bishop of Worcester removes all doubt as to his belief in the real existence of substance. Indeed, the letter explicitly distinguishes between our knowledge that substance is and our knowledge of what it is. Substance is threefold: bodily, spiritual, and divine. We have as clear an idea of spiritual substance as we have of bodily substance, for thought is as easily known as extension, and will is as easily known as impulsion or force. And the idea of divine substance offers no special difficulty, for it is merely the complex idea made up of our ideas of existence, power, knowledge, etc., to which is added the idea of infinite. The idea of infinite is obtained by the addition of finite to finite. C. Relations. A relation arises when the mind so considers one thing that it does, as it were, bring it to and set it by another, and carries its view from the one to the other. Relations are innumerable. Locke undertakes to discuss merely the principal relations, as, for example, causality and identity. Although Locke's analysis of the relation of causality seems unimportant when compared with Hume's more thorough analysis of the causal axiom, nevertheless the mere fact of reducing causality to a relation rather than to the category of substance or action is a revolution in philosophy. Locke defines a cause as that which produces, and an effect as that which is produced. He does not, therefore, reduce causality to mere sequence. He teaches that there are real causes as there are real substances. The relation of identity arises when, considering anything as existing at any determined time and place, we compare it with itself existing at another time. Locke teaches that the principle of individuation is existence itself. But as the existence of living bodies is not the same as that of mere masses of matter, the identity of living bodies is the permanence of organization, while the identity of a mere mass of matter is the identity of its aggregated particles, atoms. Personal identity, the identity of man, is the continuity of consciousness. Locke apparently fails to distinguish between the psychological and the ontological aspect of the problem of personality, between the question, how is personal identity known, and the question, how is personal identity constituted? Philosophy of language. In the third book of the essay, Locke treats of the philosophy of language. Words do not, as is generally supposed, signify things. Neither do they, in their primary or immediate signification, stand for ideas common to all men, but merely for the ideas in the mind of him who uses them. Now, it is impossible that every particular thing should have its own name. Indeed, the greatest part of words are general terms used to express general ideas. The generality and universality of names and ideas are, therefore, mere creatures and inventions of the understanding, and belong not to the existence of things, nominalism. Locke considers, in particular, the relation of our universal ideas to the essences of things, pointing out the distinction between nominal and real essences. Real essence is the very being of anything, whereby it is what it is. Nominal essence is the abstract idea which the general name stands for. Thus, the real essence of gold is that which makes gold to be what it is, the substantial form of Aristotle and the schoolmen, while the nominal essence is the complex idea of the color, weight, malleability, etc. of gold. Now we can and do know the nominal essences of material substances, but as to real essences, although we know that they exist, we cannot know what they are, for we have no means of judging whether the real essence which constitutes the insensible parts of gold is like the nominal essence, which is the complex idea, including yellow, malleable, etc. We know the surface qualities of things, but we are no more competent to judge what the real essence is than the countryman who sees the exterior of the clock at Strasbourg and hears it strike is competent to judge of the mechanism with which the clock is provided. Locke grants that the qualities which constitute the nominal essence are produced by the real essence, but apparently overlooks the principle that, by virtue of the similarity of effect to cause, we may proceed from the knowledge of the effect to the knowledge of the cause. Theory of knowledge. The fourth book of the essay is devoted to the study of the extent and validity of knowledge. Knowledge is defined as the perception of the connection of, and agreement or disagreement and repugnance of our ideas. It is of three kinds: intuitive, demonstrative, and sensitive. Intuitive knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas immediately by themselves without the intervention of any other. It is by means of this knowledge that we perceive that 3 equals 1 and 2, and it is on the same kind of knowledge that the certainty and evidence of all our knowledge depend. Demonstrative knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas by the intervention of other ideas, as, for example, the perception of the agreement of the sum of the 3 angles of a triangle and 2 right angles. Sensitive knowledge is the perception of the particular existence of finite beings without us. Intuitive knowledge is the basis of all certitude. Demonstrative knowledge is less clear than intuitive knowledge, and therefore inferior to it. But demonstrative knowledge is, in turn, superior to sensitive knowledge. Yet, while rating sensitive knowledge so low, and describing it as going beyond bare probability, Locke does not deny the validity of sensitive knowledge when it testifies to the existence of external things. Our knowledge of our own existence is intuitive. Our knowledge of the existence of God is demonstrative, and our knowledge of other things is sensitive. Moral and political doctrines. Locke's ethical and political doctrines bear the general character of his theoretical speculations. They aim at being empirical. There are 4 determinants of moral good: reason, the will of God, the general good, and self-interest. To each of these in turn Locke appeals without determining the relations of one to the others. In his treatises on political government he combats the principles of state absolutism, maintaining that natural rights were in no way abrogated by the transition of primitive man from the state of nature to the conditions of political life. He defends the constitutional theory, advocates the supremacy of the legislative power, and teaches that, in a conflict between the legislative and the executive powers, the will of the nation is supreme because, in such an event, sovereign authority reverts to the source whence it is derived, namely the people. Locke is commonly regarded as the founder of that philosophy of civil government which inspired the great modern movements towards popular representation, the extension of the rights of subjects, and the restriction of monarchical privileges. Historical position. Locke is commonly styled the successor of Bacon and Hobbes, although it is sometimes denied that he was influenced directly by the writings of either of these philosophers. The man, however, who exercised the greatest influence on Locke was Descartes. This influence was indirect as well as direct. Thus Locke begins his essay by denying the innateness of ideas, a distinctively Cartesian doctrine, and throughout his inquiry into the nature and value of knowledge he is constantly denying what Descartes affirmed, and affirming what Descartes denied. And yet the cardinal idea of Cartesianism, namely the antithesis between mind and matter, appears as a tacit assumption in Locke's inquiry, and underlies everything that Locke wrote concerning human knowledge. Locke's original contribution to philosophy may be described by saying that he introduced the critical spirit. For him, the paramount problem was to determine the nature, value, and extent of human knowledge, and the method which he employed was the empirical rather than the rational or deductive. He applied to the study of the mind the method which Bacon advocated as best suited to the study of nature. The result which he reached was the establishment of an empiricism which is, in ultimate analysis, a system of sensism. His chief defect is superficiality, a defect common to his school. He stopped where the real problems of philosophy begin, and although, as the subsequent development of empiricism in France has shown, his premises led inevitably to materialism, he himself maintained, with characteristic inconsistency, the spirituality of the human soul and the existence of purely spiritual substances. Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, 1642 to 1727, is the most important representative of the scientific phase of the English empiricism of the 17th century. His chief works are Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, 1687, and Optics, 1704. The philosophical importance of his discovery of the law and theory of universal gravitation lies in this, that it established the fact that the physical laws which hold good on the surface of the earth are valid throughout the universe, as far as we can know anything about it. The deistic controversy. Before the time of Locke, Lord Herbert of Cherbury, 1581 to 1648, had advocated a naturalistic philosophy of religion, thus planting the seed of the deistic doctrines which appeared after the days of Locke and found a congenial soil in English empiricism. Deism may be described as a movement tending to free religious thought from the control of authority. Its chief thesis is that there is a universal natural religion, the principal tenet of which is, believe in God and do your duty. That positive religion is the creation of cunning rulers and crafty priests. That Christianity, in its original form, was a simple though perfect expression of natural religion, and that whatever is positive in Christianity is a useless and harmful accretion. These principles naturally provoked opposition on the part of the defenders of Christianity, and there resulted a controversy between the deists, or freethinkers, as they were called, and the representatives of orthodoxy. To the deist side of the argument, John Toland, 1670 to 1722, contributed Christianity Not Mysterious. Anthony Collins, 1676 to 1729, A Discourse on Freethinking. Matthew Tyndall, 1657 to 1733, Christianity as Old as the Creation, and Thomas Chubb, 1679 to 1747, The True Gospel of Jesus Christ. Thomas Morgan, died 1743, author of The Moral Philosopher, and, according to some, Henry St. John, Viscount Bolingbroke, 1678 to 1751, are also to be reckoned among the deist opponents of Christianity. Chief among the defenders of Christianity were Samuel Clarke, 1675 to 1729, who was best known by his controversy with Leibniz concerning space and time. William Wollaston, 1659 to 1724, George Berkeley, 1685 to 1753, Joseph Butler, 1692 to 1752, author of The Analogy of Religion, and George Campbell, 1719 to 1796. While this controversy was being waged, the principles of empiricism were being applied to psychology by the founders of the Association School, and to ethical problems by the founders of the British School of Morals. As we shall have occasion to return to the beginnings of the Association School when we come to deal with the English philosophy of the 19th century, we shall now take up the study of the British schools of morals. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phyllis Vincelli. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 58. British Moralists. The group of distinguished moralists who flourished in Great Britain during the 18th century may be said to represent the ethical phase of the empirical movement of that age. In determining moral values, medieval ethics had subordinated worldly interests to the interests of the future life. Hobbes, by his doctrine of state absolutism, had subjugated the moral to the political aspect of human conduct. Locke, however, admitted self-interest and the good of the many as moral determinants, and thus enabled his contemporaries and successors to develop a system of morality which should be independent of religion as well as of state authority, and should rest ultimately on the ego. Towards the end of the 17th century, Ralph Cudworth, 1617 to 1688, in his treatise concerning eternal and immutable morality, expounded a system of morals which, although rational rather than empirical, prepared the way for the advocates of independent morality who appeared in the following century. He taught that moral principles and ethical ideals come neither from the will of God, nor from political authority, nor from experience, but from the ideas which necessarily exist in the mind of God and are universally and immutably present in the human mind. He agreed with the schoolmen in maintaining the universality and immutability of the natural law, but differed from them in teaching that it is absolutely a priori. Shaftesbury, 1671 to 1713. Anthony Ashley Cooper Shaftesbury, the grandson of Locke's patron, and the author of Characteristics of Men, Manners, Opinions, and Times, points out the consequences that follow from Locke's rejection of innate principles of morality, but instead of basing the morality of actions on innate principles, he bases it on innate sentiment. For an innate logic of conduct, he substitutes an innate aesthetic. His concept of the universe as a whole is aesthetic rather than logical. He conceives the all-pervading law of creation to be unity in variety. The parts of the bodily organism are governed and held together by the soul, and thus arises the unity in diversity, which is the ego. But the ego is not complete in itself, for individuals are joined together into species and genera by unities higher than the individual soul, and above all species and all genera is the mind of the deity, which, by uniting the diversities of genera and species, makes the world a cosmos, a beautiful thing. The individual is, therefore, swayed in one direction by the impulse of self-preservation, and in another direction by the impulse to preserve the higher unity, species, to which it belongs. That individual is good in which the latter impulse is strong, and the former not too strong. Applying these principles to man, Shaftesbury defines the essence of morality as consisting in the proper balancing of the social and selfish impulses. There is no morality in sensible creatures, because, although they may balance the impulse for the preservation of self with the interests of the species, They are incapable of reflecting on the nature of their impulses, or of perceiving the harmony which results when the social and the selfish impulses are properly balanced. Man, on the contrary, is endowed with the power of reflection and of perceiving and approving the harmony which results from the proper balancing of his propensities. The faculty of moral distinction is not, therefore, a rational faculty, but an aesthetic sense, the power of perceiving harmony and beauty. As the harmony of impulses constitutes virtue, so also it constitutes happiness. Virtue is its own reward. Religion is an aid to virtue, inasmuch as it teaches that the world is ruled by an all-loving and all-protecting God, thus confirming the aesthetic concept of the universe as a harmony. Positive religion, however, is a hindrance to virtue, in so far as it promises heavenly rewards, thus making men mercenary and selfish. Bernard Mandeville, 1670 to 1733, revealed, by his advocacy of a startling paradox, the weakness of Shaftesbury's system of morals, the danger, namely, of attaching to noble impulses so much importance as to neglect the cultivation of useful though commonplace virtues. In the fable of the bees, he advocates the doctrine that private vices are public benefits. He attempts to show that just as in the hive contentment and honesty cannot go hand in hand with splendor and prosperity, so in the community of social life it is the selfish impulses, the desire of food and drink, ambition, envy, and impatience, which Shaftesbury would have us balance against the social instincts, that lead to labor, civilization, and the social life. We must choose between moral progress and material progress, for we cannot have both. In spite of the opposition which it provoked at the time, Shaftesbury's doctrine of moral aestheticism continued to win adherents, and the remaining moral systems of the period, those of Hutcheson, Butler, and Adam Smith, are simply the logical development of Shaftesbury's teachings. Francis Hutcheson, 1694 to 1746, was born in Ireland, and after teaching in a private academy in Dublin, was appointed professor of moral philosophy at Glasgow. He wrote an inquiry into the original of our ideas of beauty and virtue, and a system of moral philosophy. By endeavoring to found a system of ethics on the observation of human nature as it actually is, Hutcheson imparted to the British philosophy of morals a distinctively empirical spirit. He taught that the faculty of moral discrimination and moral approval is not rational, nor yet aesthetic, in the sense of perceiving and approving merely the aspect of harmony or beauty, but a distinct power of the soul called moral sense. He maintained that there is in human nature, besides the egoistic instincts, a natural and instinctive desire to help and please others, and an equally instinctive feeling of approval of actions which aim at helping and pleasing others. The moral sense, which determines what actions are calculated to please and what actions are calculated to displease others, is distinct from reason. For reason merely aids us to find the means to given ends. The faculty of moral discrimination is not acquired by experience, having been originally planted in the soul by the Creator to enable the rational creature to know what actions promote the welfare of others and also his own welfare in conformity with the welfare of others. Joseph Butler, 1692 to 1752, the author of the Analogy, developed in his Sermons on Human Nature a system of morals which is practically a theological application of Shaftesbury's ethical theory. Butler agrees with Shaftesbury and Hutcheson in maintaining the immediateness of the criterion of morality, which, however, he identifies not with a sense of harmony, nor with a sense of the pleasure and usefulness which others experience from our actions, but with conscience. This guide of conduct is not a deduction from practical reason, as the schoolmen taught, but a faculty which directly and immediately approves or disapproves, and which must be obeyed without regard to the effect of our action on ourselves or others. It is not a distinctively religious sentiment, still religion is its greatest aid, for in the cool hour, when fervor and enthusiasm have deserted him, man finds in the thought of a future life a source of moral inspiration. Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790, author of The Wealth of Nations, a work justly regarded as the first modern treatise on political economy, is the last, and if we accept Hume, the most important representative of the empirical school of morals in the 18th century. His chief merit lies in the completeness and thoroughness of his psychological analysis of the criterion of morality. In his Theory of Moral Sentiments, he develops a system of morals based on the principles that all moral judgment depends on participation in the feelings of the agent, and that an action is good if the spectator can sympathize with the end or effect of the action. He traces sympathy from its first manifestation, the power of imitating to a certain degree and participating to a certain extent in the feelings of others, to its culmination in moral appreciation and moral imperative. Historical position. The change brought about in the science of ethics by the British moralists of the 18th century was practically a revolution in the theory of morals. Shaftesbury, Hutcheson, and Smith, by reducing the subjective criterion of morality to feeling or sympathy, subverted the established idea of conscience as a dianetic or inferential subjective norm, and substituted for it something which may be called an aesthetic or intuitional criterion. When, in studying the philosophy of the 19th century, we shall take up the course of the development of the British systems of morals, we shall find the influence of French materialism in the hedonism of Bentham, and the influence of Kant in the importance which the successors of Bentham attach to the problem of the origin of moral obligation. The moralists of the 18th century were, apart from Hutcheson's unconscious lapse into hedonism, altruistic, at least in tendency, and instead of concerning themselves with the analysis of the sense of obligation, devoted their attention exclusively to the analysis of the faculty of moral discrimination and moral approval. End of chapter 58.
Chapter 59 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Brent. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 59, French Empiricism. When, in 1729, Montesquieu and Voltaire returned to France from England, and introduced among their fellow countrymen the ideas prevalent among the English deists and empiricists, an impetus was given to a French empirical movement which, with characteristic disregard for the restraints of convention and positive religion, advanced from psychological empiricism to materialism in metaphysics, hedonism in ethics, and unbelief and revolt in matters of religious conviction. The social, political, and religious conditions of France in the 18th century contributed to this result. The court of Versailles had become a synonym for frivolity, if not licentiousness, and even after due allowance is made for the exaggerations of historians prejudiced against the old regime, it must be admitted that the grievances of the subjects of the monarchy were many and serious. The Church, whose duty it was to inculcate justice and forbearance, was identified in the minds of the people with the monarchy which they feared and detested. Thus it was that the poets, philosophers, and essayists of the latter half of the 18th century found in the popular mind a field ready to receive the seeds of the materialism and naturalism which flurried in the days preceding the Revolution and bore fruit in the Revolution itself. In England, the old order gradually yielded to the action of the new forces. In France, the old order maintained an attitude of unyielding antagonism. In England, the establishment of new political ideas was in the nature of a slow assimilation. In France, the destruction of the ancient political system assumed the proportions of a cataclysm. Speculative sensism. The first to formulate a thoroughgoing system of sensism as a logical development of Locke's empiricism was the Abbé Condillac, 1715 to 1780. In his Traité des Sensations, he reduces all knowledge to experience and all experience to sensations. In fact, consciousness with all its contents is nothing but transformed sensations. Sensations transformées. To illustrate this, Condillac imagines a statue, which is first endowed with the sense of smell, and then with the other senses in succession, the sense of touch being last. For it is by means of the sense of resistance that we distinguish between self and not self. Before being endowed with the sense of touch, the statue refers odor, color, and so forth to itself. After it has acquired the sense of touch, it refers its sensations to the external world. Personality is, therefore, the sum of our sensations. Condillac teaches that it is by the superiority of the sense of touch that man differs from brutes, that every sensation is accompanied by pleasure or pain, that desire springs from the remembrance of pleasant sensations, that the good, as well as the beautiful, denotes a pleasure-giving quality. With Condillac is associated Charles Bonnet, 1720 to 1793, who, in his Essai de Psychologie, advocates a mitigated form of sensationalism. Ethical sensism. The ethical deductions from sensistic psychology appear in the writings of Helvetius, 1715 through 1771, author of De l'Esprit and de l'Homme. Helvetius teaches that all men are equally endowed by nature, that the difference between men arises from education, and that susceptibility to pleasure and pain, which declares itself in self-interest, is the ultimate element in the human character, and the source of all mental and moral activity. Education, legislation, and positive religion are doomed to failure as long as they refuse to recognize the truth that all that is good and noble and virtuous in human conduct is based on self-interest. Skeptics and Materialists. Voltaire, 1694 to 1778, although not a professed philosopher, exercised a widespread influence on the philosophic thought of his century. His Dictionnaire philosophique portatif was written for the purpose of ridding philosophy of cumbersome technical terminology and presenting it in a popular form. This necessitated superficiality of treatment, but, as Erdmann says, in Voltaire's superficiality lies his strength. Voltaire was not an atheist. Not only did he believe that the existence of God is proclaimed by all nature, but he was even of the opinion that if God did not exist, we should be under the necessity of inventing a God. He defended immortality on the ground of practical necessity and openly declared that materialism was nonsense. It was characteristic of the superficiality of the man that the earthquake of Lisbon in 1775 should change him from an optimist to a pessimist. He attacked Christianity as a positive form of religion, waging unwearied war against the scriptures, the church, and the most sacred beliefs of Christians. In this way, by helping to undermine the belief in the supernatural, he aided the cause of materialism and atheism. Materialism and atheism were openly taught and defended in the famous encyclopedia, Dictionnaire raison des arts, des sciences et des métiers. The work was skeptical, irrelevant, and brilliant, with keen wit and caustic satire. It was by the charms of its style, rather than by the force of its arguments, that it did so much towards sapping the popular belief in God, in spirituality, in human liberty, and in the sacredness of the traditional ideas of morality. The physician Lameth, 1709 to 1751, author of L'Histoire naturelle de l'homme and L'homme machine, was one of the most outspoken defenders of materialism. He taught that everything spiritual is a delusion, and that physical enjoyment is the highest aim of human action. The soul, he maintained, is nothing but a name, unless by it we mean the brain, which is an organ of thought. Thought is the function of the brain. Man excels brutes simply because his brain is more highly developed. Death ends all things, and consequently we should enjoy this world and hasten the reign of atheism. For men will never truly be happy until theologians will have ceased to trouble and nature will have asserted her claims. The materialistic monism, thus flippantly defended by Lemaitre, was taught with more pretension to scientific seriousness in the work entitled Système de la Nature, which was published pseudonymously in 1770, and of which Holbach, 1723 to 1789, is now universally admitted to be the author. The work may be said to be the Bible of the materialists of the end of the 18th century. The last representative of psychological materialism in the 18th century was the physician Cabanis, 1757 to 1808, who taught that the body and mind are identical, that the nerves are the man, and that thought is a secretion of the brain. Le cerveau digère les impressions, il fait organiquement la sécrétion de la pensée. Footnote. Rapport du physique et du moral de l'homme, cross-reference, Dictionnaire des sciences philosophiques, article by Cabanis. End footnote. Political philosophers. It was Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755, author of De l'Esprit de Loi, who first introduced Locke's empiricism into France. In his Lettres perçantes, he had shown himself an ardent admirer of the federal form of government. But in the work De l'Esprit de Loi, written after his return from England, he holds up the English constitutional monarchy as the ideal of political organization. He contends that right is anterior to law, advocates the independence of the judicial power with respect to the executive and legislative powers, and defends the extension of the legislative authority of representative assemblies. He teaches that laws should be adapted to the character and spirit of the nation, and, following the empirical method, he traces the influence of climate, manners, religion, etc., on national character. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Footnote. Consult Morley. Rousseau. London, 1873. End footnote. 1712 through 1778 was, in one respect, the most consistent representative of the movement which we have been studying, a movement to establish the individualistic point of view in religion, philosophy, and politics. Yet, in another respect, he was a most uncompromising antagonist of the movement, for, instead of insisting on the advantages of enlightenment and civilization, he advocated a return to primitive feeling and to the state of nature. Emile, a philosophical romance, is devoted to an account of his ideal education, and a treatise entitled Contrat social to an exposition of his political philosophy. He draws an ideal picture of man as he originally existed in the state of nature, before entering into the social contract by which society was first formed, and he teaches that all authority resides in the sovereign will of the people. He maintains the right of the people to assemble for the purpose of confirming, altering, and abrogating all authority in the state. Thus he rejects the division of legislative, judicial, and executive powers, substituting for them the rule of popular assembly. In his religious doctrines, he is a deist rather than an atheist. Historical position. The so-called French Enlightenment of the 18th century is a one-sided development of the empiricism inaugurated in England by Locke and introduced into France by Montesquieu and Voltaire. If we accept Rousseau, the representatives of the age of enlightenment were men of meagre or at most mediocre intellectual ability, who failed to leave any lasting impression on the development of speculative thought. Indeed, Voltaire, who certainly knew the age in which he lived, pronounced it to be an age of trivialities. Rousseau alone spoke as one who had seriously studied the spirit of his time, when he demanded the abandonment of artificial culture and conventional refinement in favor of what is natural, simple, and therefore of permanent value in human life. To this cry of an age of unrest, the French Revolution was the answer. End of chapter 59.
Chapter 60 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendry. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 60. The Idealistic Movement. If post-Cartesian philosophy is to be described as busying itself with the problem of the antithesis of mind and matter, the pantheistic monism of Spinoza may be designated as an attempt to solve the problem by merging matter and mind in the unity of the infinite substance, and the empirical movement as an attempt to eliminate the antagonism by reducing mind to matter. The idealistic movement, which was represented by Leibniz and Berkeley, was still another essay to remove the antithesis between mind and matter by reducing matter to mind. Perhaps, however, the true significance of the idealistic movement will be best understood if it is regarded rather as an attempt to restore the aesthetic and religious ideals which were threatened by the first empiricists and destroyed by the atheistic and materialistic empiricists of later times. But whether we represent the idealistic movement as a solution of the Cartesian problem, or as a reaction against the purely scientific concept of philosophy, it will be evident in either case that Leibniz presents a more hesitating and less thorough, while Berkeley represents a more pronounced and more complete form of idealism. Leibniz. Life. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz was born at Leipzig in 1646. At the age of 15, he entered the university of his native city, devoting himself to the study of law and philosophy. After obtaining the degree of Master of Philosophy at Leipzig and that of Doctor of Laws at Altdorf, he went to the court of the Elector of Mainz, by whom he was sent on a diplomatic mission to Louis XIV of France. In France, England, and Holland, he formed the acquaintance of the most learned men of the time, and with the ample means at his disposal, he had no difficulty in acquiring a wonderfully wide and accurate knowledge of all the scientific and philosophical literature of the day. From 1676 until his death in 1716, Leibniz resided at Hanover, where he held the offices of court councillor and librarian. Sources: Leibniz did not compose a complete and extended exposition of his philosophy. His writings are, for the most part, brief treatises and essays on various scientific and philosophical problems. The most important of these are Disputatio Metaphysica de Principio Individui, La Monadologie, Essai de Théodicée, and Nouveaux Essais sur l'Entendement humain, reply to Locke's essay. The principal editions of his collected works are those of Rasp, Leipzig and Amsterdam, 1765, Dutens, Geneva, 1768, Erdmann, Berlin, 1840, Fouché de Carré, Paris, 1859 and following, and Paul Janet, Paris, 1866. Merz's Leibniz, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1884, and Dewey's Leibniz's New Essays, Chicago, 1888, will be found useful in the study of Leibniz philosophy. Doctrines. General standpoint. Descartes had started his philosophical speculations with the desire to isolate himself from his fellow men and to build up a philosophy which should owe nothing to his predecessors. Leibniz, on the contrary, was inspired with the thought of founding a system which should reconcile all the systems of his predecessors, bringing Plato into harmony with Democritus, demonstrate the agreement of Aristotle with Descartes, and prove that there is no inherent contradiction between scholasticism and modern thought. This was in keeping with the many-sided and cosmopolitan character of the man who, as discoverer of the differential calculus, ranked among the foremost mathematicians of his day, and was equally eminent as a scientist, a philosopher, and a religious controversialist. With a view to effecting this universal harmony of systems, Leibniz adopted a theory of reality which centres on the doctrine of monads, the principle of pre-established harmony, and the law of continuity. He sought to establish the perfect correspondence of mind with matter, and the participation of matter by mind, and of mind by matter. Panpsychism. Doctrine of monads. Leibniz, like Spinoza, considers that the notion of substance is the starting point in metaphysical speculation. But while Spinoza defines substance as independent existence, Leibniz defines it as independent power of action. La substance ne saurait être sans action. From this difference there arises another. If substance be defined as self-existence, it is necessarily one, and hence Spinoza was consistent with his definition when he taught that substance is one, whereas if substance be defined as self-activity, it is essentially individual and at the same time necessarily manifold. The manifold individual substances are monads. The monads are analogous to atoms. They are simple, indivisible, indestructible units. They differ from the atoms in this, that no two monads are alike. They differ also in respect to indivisibility, for the atom is not an absolutely indivisible point, while the monad is a metaphysical point, real and indivisible. Finally, they differ from atoms in this, that the atom is merely a material constituent of bodies, whereas the monad is immaterial, insofar, namely, as it is endowed with the power of representation. The power of representation is the essence, so to speak, of the monad. Leibniz is careful to distinguish between conscious and unconscious representation. Some monads, as for instance the human soul, are conscious of what they represent. Others represent unconsciously. Each monad, whether consciously or unconsciously, reflects every other monad in the universe. Each monad is therefore a microcosm, a multiplicity in unity, a mirror of all reality, in which an all-seeing eye might observe what is taking place all over the world. One monad differs from another merely in this, that while both represent all reality, one represents it more perfectly than the other. Now, since all the activity of the monad consists in representing, and since there are different degrees in the perfection with which a monad represents other monads, every monad must be dual, partly active and partly passive. Retaining the Aristotelian terminology, while modifying the meaning of the terms, Leibniz calls the passive element the matter, and the active element the form, or entelechy, of the monad. God alone represents all monads with perfect clearness and is therefore pure actuality. All other monads represent imperfectly and are therefore partly active, clearly representative, and partly passive, confusedly representative. That is, composed of form and matter. It was thus that Leibniz strove to reconcile the schoolmen with modern thought. Everything in the universe is composed of monads, and everything takes its place in the scale of perfection according to the degree of clearness with which it represents other monads. Every monad is partly material and partly immaterial, so that from the lowest monad, which represents unconsciously, and shows its unconscious perception in the phenomena of attraction and repulsion, up to the highest created monad, which is the human soul, there is absolute continuity, without interruption or unnecessary duplication. This is known as the law of continuity. Its counterpart is the law of indiscernibles. If there is no unnecessary duplication, there is no perfect similarity of forms, and indeed, since no two monads represent the universe in exactly the same manner, no two are perfectly alike. If they were exactly alike, they would not be two, but one. For it is the manner of representation that constitutes the individuality of a monad. Pre-established harmony. If each monad is a little universe in itself, reflecting every other monad, and individuated by its manner of representing, if it develops this power from the germs of activity inherent in itself, whence comes the correspondence of one representation with another, and the resulting harmony of the entire system of monads? Leibniz answers by postulating a divine arrangement, by virtue of which the monads have from the beginning been so adapted to one another that the changes of one monad, although immanent, are parallel to the changes in every other monad of the cosmic system. This doctrine of pre-established harmony, which is germinally contained in Descartes' doctrine of the relations of the soul to the body, finds its most important application in psychology. Soul and body have no direct influx on each other, but just as two clocks may be so perfectly constructed and so accurately adjusted that they keep exactly the same time, so it is arranged that the monads of the body put forth their activity in such a way that to each physical activity of the monads of the body there corresponds a psychical activity of the monad of the soul. When we inquire into the ultimate foundation of this harmony and look for the reason of the divine arrangement on which the harmony of the universe depends, we find an answer in Leibniz's optimistic principle, the lex melioris. Of possible worlds, God chose the best, and even apart from the divine choice, the best would necessarily prevail over all other possible worlds and become actual. This lex melioris is itself founded on the law of sufficient reason, that namely, things are real when there is sufficient reason for their existence. The law of sufficient reason is, according to Leibniz, a law of thought as well as a law of being. Psychology. From the definition of the monad, it is clear that all created reality is partly material and partly immaterial, that there are no bodiless souls and no soulless bodies. Moreover, the law of continuity demands that the soul always think, that reason and sense differ merely in degree, and that sense knowledge precede rational knowledge. Yet although the soul, the queen monad, is akin to other monads, and although the law of continuity forbids a gap between the soul of man and lower forms, the human soul possesses intellectual knowledge by which it is discriminated from the souls of lower animals. Whence comes this intellectual knowledge? What is the origin of our ideas? In the Nouveaux Essais, Leibniz not only contradicts Locke's doctrine that none of our ideas are innate, but lays down the contrary proposition and maintains that all our ideas are innate. He teaches that the soul has no doors or windows on the side facing the external world, that consequently all our knowledge is developed from germs of thought which are innate. The innateness of our ideas is, however, implicit rather than explicit. Ideas exist potentially in the mind, so that the acquisition of knowledge is the evolution of the virtually existent into the actually existent. To the principle nihil est in intellectu quod prius non fuerit in sensu, Leibniz adds, nisi ipsi intellectus. Have our ideas, therefore, any objective value? Leibniz answers that they have, because the evolution of the psychic monad from virtual to actual knowledge is paralleled by the evolution of the cosmic monad in the outside world. Here, as elsewhere, the harmony is pre-established. The immortality of the soul follows from its nature. The soul is a monad, self-active, self-sufficient, suffisant à lui-même, and is therefore as lasting as the universe itself. Theodicy. Leibniz's principal treatise on natural theology, the Théodicée, was composed for the purpose of refuting Bayle, who had tried to show that reason and faith are incompatible. The work is devoted in a large measure to the discussion of the problem of evil and to the defence of optimism. Leibniz's arguments to prove the existence of God may be reduced to three. 1. From the idea of God, a modification of Descartes' proof. 2. From the contingency of finite being. And 3. From the character of necessity which our ideas possess. Ideas possess not merely hypothetical but absolute necessity, a necessity which cannot be explained unless we grant that an absolute necessary being exists. When it is said that the idea of God plays a teleological rather than a scientific role in Leibniz's system of thought, the meaning of this is that Leibniz is interested not so much in giving an account of the origin of the universe, as in discovering an absolute final cause towards which all created being tends. Indeed, we find that the idealist is always more inclined than is the empiricist to fall back on the teleological explanation, and in the philosophy of Leibniz, the teleological concept is of especial importance as the foundation of the principle of sufficient reason. It is also of importance as affording a solution of the problem of evil, a problem to which Leibniz devoted much attention. He distinguishes metaphysical evil, which is mere limitation or finiteness, physical evil, which is suffering, and moral evil, which is sin. The ultimate source of all evil is the imperfection which of necessity attaches to limited existence, and which therefore must be permitted by God, although it is reduced by him to the minimum, and made to serve a higher purpose, the beauty and harmony of the whole. Leibniz exhorts us to consider evil not in its relation to parts of reality, but in its relation to the totality of being. We can see, he writes, only a very small part of the chain of things, and that part, moreover, which displays the most evil, and which is therefore well suited to exercise our faith and our love of God. Historical position. The philosophy of Leibniz cannot, like that of Locke, be characterized as superficial. It takes up and attempts to solve the most important questions of metaphysics and psychology. In spirit and tone, rather than in method and content, it is Platonic, that is, inspired by idealism and inclined to the poetic rather than to the scientific synthesis. And herein lies its principal defect. It is unreal. For although Leibniz was as fully alive as was any of his contemporaries to the importance of scientific study and experimental investigation, his philosophy is built not on the data of experience, but on a priori definitions and principles. Yet we must not, on this account, underrate the importance of Leibniz as a speculative thinker. He rendered inestimable service to the cause of philosophy by setting himself in determined opposition to the current of empirical sensism. Besides, the study of his philosophy is healthful. It expands the mind, opens up new vistas of philosophic syntheses, and is an invaluable aid to the understanding of subsequent systems. In the philosophy of Berkeley, we find another phase of idealism, an idealism carried to the point of the absolute denial of the reality of matter. Berkeley. Life. George Berkeley was born at Dysart in County Kilkenny, Ireland, in the year 1685. After having made his elementary studies at Kilkenny, he went in 1700 to Trinity College, Dublin, where, owing to the influence of Molyneux, the philosophy of Locke was in the ascendancy. From the commonplace book, in which as early as 1705 Berkeley began to set down his thoughts on philosophical problems, it appears that, while still at Trinity College, he had begun to study Descartes and Malebranche, as well as Locke. In 1709 he published his New Theory of Vision, and in the following year his Principles of Knowledge. In 1713 he went to London, where he formed the acquaintance of Steele, Collins, Swift, Pope, and Addison, and in the winter of the same year he visited Père Malebranche at Paris. After several years spent in France and Italy, he returned to London in 1720 to find the whole country in a turmoil over the failure of the South Sea scheme. It was this condition of affairs that prompted Berkeley to write his Essay towards Preventing the Ruin of Great Britain. In 1721 he returned to Ireland to receive a deanery in the established church. From 1723 until 1731 he was occupied with his famous scheme for converting the American Indians, and with the project of founding for that purpose a college in Bermuda. The 2 years which he spent at Whitehall, near Newport, Rhode Island, while waiting for the government grant promised by Sir Robert Walpole, afforded him an opportunity to continue his philosophical studies and to make the acquaintance of Samuel Johnson, through whom he may be said to have influenced Jonathan Edwards, the first representative of philosophy in America. On returning to London in 1731, Berkeley published his Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher, a dialogue directed against the freethinkers, minute philosophers. In 1734 he was made Bishop of Cloyne in Cork. In that serene corner he combined the study of Plato with the advocacy of tar water as a cure for all human ills, publishing Cyrus, a chain of philosophical reflections and inquiries concerning the virtues of tar water, and so on. In 1752 he went to Oxford, where he died in the following year. Sources. Berkeley's most important works are An Essay towards a New Theory of Vision, a treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, 3 dialogues between Hylas and Philonous, Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher, The Analyst, and Cyrus. The best edition of his collected works is Fraser's, 4 volumes, Clarendon Press, 1871, new edition 1901. Fraser's Berkeley, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1894, is an excellent introduction to the study of Berkeley and his philosophy. Doctrines. General aim of Berkeley's philosophy. In the Commonplace Book, of which mention has already been made, we find the following entry. The chief thing I do, or pretend to do, is only to remove the mist and veil of words. The great obstacle to the discovery and acceptance of truth is, Berkeley thinks, the use of words which represent abstractions of the mind and prevent us from arriving at a knowledge of things. Locke had indeed announced the principle that our knowledge extends only to ideas, but he straightway proceeded, Berkeley observes, to violate this very principle when he maintained that we know the qualities and powers of things outside the mind and have a sensitive knowledge of their existence. Berkeley therefore starts where Locke had started, but he aims at going farther than Locke had gone, at establishing the truth of the conclusion that all things are ideas, a conclusion which Berkeley regards as necessarily involved in Locke's principle that our knowledge extends to ideas only. Immaterialism. In his new theory of vision, Berkeley takes the first step in the direction of immaterialism. He shows in the first place that the only phenomena which we perceive by means of sight are colours, and that with these we associate the phenomena of touch and muscular movement. He then proceeds to show that the reason of the association is custom, experience, or suggestion. The conclusion is that what we see in the world around us is far more dependent on mind than we are commonly aware of. In the treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, he takes up once more the problem of knowledge and endeavours to show that what he had proved to be true of the phenomena of sight is true of the whole phenomenal world of sense. He tries, moreover, to find the reason for the custom, experience, or suggestion, by virtue of which we associate certain phenomena with certain others. He teaches that all the qualities of matter, primary as well as secondary, resolve themselves into mind-dependent phenomena. What then is it that groups these phenomena? For example, the colour, size, shape, etc. of an orange, into those clusters or aggregates which we call things. The answer that phenomena are grouped together by an inert, lifeless matter is self-contradictory, because phenomena, being essentially mind-dependent ideas, cannot exist in an unperceiving substance. Besides, matter is a mere abstraction, one of those words which merely serve to throw a veil and mist between the mind and a knowledge of truth. It is evident, therefore, that both the popular and the philosophical conceptions of matter are absurd. There is no material substratum of things. Mind and mind-dependent phenomena alone exist. To be is to be perceived. Esse est percipi. Yet the world is not a chaos, but a cosmos. There is a continual change and succession of phenomena, and in all this change and succession, there is order and regularity. Quote, there is, therefore, some cause of these ideas whereon they depend, but it has been shown that there is no corporeal or material substance. It remains, therefore, that the cause of ideas is an incorporeal substance or spirit. End quote. Now, since the ideas actually perceived by sense have no dependence on my will, it follows that it is not my mind, but the external, uncreated spirit that produces them. Matter does not exist. Spirit exists. The external world is spirit, and the phenomena which spirit produces in the created mind. The only nominal realities are God and human minds. These are the conclusions in which Berkeley's immaterialism is summed up. It follows that there are no secondary causes and that the laws of nature are really laws of the eternal spirit. Theism. In the Dialogues, and especially in the Alciphron, Berkeley undertook to show what is meant by the eternal spirit, to whom he had, in his earlier treatises, referred the persistence and activity of the phenomena into which he had analysed the external world. His line of reasoning may be described as analogical. Just as we see men, we see God. As we argue from the phenomena of sight, hearing, etc., to the existence of the human spirit in men, so we may argue from the phenomena of sense in general to the existence of the infinite spirit whose thoughts, physical laws, are conveyed to us in the language of sense phenomena, physical qualities. Alciphron, the sceptic, confesses, "Nothing so much convinces me of the existence of another person as his speaking to me." To which Euphranor replies, "You have as much reason to think the universal agent, or God, speaks to your eyes, as you can have for thinking any particular person speaks to your ears." Platonism. The study of Plato, which during his residence at Cloyne, Berkeley combined with the study of the medicinal properties of tar water, developed in the mind of our philosopher a growing tendency towards a mystic view of the problem of the ultimate reality of things. In the metaphysical portion of the Cyrus, which he published at this time, he occupies himself with the problem of showing how we may arrive at a higher knowledge of God than that afforded by sense phenomena. In his dialogues, he was satisfied with refuting atheism by showing how God speaks to us in nature. But now he seeks a higher and deeper knowledge. The study of Plato has led him to the realization of the uncertain, ever-fleeting, and changing nature of sensible things, and to the consequent depreciation of sense knowledge as being properly no knowledge but only opinion. Therefore he counsels the seeker after truth to cultivate the use of intellect and reason, to penetrate by the exercise of these faculties to a knowledge of the inner nature of things, and through rational faith in causality to realize that there runs a chain throughout the whole system of beings, and that by ascending from what is lower to what is higher, the mind may reach a knowledge of the highest being. This is a lifelong task. Quote, "He that would make a real progress in knowledge must dedicate his age as well as his youth, the later growth as well as first fruits, at the altar of truth." End quote. Historical position. It was Berkeley's intention to remove the mist and veil of words, and then from empirical principles to refute materialism and atheism. If matter does not exist, there is certainly no justification for materialism, and if all our ideas are produced in us by the eternal spirit, if every act of knowledge implies the existence of God, then atheism is undoubtedly irrational and untenable. Berkeley had not the least suspicion of the facility with which skepticism would take advantage of his immaterialism to reason away spirit, as he himself had reasoned away material substance. "You see," says Philonous at the end of the third dialogue, "the water in yonder fountain, how it is forced upwards in a round column to a certain height, at which it breaks and falls back into the basin whence it rose, its ascent as well as descent proceeding from the same uniform law or principle of gravitation. Just so, the same principles, which at first view lead to skepticism, pursued to a certain point, bring men back to common sense." However, Berkeley built less wisely than he knew. He carried the principles of empiricism and idealism to a certain point. It is commonly said that he is to Locke what Spinoza is to Descartes. But at that point they were taken up by Hume and carried to their logical conclusion, namely pan-phenomenalism. End of chapter 60.
Chapters number 61 and 62 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katharina Glowala. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 61. Pan-Phenomenalism. Hume. So far, the history of philosophy of the 18th century has been the story of the empirical attempt to solve the Cartesian problem by reducing mind to matter, and of the idealistic attempt to solve the same problem by reducing matter to mind. There remains one more phase of 18th century speculation, namely Hume's answer to the Cartesian problem, if indeed it may be called an answer, since it is rather a denial of the reason for proposing such a problem at all. For, instead of trying to untie what may be called the Gordian knot of post-Cartesian speculation, Hume cut the knot by denying the substantial existence of mind and matter. Hume. Life. David Hume was born at Edinburgh in 1711. After an unsuccessful attempt to fit himself for the profession of law, he decided to take up the study of philosophy and literature. During the years 1734 to 1737, which he spent in France, he wrote his treatise on human nature. The work, he says, quote, fell dead-born from the press, without reaching such distinction as even to excite a murmur among the zealots. End of quote. Later he recast the first book of the treatise into his Enquiry Concerning Human Understanding, the second book into his Dissertation on the Passions, and the third into his Enquiry Concerning the Principles of Morals. His Essays, Moral, Political, and Literary, which were published at Edinburgh in 1742, met a favorable reception. In 1747 he accompanied a military embassy to the courts of Vienna and Turin, and again in 1763 he accompanied the English ambassador to the court of Versailles, where he remained until 1766. During the interval he had held the office of Keeper of the Advocates' Library at Edinburgh, and had begun the publication of his History of England. In 1767 he was made Under-Secretary of State in the Foreign Office. In 1769 he returned to Edinburgh and died there in 1776. Sources. In addition to the works already mentioned, Hume wrote a Natural History of Religion and Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion. The standard edition of Hume's philosophical works is that of Green and Gross, 4 volumes, London, 1874, reprinted 1889 to 1890. The student may be referred to Huxley's Hume, Englishmen of Letters series, 1879, to Knight's Hume, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, 1886, and to the introduction to Green and Gross's edition of Hume's works. Doctrines. Starting point. Hume's starting point is that of the empiricist, and his conception of the method of philosophical procedure is that of the critical philosopher. In the introduction to the treatise on human nature, he writes, quote, to me it seems evident that, the essence of the mind being equally unknown to us with that of external bodies, it must be equally impossible to form any notion of its powers and qualities otherwise than from careful and exact experiments. 'Tis certain we cannot go beyond experience. End of quote. The critical element appears when, in this same introduction and in the opening paragraphs of the Enquiry Concerning Human Understanding, he reduces all philosophy to the study of human nature, basing the study of human nature on the observation of mental phenomena and, quote, an exact analysis of the powers and capacity, end of quote, of the mind. Analysis of mind. According to Hume, the mind is its contents. His analysis of the mind is, therefore, merely an inventory of the contents of the mind, or of perceptions. In Hume's philosophy, perception is synonymous with state of consciousness, the term being equivalent to the Cartesian thought and to the idea of Locke and Berkeley. Hume divides perceptions into two classes: impressions, which are defined as the more lively perceptions experienced when we hear, see, will, love, etc. Perceptions, therefore, include passions and emotions as well as sensations, and ideas or thoughts, which are faint images of impressions. As to the innateness of impressions and ideas, Hume says that, if by innate we mean contemporary with our birth, the dispute seems to be frivolous. But if by innate we understand what is original or copied from no precedent perception, then we may assert that all our impressions are innate and our ideas not innate. When, therefore, Hume speaks of memory, imagination, ideas of relation, abstract ideas, etc., he is speaking of mental faculties and states which are ultimately reducible to sense faculties and to the impressions of the senses. What then are the objects of our impressions? Hume answers that we do not perceive substance nor qualities, but only our own subjective states. "'Tis not our body we perceive when we regard our limbs and members, but certain impressions which enter by the senses." The last words seem to indicate a belief in an external cause of our impressions, and, indeed, Hume is not at all consistent in his subjectivism, for he admits in at least one passage the possibility of our impressions either arising from the object, or being produced by the creative power of the mind, or being derived from the author of our being. The denial of the substantiality of the mind is Hume's most distinctive contribution to psychology. It is, he says, successive perceptions only that constitute the mind. The substantiality of the ego is a delusion. What we call mind is simply, "a heap or collection of different perceptions united together by certain relations, and supposed, though falsely, to be endowed with simplicity and identity." Thus did Hume complete the work of empiricism. Locke reasoned away everything except the primary qualities of bodies and the unknown substratum, substance, in which they adhere. Berkeley showed that even the substance and primary qualities of bodies might be reasoned away, and now Hume applies the same solvent to the substance of mind itself, and leaves nothing but phenomena. If the substantial nature of the ego is a delusion, immortality is not a datum of reason. We are not surprised, therefore, to find that in the essay On the Immortality of the Soul, Hume, after examining the arguments in favor of immortality, which arguments he divides into metaphysical, moral, and physical, concludes that, "it is the gospel, and the gospel alone, that has brought life and immortality to light." Analysis of causation. Quite in keeping with Hume's denial of substance is his analysis of causation into a succession of phenomena. All our ideas, he teaches, are connected either by resemblance, continuity in time, continuity in space, or causality. Causality, then, is merely a relation between our ideas. But is it an a priori relation? And if not, whence and how does it arise? The first of these questions Hume answers in the negative. He formulates the principle of causality as follows: "Whatever event has a beginning must have a cause." Footnote: cf. Huxley's Hume, page 120. In Hume's Treatise on Human Nature, page 381, occurs the form "whatever has a beginning has also a cause of existence." End of footnote. He maintains that, "the knowledge of this relation, causality, is not in any instance attained by reasonings a priori, but arises entirely from experience, when we find that any particular objects are constantly conjoined with each other. All distinct ideas are separable from each other, and as the ideas of cause and effect are evidently distinct, it will be easy for us to conceive any object as non-existent this moment and existent the next, without conjoining to it the distinct idea of a cause or producing principle." The argument, as Huxley remarks, "is of the circular sort, for the major premise that all distinct ideas are separable in thought assumes the question at issue." The axiom of causality, therefore, comes from experience. But Hume observes, one instance does not constitute sufficient experimental evidence of the causal connection of two phenomena. When, however, "one particular series of events has always in all instances been conjoined with another, we make no longer any scruple in foretelling one on the appearance of the other. We then call the one cause and the other effect. we suppose that there is some connection between them, some power in the one, by virtue of which it infallibly produces the other. But there is nothing in a number of instances different from every single instance which is supposed to be exactly similar, except only that after a repetition of similar instances, the mind is carried by habit, upon the appearance of one event, to expect its usual attendant, and to believe that it will exist." End of quote. There is, therefore, no real dependence of effect on cause, no ontological nexus, but merely a psychological one, an expectation arising from habit or custom. Hume indeed admits that, in addition to the notion of sequence of phenomena, there is in our concept of causality the idea of something resident in the cause, a power, force, or energy, which produces the effect. When, however, he comes to analyze this notion of power, he finds it to be merely a projection of the subjective feeling of effort into the phenomenon, which is the invariable antecedent. Quote, "No animal can put external bodies in motion without the sentiment of a nisus, or endeavor, and every animal has a sentiment or feeling from the stroke or blow of an external object that is in motion. We consider only the constant experienced conjunction of the events, and as we feel the customary connection between the ideas, we transfer that feeling to the objects." End of quote. From the empirical viewpoint, Hume's analysis of the principle of causality is thorough. If there is in the mind no power superior to sensation and reflection, no faculty by which we are enabled to abstract from the contingent data of sense the necessary elements of intellectual thought, then all the axioms of science, the axioms of causality included, are mere associations of sense impressions. But the empirical standpoint is erroneous. In this, as in other instances, empiricism stops where the real problem of philosophy begins, as is evident from the fact that, while Hume succeeds in showing that one event is connected with another in our past experience, neither he nor any other empiricist has shown why we are entitled to expect that events which have been connected in the past will be connected in the future. Empiricism can show a connectio facti, but it cannot show a connectio juris between antecedent and consequent, between cause and effect. Ethics. Hume's ethical system is a development of the fundamental doctrine of the English ethical schools of the 18th century. He restricts the role of reason as a moral criterion and develops the doctrine that moral distinctions are determined by our sense of the agreeable and the disagreeable. Abstract distinctions, mere rational intuitions or inferences, leave us perfectly indifferent as to action so long as they fail to acquire an emotional value through some relation to the passions and ultimately to the feeling of the agreeableness or disagreeableness of the action to be performed. Quote, "Nothing but a sentiment can induce us to give the preference to the beneficial and useful tendencies over pernicious ones. This sentiment is, in short, nothing but sympathy." End of quote. The following is the ultimate analysis of moral value. Quote, "No man is absolutely indifferent to the happiness and misery of others. The first has a natural tendency to give pleasure, the second pain. This every one may find in himself. It is not probable that these principles can be resolved into principles more simple and universal, whatever attempts may be made to that purpose." End of quote. Historical position. Hume's philosophy is summed up in the words panphenomenalism and skepticism. He reduced mind as well as matter to mere phenomena, and denied the ontological nexus between cause and effect. He maintained that there is no permanent, immutable element in the world of our experience, and that there is no valid principle which can justify metaphysical speculation concerning the world beyond our experience. It was this total subversion of the necessary and universal that awoke Kant from his dogmatic slumber, and gave rise in Scotland to the movement in favor of the philosophy of common sense. It will be necessary, before entering on the study of these reactions against Hume, to give a brief sketch of what is known as the German Illumination, the transition from Leibniz to Kant. Chapter 62. German Illumination, Transition to Kant. Philosophy of Law. During the 17th century, Samuel von Pufendorf (1632 to 1694), who aimed at mediating between Grotius and Hobbes, and Christian Thomasius (1655 to 1728), who is considered the first of the German Illuminati, appeared as representatives of a new philosophy of law. They investigated the foundations of natural right and formulated theories in accordance with the changed political conditions of Europe. Popularizers. It was the aim of many of the philosophical writers of the 17th and 18th century to free philosophy from the technical difficulties which rendered it inaccessible to the generality of readers, and in this way to reach the people, as the French authors of the Encyclopedia were doing. Walter von Tschirnhausen, 1651 to 1708, Johann Nicolas Tetens, 1736 to 1805, and Moses Mendelssohn, 1729 to 1786, represented different phases of this movement in different departments of thought: physical science, mental science, and religious philosophy. To the same period belongs the so-called pietistic movement, which aimed at counteracting the rationalistic tendencies by quickening religious feeling. During the storm and stress movement of the last decades of the 18th century, when rationalism was at its height, Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, 1729 to 1781, the philosopher-poet, expounded a system of religio-philosophical thought which may be said to be a system of natural religion based partly on the pantheism of Spinoza's Ethica and partly on the theism of Leibniz's Theodice. To the same period belongs Johann Gottfried von Herder, 1744 to 1803, whose Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit marks an epoch in the history of the philosophy of history. In this work, Herder interprets history from the point of view of the organic unity of the human race. Christian von Wolff, 1679 to 1754, is of special importance on account of the influence which he exercised on Kant's early training. He attempted to reduce Leibniz's philosophy to a systematic form, but in doing so he modified the essential tenets of his predecessor, restricting the doctrine of pre-established harmony to the explanation of the relations of soul and body, and so changing the doctrine of the dualism of the monad as practically to restore the Cartesian antithesis of mind and matter. He devoted special attention to philosophic method. Indeed, he sometimes carried method to the extent of formalism. Wolff is the author of the well-known division of metaphysics into ontology, cosmology, psychology, and rational theology. Retrospect. The period from Descartes to Hume was dominated by the influence of Cartesian thought, and more particularly by the doctrine of the antithesis of mind and matter. It was the attempt to solve the problem of this antithesis that gave rise to the pantheistic monism of Spinoza, to the materialistic monism of the thoroughgoing empiricists, to the idealistic monism of Berkeley, to the partially idealistic monadism of Leibniz, and to the panphenomenalism of Hume, which, most astounding solution of all, solves the problem of the antithesis by denying the substantial nature of both mind and matter. Here the first act ends. Kant next appears, and appalled at the sight of the ruin which Hume has wrought, fearing for the spirituality of the soul, the freedom of the will, the existence of God, and the obligation of the moral law, opens a new scene by proposing once more the question, what are the conditions of knowledge? And prepares the way for the philosophy of the 19th century by his attempt at constructive synthesis on the basis of moral consciousness. We cannot fail to remark also in the development of philosophy from Descartes to Kant a struggle between the purely scientific view and the aesthetic religious view of the world. Wherever empiricism held full sway, there the scientific view prevailed, and enlightenment, as it was called, was sought, rather than a deeper sense of the aesthetic and spiritual significance of things. Wherever, on the contrary, the idealistic movement prevailed, there greater value was attached to the spiritual and aesthetic solution than to the scientific solution of the problems of philosophy. But in spite of idealistic reactions, the principles of deism continued to pervade English thought, the illumination continued to flourish in France and Germany, and empiricism culminated in the philosophy of Hume, which expresses the last and most violent form of antagonism between the scientific and the religious aesthetic view of life. It was left for Kant to undo the work of the Illuminati and of Hume, and to lay the foundation for the constructive systems which were to give to the religious and aesthetic interest of human life a place beside the merely scientific elements of thought in a complete synthesis of philosophical knowledge. Finally, we must observe in the 18th century a gradual increase in the importance attached to the study of man in his social and political relations, and the growth and development of the idea of an antithesis between the individual and the state. But while Rousseau was giving expression to the doctrine of individualism in its most extreme form, Herder, by his doctrine of the organic union of the human race, was preparing the way for the political philosophy of the 19th century. For the new century was to discard the notion of antithesis between the individual and the state, and, adopting an organic instead of a mechanical concept of society, was to substitute for the individualism of the 18th century a collectivism, which not only the great speculative systems such as Hegel's, but all the other important movements of the 19th century, the evolution hypothesis, the rise of romanticism in literature, the Oxford movement, and the great industrial and commercial centralization of recent years, were to exemplify and confirm in theory or in practice. End of chapters 61 and 62.
Chapter 63 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andre Levy, andrelevy.net, Lisbon, Portugal. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 63. German Philosophy. Kant. Third period. From Kant to our own time. One of the most striking results of the French and German illumination was the nationalization of philosophy. During the Middle Ages, Latin was the language of the scientific world, and even long after most of the manners and customs of the Middle Ages had disappeared, it continued to be the language in which philosophical treatises were composed. Contemporaneously with the rise of the deistic controversy in England and the spread of the Illumination in France and Germany, Latin was discarded, and philosophy began to speak in the vernacular. The result of this change was that philosophy ceased to be cosmopolitan in character, and racial and national traits, which had always been distinguishable, became more strongly marked. Hence we have, during the 19th century, German, English, French, Scotch, and Italian philosophy, each possessing its distinctly national characteristics. It will therefore be found more convenient from this point onward to follow philosophy in its national development, and to treat the history of philosophy according to nations rather than according to schools and systems. Footnote. For the history of the philosophy of the 19th century, consult, besides the works already referred to on page 422, Royce, The Spirit of Modern Philosophy, Boston, 1892. Burt, History of Modern Philosophy, 2 volumes, Chicago, 1892. Griggs' Philosophical Classics, edited by Morris. Series of Modern Philosophers, edited by Sneath. The Library of Philosophy, edited by Muirhead. End of footnote. Chapter 63. German Philosophy. Although the greater part of Kant's life lies within the 18th century, his philosophy belongs to the 19th. It is from the fundamental principles of his system of thought that the great speculative and practical tendencies of this third period spring. With Kant, therefore, begins the last period in the history of modern philosophy. Kant. Life. Immanuel Kant was born at Königsberg in the year 1724. His parents were, according to family tradition, of Scotch descent. At the age of 16, he entered the University of Königsberg, and there, for 6 years studied Wolff's philosophy and Newton's physics, having for teacher Martin Knudsen. On leaving the university, he spent 9 years as tutor in several distinguished families. He returned to Königsberg in 1755 to qualify himself for the position of licensed but unsalaried teacher, Privatdozent, at the university, a career in which he lingered for 15 years. His first book, which was published in 1747 under the title Gedanken wo der wahren Schätzung der lebendigen Kraft, Thoughts on the True Estimation of Living Forces, was followed by several others which treated of physical and metaphysical problems. Meantime, he continued to lecture on Wolffian philosophy, employing the textbooks then commonly in use, although it is evident from his written works and from the program of his lectures that he had at this time begun to criticize both Wolff and Newton. The first outline of a definitive, independent system appears in the dissertation De Mundi Sensibilis atque Intelligibilis Formis et Principis, which was published in 1770. In the same year, Kant was appointed to the chair of philosophy at Königsberg, which he held until 1797. His epoch-making work, the Kritik der reinen Vernunft, appeared in 1781. This was followed by the Grundlagen zur Metaphysik der Sitten, 1785, the Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, 1788, the Kritik der Urteilskraft, 1790, and the Religion inner aber der Grenzen der bloßen Vernunft, 1794. The last of these works provoked the hostility of the Orthodox, and was the occasion of a reprimand from the government of East Prussia. Kant spent the greater part of his life as professor at Königsberg. He never traveled, and had no appreciation of art. He was, however, thoroughly in sympathy with nature in all her moods, professing unbounded admiration for, quote, the starry sky above him and the moral law within him. End quote. He died in 1804. Sources. The three critiques, the Critique of Pure Reason, the argument of which is presented in shorter and more readable form in the Prolegomena to any future metaphysic, the Critique of Practical Reason, and the Critique of the Faculty of Judgment, form a trilogy of Kantian literature. Kant's complete works were published at various times, the best editions being Hartenstein's second edition in 8 volumes, Leipzig, 1867 to 1869, and Rosenkranz and Schubert's edition in 12 volumes, Leipzig, 1838 to 1842. A new edition is being published by the Berlin Academy of Sciences. The Critique of Pure Reason was translated into English by Meiklejohn, London, 1854, and by Max Müller, London, 1881. The Prolegomena by Mahaffy and Bernard, London, 1889. The Critique of Practical Reason by Abbott, London, 1889. And the Critique of Judgment by Bernard, London, 1892. To the list of secondary sources must be added M. Ruyssen's Kant, Grand Philosophe series, Paris, 1900, and Paulson's Kant, translated by Crichton and Lefebvre, New York, 1902. Footnote. Confer Falkenberg's List, Opus Citatum, page 269, English translation, page 330. The works of Adix, B. Erdmann, and Weihinger are of special importance. End of footnote. Wallace's Kant, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1892, and E. Card's Critical Philosophy of Kant, London, 1889, are the best English presentations of Kant's system. Footnote. Consult also T. H. Green, Lectures on the Philosophy of Kant, in Works, Volume 2. Adamson, The Philosophy of Kant, Edinburgh, 1879. Watson, Kant and His English Critics, London, 1888. Article on Kant in Encyclopaedia Britannica, etc. End of footnote. Doctrines. General standpoint and aim. In the introduction to the Prolegomena, Kant informs us of the origin and aim of his philosophical investigations. Quote, "It was," he observes, "the suggestion of David Hume which first interrupted my dogmatic slumber, and gave my investigations in the field of speculative philosophy quite a new direction. I first tried whether Hume's objection could not be put into a general form, and soon found that the concept of the connection of cause and effect was by no means the only one by which the understanding thinks the connection of things a priori. I sought to make certain of the number of such connections, and when I had succeeded in this, by starting from a single principle, I proceeded to the deduction of these concepts, which I was now certain were not deduced from experience, as Hume had apprehended, but sprang from the pure understanding." End quote. Footnote. Mahaffy's translation, page 7. End of footnote. If, therefore, we divide systems of philosophy into rational and empirical, according as they lay stress on the a priori concepts and principles of the pure understanding, or on a posteriori impressions and associations of the empirical faculties, we may describe Kant as dissatisfied with the rational philosophy, because it exaggerated the a priori, and with the empirical philosophy, because it exaggerated the a posteriori elements of knowledge. Consequently, he sets himself the task of examining or criticizing all knowledge for the purpose of determining, or as he says, quote, "deducing," end quote, the a priori concepts or forms of thought. And if it is the task of philosophy to answer the questions, what can I know? What ought I to do? What may I hope for? Kant considers that the answers to the second and third questions depend on the answer given to the first. His philosophy is therefore a transcendental criticism, that is, an examination of knowledge for the purpose of determining the a priori elements, which are the conditions of knowledge, and which we cannot know by mere experience. Footnote. Falkenberg, Opus Citatum, page 277, English translation, page 340, explains that although Kant at different times attaches different meanings to the word transcendental, he always uses it as opposed to empirical. Confer Dictionary of Philosophy and Psychology, edited by Baldwin, article Kant's Terminology, numbers 12 and 13. End of footnote. Division of philosophy. Kant, as is well known, first devoted his attention to the transcendental criticism of pure reason, and afterwards took up the transcendental criticism of practical reason. In the first part of the Critique of Pure Reason, he distinguishes the transcendental aesthetic and the transcendental logic, and subdivides the latter into transcendental analytic and transcendental dialectic. Transcendental aesthetic is defined as, quote, "science of all the principles of sensibility a priori," end quote, or the inquiry into the a priori conditions of sensation. Footnote. Critique of Pure Reason, page 17. References are to Max Müller's translation. End of footnote. Now, our external senses represent their objects as extended in space, and our internal senses represent our conscious states as succeeding each other in time. Space and time are the a priori conditions of external and internal sensations, conditions or forms which make sensation possible. They are, therefore, anterior to all experience. Space and time are not, as is commonly supposed, empirical concepts derived from experience. Their a priori character appears from the very fact that knowledge based on the nature of space and time, mathematical knowledge, is necessary and universal. For it is a primary postulate of all Kant's transcendental inquiry that nothing which is necessary and universal can come from experience. Space and time are not properties of things. They belong to the subject, inhere in the subject, and are, so to speak, part of the subjective world. Their role is to reduce the multiplicity of the object to that unity which is an essential condition of being perceived by the subject, which is one. They are the conditions of sensitive intuition, and have no objective reality, except in so far as they are applied to real things in the act of perception. Quote, "Space and time are the pure forms of our intuition, while sensation forms its matter." End of quote. Footnote. Opus Citatum, page 34. End quote. Transcendental logic. General logic treats either of the pure forms of thought or of these forms in their relation to concrete experience, applied logic. Transcendental logic treats of the origin, extent, and validity of concepts which are neither of empirical nor of aesthetic origin, but are a priori. It is divided into transcendental analytic and transcendental dialectic. The first treats of the forms of the pure understanding, judgment, while the second treats of the elements of that knowledge which is pure understanding applied to objects given in intuition. And as this application is made by the reason, we may describe transcendental dialectic as the criticism of reason in the stricter sense of the word. The first treats of the forms of the pure understanding, judgment, while the second treats of the elements of that knowledge which is pure understanding applied to objects given in intuition. And as this application is made by the reason, we may describe transcendental dialectic as the criticism of reason in the stricter sense of the word. Footnote. Confer Opus Citatum, pages 42 to 50. End of footnote. A. Transcendental analytic. The a priori forms of the pure understanding are the categories, which stand to intellectual knowledge in the relation in which space and time stand to sense knowledge. It will be well to consider a. the existence of the categories, b. the construction of the table of categories, c. the nature of the categories, and d. the objective value of the categories. A. The existence of the categories. All intuitions being sensuous, and the understanding being a supersensible faculty, it is evident that the concepts which belong to the understanding are not immediately referred to an object, but to some other representation, that is, to an intuition or to another concept. All the acts of the understanding may therefore be reduced to judgments. Footnote. Opus Citatum, page 56. End of footnote. Now, there are judgments which are merely contingent and particular, as, quote, this table is square, end quote. And there are judgments which are necessary and universal, as, quote, the sides of a square are equal to one another, end quote. But, and this is the fundamental assumption in Kant's critique, what is necessary and universal in our knowledge is a priori. Therefore, there is in our knowledge of necessary and universal propositions an a priori element, and this is the form, or category. B. Construction of the table of categories. Kant considers that Aristotle failed to draw up a complete and scientific table of the highest genera, because that, quote, acute thinker, end quote, did not realize that the right method to be pursued is not the analysis of being, but the analysis of thought. Now, according to Kant, to think is to judge, and to judge is to synthesize or unite two representations, namely subject and predicate. But since we are inquiring into the a priori elements of thought, we must empty the subject and predicate of all their empirical and intuitional content, and consider merely their relations to each other. On the different kinds of relation which exist between subject and predicate, we shall base our construction of the table of categories. These relations Kant reduces to 12, to which therefore correspond the 12 categories. Table. First column, kinds of judgment. Second column, categories. Section 1. Quantity. 1. Universal, unity. 2. Particular, plurality. 3. Singular, totality. Section 2. Quality. 4. Affirmative, reality. 5. Negative, negation. 6. Infinite, limitation. Section 3. Relation. 7. Categorical, subsistence and inherence. 8. Hypothetical, causality and dependence. Disjunctive, reciprocity, active and passive. Section 4. Modality. 10. Problematical, possibility, impossibility. 11. Assertory, existence, non-existence. 12. Apodeictic, necessity, contingency. End of table. It may be observed, in criticism of this system of categories, that an analysis of judgment is not a complete analysis of thought, for the ideas of which the judgment is composed are themselves capable of analysis. Indeed, while the analysis of judgment may be made the basis of a system of predicables, it is on an analysis of ideas that a system of categories must be based. Moreover, it is evident that in the Kantian table of categories, correctness of analysis is sacrificed to symmetry of arrangement. C. The nature of the categories. Kant's a priori forms, or categories, are not mere subjective dispositions, mere tendencies such as Leibniz attributed to the psychic monad, capabilities to be evolved into actuality in the process of ideation. Nor are they full-fledged ideas, such as Plato attributed to the soul in its prenatal existence. They are the empty forms of intellectual knowledge, all the contents of intellectual knowledge being derived from experience. The nature of the categories is best understood by a study of their function. all knowledge, whether sensuous or intellectual, is conditioned by unity, and is effected by a synthesis of the manifold of representations, sense impressions, etc. Now, quote, how, Kant asks, should we a priori have arrived at such a synthetical unity if the subjective grounds of such unity were not contained a priori in the original sources of all our knowledge? End quote. Footnote. Opus Citatum, page 102. End of footnote. We have seen that the a priori forms which effect the requisite unity in the case of sense knowledge are space and time. The function of the categories is entirely similar: to effect the requisite unity in the case of intellectual knowledge, to synthesize the manifold of experience. But how is the application of the form to the contents brought about? The a priori forms must be brought down to the empirical contents anteriorly to experience, for they render empirical knowledge possible. Kant is therefore obliged to have recourse to the doctrine of schematism. The schemata are the work of the synthetic imagination, and mediate between the a priori form and the manifold of experience. Thus, quote, the transcendental determination of time, which is the principal schema, is so far homogeneous with the category that it is general and founded on a rule a priori, and it is, on the other hand, so far homogeneous with the phenomenon that time must be contained in every empirical representation of the manifold. End quote. Footnote. Opus Citatum, page 113. End of footnote. From the fundamental schema, which is time, are derived as many schemata as there are categories. The mental field thickens with the multitude of media through which and by means of which the process of intellectual knowledge takes place. We have, first, the manifold representations of sense impression, then the application of the forms of space and time resulting in sense intuition. Next, we have the schema, and last of all, the a priori form. And yet all this multiplicity is introduced in order to effect the synthetic unity without which knowledge is impossible. The representations are unified by the application of the a priori forms of space and time. The intuitions resulting from this application are in turn unified by the determining schema, which gives reality to the highest unifying form, namely the category. Finally, above all these is the unity of consciousness. The doctrine of the function of the categories is well summed up in the formula, representations without the categories are blind. The categories without representative or other empirical content are empty. With regard to the schematism of our understanding applied to phenomena and their mere form, it were well, perhaps, to content ourselves with Kant's saying that such schematism is, quote, an art hidden in the depth of the human soul, the true sense of which we shall hardly ever be able to understand. End quote. Footnote. Opus Citatum, page 116. End of footnote. D. The objective value of the categories. The value of the categories lies in this, that they render synthetic a priori judgments possible, and thus make intellectual knowledge possible. In judgments which are merely analytical, we remain within the given concept, while predicating something of it. But in judgments which are synthetic, we go beyond the concept, in order to bring something together with it which is wholly different from what is contained in it. Footnote. Opusitatum, page 126. End of footnote. It is therefore by means of synthetic a priori judgments that we make progress in our intellectual knowledge of reality. And since the categories are the a priori elements of such judgments, the elements which confer necessity and universality on them, thereby making them to be scientific, it is evident that it is the categories that render intellectual knowledge possible. Without the categories, the objects of intellectual knowledge would be given in experience, but not known. Although the categories are a priori, that is, independent of sensation, they do not extend our knowledge beyond phenomena. They do not lead us to a noumenal knowledge of that which is given in sensation. Of themselves, they are empty. In order to be valid, they must be filled by experience. In all the content which experience can put into them is phenomenal. Quote, "The understanding a priori can never do more than anticipate the form of a possible experience. And, as nothing can be an object of experience except the phenomenon, it follows that the understanding can never go beyond the limits of sensibility. As phenomena are nothing but representations, the understanding refers them to a something as the object of our sensuous intuition. This means a something equal to X, of which we do not, nay, with the present constitution of understanding, cannot know anything." End quote. Footnote. Opusitatum, pages 201 and 204. End of footnote. This something is the noumenon, the transcendental object, the thing in itself, Ding an sich. B. Transcendental dialectic, which is the third portion of the Critique of Pure Reason, has for its object the examination or criticism of the ideas. These are forms less general than the categories, elements of reasoning rather than of judgment, serving to unify the manifold of intellectual experience, just as the categories and space and time serve to unify the manifold of sense representation and impression. Consequently, they do not refer immediately to the objects of intuition, but only to the understanding and its judgments. Now, just as the forms of judgment furnished us with the basis for the system of categories, so the forms of inference serve as a basis for the enumeration of ideas. To the three forms of syllogistic reasoning, namely categorical, empirical, and disjunctive, correspond the three ideas of the reasoning faculty, namely the idea of the soul, or thinking subject, the idea of matter, or the totality of phenomena, and the idea of God, the supreme condition of all possibility. Footnote. Opusitatum, pages 240 and following. End of footnote. Reason being immanent, that is, having no direct relation to objects, these three ideas, the psychological, the cosmological, and the theological, should remain eminent. The attempt to establish them as existing outside the mind must necessarily lead to an entanglement of contradictions, and it is the aim of the transcendental dialectic to expose these contradictions, and so dispel the transcendental illusion which has vitiated every system of psychology, cosmology, and theology. A. Psychological idea. Kant rejects the rational psychology which attributes to the soul identity, substantiality, immateriality, and immortality. The whole Wolffian and Cartesian system of psychology he considers to be false in its starting point, the assumption, namely, that we have an intuitive knowledge of the understanding. We have, he contends, no such intuition. Thought is a succession of unifications, or syntheses. At the apex of the pyramid, the basis of which is the manifold representation, stands the conscious principle. But as the conscious principle is devoid of empirical content, it is, like the noumenon, an X, an unknowable quantity. Descartes says, quote, "I think," end quote. But what, Kant asks, is the I? It is the emptiest of all forms, a psychological subject of conscious states which never can become the logical subject of a predicate referring to these states or to anything else. Empirical psychology, which alone can extend our knowledge of mental life, does not aim at telling us anything about the ego. Rational psychology, which does aim at establishing truths concerning the ego, is wrong in its very starting point, and is full of contradictions in the course of its development. Kant, of course, does not deny the unity, substantiality, etc., of the soul, for he contends that reason is far from being able to disprove as it is from being able to prove these truths, which, as the Critique of Practical Reason will demonstrate, rest ultimately on man's moral consciousness. B. Cosmological idea. The totality of phenomena, or the world of which the cosmologists speak, presents, according to Kant, difficulties similar to those presented by the psychological idea. To every thesis which is formulated concerning the ultimate nature of matter may be opposed an equally plausible antithesis. The antinomies, however, as these apparent contradictions are called, do not disprove the formal correctness of the inferential process employed in rational cosmology. They merely show that the cosmical concepts, matter, cause, etc., extend beyond the limits of empirical knowledge and rational experience. The antinomies are four, corresponding to the four classes of categories. Alpha. Thesis. The world must have a beginning in time and be enclosed in finite space. Antithesis. The world is eternal and infinite. Beta. Thesis. Matter is ultimately divisible into simple parts, atoms or monads, incapable of further division. Antithesis. Every material thing is divisible. There exists nowhere in the world nothing simple. Gamma. Thesis. Besides the causality which is according to the laws of nature, and therefore necessary, there is causality which is free. Antithesis. There is no freedom. Everything in the world takes place entirely according to the laws of nature. Delta. Thesis. There exists an absolutely necessary being belonging to the world, either as a part or as a cause of it. Antithesis. There nowhere exists an absolutely necessary being, either within or without the world. It is only in the case of the first two antinomies that Kant considers both the thesis and antithesis to be false. C. Theological idea. The idea of God is, according to Kant, the ideal of reason, that is, the expression of the need which reason has of coming to a perfect unity. Kant nowhere denies the objective validity of this idea. He contends, however, as we shall see, that it rests on the moral consciousness, not on any speculative basis. The criticism of the theological idea is therefore confined to an examination of the ontological, cosmological, and physico-theological proofs which natural theology brings forward to establish the thesis that God exists. The ontological proof, which was formulated successively by St. Anselm, Descartes, and Leibniz, deduces the existence of God from the concept which we are able to form of him. Kant points out the impossibility of arguing from the idea of a thing to the existence of that thing. Existence, he observes, is not a quality or attribute of the same nature as goodness or greatness. It adds nothing to the content of the idea. Quote, 100 real thalers contain no more as to concept than 100 possible ones. End quote. Besides, all existential propositions are synthetical, because existence is not a quality of an idea, but a relation between the idea and experience. Therefore, an existential proposition cannot be demonstrated from a concept without reference to experience. The cosmological proof argues from the existence of contingent being to the existence of necessary being. Kant criticizes the argument from the viewpoint of his own theory of cognition. Since the axiom of causality on which the argument rests is a synthetic judgment, it cannot be applied beyond the limits of experience. Quote, the principle of causality has no meaning and no criterion for its use beyond the world of sense, while here it is meant to help us beyond the world of sense. End quote. Footnote. Opus Citatum, page 491. End of footnote. The physico-theological argument is that which is commonly called the argument from the purposiveness or design, which is evident in the order of nature. Now, order and design, quote, may prove the contingency of the form, but not of the matter, end quote. They may prove that there is a designer, but not that there is a creator of the universe. Kant wishes to, quote, commend and encourage, end quote, the use of such a line of reasoning, but he maintains that, quote, it cannot by itself alone establish the existence of a supreme being. End quote. Footnote. Opus Citatum, page 503. End of footnote. The conclusion of the transcendental dialectic is therefore that the ideas do not add to our experience. Speculative philosophy does not add to our knowledge of the soul, the world, and God. Nevertheless, these ideas, although they do not constitute experience, regulate it, so that we cannot better order the faculties of the soul than by acting as if there were a soul. Neither can we better order our experience of the external world than by representing it as made up of a multiplicity of created things, each of which stands to the rest of reality in reciprocal relation necessitated by law, and all of which spring from a common ground of unity and are ruled by the same guiding principle. Moreover, the criticism of the ideas shows that while speculative philosophy is enabled to establish the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, and the freedom of the will, materialism, fatalism, and atheism are equally unable to overthrow our belief in the truth of these doctrines. The ideas, therefore, clear the way for a rational faith founded on the moral consciousness. Before we come to the constructive portion of Kant's philosophy, as contained in the Critique of Practical Reason, we may here sum up the results of his destructive criticism of speculative philosophy and of theoretical knowledge in general. There is no transcendent knowledge, no knowledge beyond the limits of experience. In our knowledge of the empirical world, there is, however, a transcendental element. The a priori forms of sensation, the categories and the regulative ideas, which make empirical knowledge possible, although they do not add to it either in content or in extension. The moral consciousness alone takes us beyond experience to the immutable, eternal, and universally valid ground on which all higher truth rests. Critique of practical reason. When we pass from the critique of pure reason to the critique of practical reason, from the study of what is or must be to the study of what ought to be, from the inquiry into the conditions of possible theoretical experience to the inquiry into the conditions of actual moral experience, from the analysis of thought to the analysis of action, we find ourselves in an altogether new atmosphere. The second critique discovers in the obligation of the moral law the aliquid inconcussabile, which, as the first critique taught us, is not to be found in rational speculation, and thus are restored the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, and the freedom of the will, which in the first critique were relegated to the rank of mere regulative formulas. Kant's emphatic assertion of the supremacy of the moral law is well known. The starry heaven above us and the moral law within us are, he was accustomed to say, the only objects worthy of supreme admiration. But on what is the moral law founded? Consciousness tells me that I ought to perform certain actions, and a little thought suffices to convince me that the oughtness is universal and necessary. If I analyze, for example, the sense of obligation in the negative principle, lie not, I find that, apart from the question of motive or utility, which are contingent determinants, it is a principle valid throughout all time and space. Now, it is these properties, necessity and universality, that will enable us to answer the question, on what is the moral law founded? It is necessary, however, to remark that, according to Kant, the universality and necessity affect the form, not the contents, of the moral law, so that, in the example just mentioned, the universality of the prohibition, lie not, is derived from the general formula, into which all obligation is translatable. So act that you can will that the maxim on which your conduct rests should become a universal law. Footnote: Gründelung zur Metaphysik der Sitten. 2. Abschenwerke. Edited by Kirschmann. Volume 3, 44. Also, Kritik der praktischen Vernunft, No. 7, Werke, Volume 2, 35. End of footnote. More simply, the maxim on which your conduct rests must be fit to be an element of universal legislation. The moral law is not founded on pleasure, for nothing is more unstable than feeling, which is the determinant of pleasure, whereas the moral law, because of its universality and necessity, must rest on an unchangeable foundation. It is not founded on happiness, for the essential characteristic of the moral law is its obligatoriness, and no one is obliged to be happy. It is not founded on a moral sense, for mere sense cannot represent obligation as necessary and universal. Finally, it is not founded on perfection of self, for perfection is, in final analysis, reducible to pleasure or happiness. The moral law is its own foundation. It is autonomous, being neither imposed by any external motive, nor deduced by the purely speculative reason from theoretical principles, but being impressed on the will by the practical reason, and revealed to us by immediate consciousness. Footnote: Falkenberg, Opus Citatum, page 316, English translation, page 388, calls attention to Kant's identification of will with practical reason. End of footnote. Thus it stands on a basis firmer than that which theoretical knowledge can furnish, and it remains unaffected by the contention and clamor of metaphysical discussion. The moral law is imperative. Consciousness reveals it to us as commanding, not merely as persuading or advising. Its command may be categorical as, "Thou shalt not lie," or hypothetical as, "If you wish to become a clergyman, you must study theology." The categorical imperative is, however, the characteristic expression of the moral law, and it is only in the authoritative, though "hollow" voice of the universal categorical imperative, "So act," etc., that the moral law speaks with all the authority of a universal and necessary moral determinant. The moral law is the form which imparts to the contents of an action its goodness. The contents may be good relatively. The will, which is the form, is an absolute good. "Nothing," Kant observes, "can be called good without qualification, except a good will." Effects and circumstances are not therefore of themselves determinants of moral value. The sense of duty is alone praiseworthy. The only moral motive is respect for the moral law. Thus does Kant carry his reverence for the moral law to the extreme of purism, the exclusion of all egotistic motive as derogatory to the moral worth of actions. The moral law is unconditional. In the form of the categorical imperative, its voice is unconditionally authoritative, and its command is unconditionally a law of human conduct. It speaks to us immediately, for we are conscious of its commands. Here, then, we have found something which metaphysicians have sought in vain, an incontrovertible truth on which the freedom of the will, the existence of God, and the immortality of the soul may be made to rest. First, the will is free, for the moral law in saying "thou oughtest" implies that thou canst. We have no immediate consciousness of freedom, but we have immediate consciousness of the moral law which implies freedom. I can because I ought, and I know that I can because I know that I ought. Freedom is therefore the ratio essendi of the moral law, and the moral law is the ratio cognoscendi of freedom. Footnote. Confer Kritik de praktischen Vernunft, Werke, Volume 2, pages 132 and following. End of footnote. Secondly, the moral law postulates the existence of God. For the imperative nature of the moral law implies that there exists somewhere a good which is not only supreme but complete, consummatum, an embodiment, so to speak, of that perfect holiness which is the sum of all the conditions implied in the moral order. Thus, while theonomic ethics supposes the existence of God, autonomic morality proves his existence. Footnote. Opusitatum, Volume 2, pages 149 and following. End footnote. Thirdly, the moral law postulates the immortality of the soul. Theoretical reason, as we have seen, fails to determine in any manner the noumenal reality of the subject of our conscious states. But surely the practical reason, which imposes its law so imperiously, is a noumenal reality, of which its every action is a determination. Thus the soul is immortal, because immortal duration is alone sufficient for the complete fulfillment of the moral law. The highest perfection that we can attain in this life is virtue, and virtue is essentially incomplete. It is a striving towards holiness, with a residual inclination towards unholiness. since the moral law will always continue with the same unrelenting imperativeness to urge the soul towards holiness, and since the inclination towards unholiness will never be completely overcome, the struggle between the desire to obey and the impulse to transgress the law must continue forever. Footnote. Opusitatum, Volume 2, page 146 and following. End of footnote. The three postulates of the moral law restore, therefore, freedom, immortality, and theistic belief, which find no justifiable basis in the speculative reason. But which are we to believe, the theoretical or the practical reason? Kant does not hesitate to reply. We are to believe the practical reason, for it is supreme. Faith is a rational conviction based on the sense of duty, and is not less but rather more valid than the conviction based on theoretical knowledge. This is not the place to take up Kant's theory of natural religion. It is sufficient to note that, as the principle enunciated at the end of the preceding paragraph implies, religion, according to Kant, is based on ethics. We come, then, to the third of Kant's philosophical critiques. Critique of the faculty of judgment. The understanding, pure reason, is the faculty of a priori forms and principles of knowledge. Practical reason is the faculty of a priori principles of action. Mediating, as it were, between these is judgment in the stricter sense of the word, which is the faculty of the a priori forms and principles of aesthetic feeling. In other words, the beautiful or purposive, which is the object of judgment, is intermediate between the true and the good, which are the objects of pure reason and practical reason respectively. Judgment may be defined as the faculty by which we subsume the particular under the universal law, or find the universal under which the particular is to be arranged. It refers the manifold to the one, the sensible order to the supersensible principle of design. And since all actualization of design produces in us the sentiment of the beautiful, the faculty of judgment is also concerned with the aesthetic aspect of nature and art. We have, then, as divisions of the critique of judgment, 1. Critique of the theological judgment, and 2. Critique of the aesthetic judgment. A. Critique of the theological judgment. The analytic of the theological judgment has for its scope to determine the different kinds of adaptation. These, Kant observes, are two, external and internal. External adaptation, such as that of the pine to the soil on which it grows, may be explained by mechanical causes. But internal adaptation, which is found in organic structure and function, cannot be explained by mechanical causes alone. There is in the organism a relation of part to part and of part to the whole, but no causal relation in anything outside the organism, so that the organism is at once cause and effect. We cannot explain organic activity in terms of mechanical causality. We can understand it only on the supposition that organisms act as though they were produced by a cause which had a purpose in view. The teleological concept is, therefore, regulative of our experience. That the teleological concept is merely regulative, not constitutive of experience, appears from the antinomy of which Kant treats in the dialectic of the teleological judgment. The antinomy is as follows. Thesis. All productions of material things and their forms may be explained by mechanical causes. Antithesis. Some products of material nature cannot be judged possible unless we suppose a final cause. Now, as doctrines, mechanism as opposed to teleology, and teleology are irreconcilable. But as rules or maxims, regulative of our experience, one is supplementary of the other. Footnote. Opusitatum, Volume 2, page 262. End of footnote. B. Critique of the aesthetic judgment. The name judgment applied to the aesthetic faculty is evidence of the purpose of this portion of Kant's philosophy. The purpose, namely, to mediate between the sensationalists, who reduced beauty to mere feeling, and the rationalists, who removed all feeling from the faculty of aesthetic appreciation. A. In his analytic of the aesthetic judgment, Kant determines that, as to quality, the beautiful is the object of disinterested satisfaction, wherein it differs from the agreeable and the good. With regard to quantity, it pleases universally, wherein it differs from the agreeable. With regard to relation, it is not based on concepts, wherein it differs from the good, that being beautiful in which we find the form or design without representing to ourselves any particular design. Finally, with regard to modality, it pleases necessarily, wherein again it differs from the agreeable. That then is beautiful, which universally and necessarily gives disinterested pleasure without the concept of definite design. The satisfaction which we find in what is perfect is intellectual or conceptual. The satisfaction which the beautiful affords is emotional or aesthetic. Footnote. Kritik der Urteilskraft, Werke, Volume 2, page 41 and following. End of footnote. The sublime is that which is great beyond all comparison. It gives satisfaction by its boundless and formless greatness, as the beautiful does by its definiteness of form. This greatness is either extensive in space or time, or intensive in force or power. The great produces, it is true, a, quote, humiliating, end quote, impression, but it is the sensitive nature that is humiliated, while at the same time the spiritual nature is exalted and carried out towards the idea of the infinite, which the sublime always suggests. Footnote. Opusitatum, Volume 2, page 92 and following. End of footnote. B. In the dialectic of the aesthetic faculty, Kant insists that the highest use of the sublime and beautiful is their use as a symbol of moral good. For the aesthetic feeling is akin to the moral faculty, as indeed the teleological judgment also is. The question of the objective value of one or other of these faculties leads ultimately to the assertion that there is hidden in nature a principle of beauty and purpose and goodness which the speculative reason cannot formulate. Footnote. Confer B. Erdmann, Die Stellung des Dinges an sich in Kants Ästhetik und Analytik, Berlin, 1873. End of footnote. Historical position. Kant's influence on the development of thought in the 19th century can hardly be overestimated. His philosophy is, as it were, the watershed from which streams of thought flow down in various courses into modern idealism, agnosticism, and even materialism. To this source may also be traced some of the most noteworthy currents of contemporary religious thought, especially the movement towards non-dogmatic Christianity. For it is not difficult to see in Kant's assertion of the supremacy of the moral law the origin of the tendency to regard Christianity more as a system of ethics and less as a system of dogmatic truth. Kant influenced not only the literature of his own country, to an extent unequaled perhaps in the history of that literature, but also, through his English exponents, of whom Coleridge was the chief, the literature of the English-speaking world. Philosophy owes to Kant the energetic assertion of the grandeur of the moral law as the foundation of ethics, and the scarcely less energetic assertion of the essential unity of consciousness as a point of view for the critical analysis of mental processes. Whether or not we admit with McCosh that, quote, Kant was distinguished more as a logical thinker and systematizer than as a careful observer of what actually takes place in the mind, end quote. Or with Huxley that, quote, his baggage train is bigger than his army, and the student who attacks him is too often led to suspect that he has won a position when he has only captured a mob of useless camp followers, end quote. We cannot deny that Kant revolutionized the world of speculative and practical thought by introducing a new point of view for the study of mental phenomena, and that to this extent at least he is, as he himself claimed to be, the Copernicus of mental science. Footnote: Realistic Philosophy, Volume 2, page 197. Hume, page 80. End of footnote. Kant inaugurated transcendental criticism. Now, criticism in the sense of a critical examination of experience, or the analysis of common consciousness, is undoubtedly the beginning of philosophical inquiry, and a critical investigation of knowledge is a starting point which philosophical method approves. But philosophical method cannot approve the attempt to criticize all knowledge without the aid of principles or standards of criticism, and such principles or standards Kant does not pretend to adopt. We cannot regard as a canon of criticism the assumption that what is necessary and universal in our knowledge must be a priori, an assumption which is untrue as to content. Yet it is to this assumption that Kant constantly recurs in his doctrine of categories, in his classification of certain judgments as synthetic and a priori, etc. It is only in the practical order, in the realm of moral consciousness, that Kant finds refuge from the pan-phenomenalism which he wishes to avoid. For the thing in itself, the subject, and God, though existing, are unknown and unknowable as far as the speculative reason is concerned. Kant, whose express purpose was to deliver philosophy from skepticism, might well look back at Hume, the skeptic, and exclaim, quote, there, but for the categorical imperative, goes Immanuel Kant. End quote. End of chapter 63.
Chapter 64 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 64. Modern Philosophy. German Philosophy, the Romantic Movement. Kant's philosophy was opposed by the exponents of Wolffian dogmatism such as Eberhard (1739–1809), by the skeptic Schulze (1761–1833), by the eclectic Herder (1744–1803), and by the Fideists Hamann (1730–1788) and Jacobi (1743–1819). It was defended and developed by Reinhold (1758–1823), who was, successively, a Jesuit novice, a member of the Barnabite order, a member of the staff of the Deutsche Merkur, and professor of philosophy at Jena and Kiel. With Reinhold are associated Salomon Maimon (1756–1800), Krug (1770–1842), who was Kant's successor at Königsberg, and Beck
1761 to 1840, who, like Fichte, attempted to give greater systematic unity to the Kantian system. The poet Friedrich Schiller, 1759 to 1805, contributed to popularizing the moral and aesthetic doctrines of Kant. The Romantic movement. The Romantic movement corresponded with the beginning of the era of national reconstruction in Germany, and was not without effect on the development of philosophic thought in that country. It accentuated the importance of the spiritual life not only of the individual, but of the race, and even in a certain analogical sense, of nature itself. Jean-Paul Richter, 1763 to 1825, whose dialogue on the immortality of the soul, entitled Campanental, is less widely known than it deserves to be, is one of the first of the Romanticists, or, as some prefer to consider him, a forerunner of the Romantic movement. After passing through different phases of subordination of individual spiritual progress to the general spiritual concept of nature, Romanticism reached its final form in the writings of Novalis, Friedrich von Hardenberg, 1772 to 1801. Friedrich Schlegel, 1772 to 1829, author of Lucinde, turned ultimately from the cultus of genius to the profession of the Catholic faith, where he found that emancipation from the limitations of the commonplace which he had in vain sought in Romanticism. It was Fichte who imparted to the Kantian system its highest systematic unity, and at the same time combined the many and diverse elements of Romanticism in his assertion of the supremacy of the inner consciousness and inner spiritual life of the individual. Fichte. Life. Johann Gottlieb Fichte was born at Ramenau in Upper Lusatia in 1762. After studying at Meissen and at Pforta, he took a course of theology at Jena and Leipzig. From 1788 to 1790, he lived at Zurich as family tutor. In 1791, he went to Königsberg, and it was through Kant's influence that he was enabled to publish in 1792 his Versuch einer Kritik aller Offenbarung. After that, he published several political treatises. In 1794, he obtained the chair of philosophy at Jena and published his Wissenschaftslehre. On being dismissed from the University of Jena, he lectured successively at Berlin, Erlangen, and for a brief interval at Königsberg. In 1808 appeared the famous Reden an die Deutsche Nation, and when in 1810 the University of Berlin was founded, Fichte was appointed to a professorship, which he held until his death in 1814. Sources. Fichte's complete works were edited by his son, J. H. Fichte, in 1845 to 1846. Several of Fichte's more important treatises were translated by Dr. William Smith, under the title Fichte's Popular Works, 4th edition, London 1889. The Wissenschaftslehre was translated by C. C. Everett, Fichte's Science of Knowledge, Chicago 1884. And the Rechtslehre by A. E. Kröger, The Science of Rights, London 1889. Consult Adamson, Fichte. Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia 1892. A. B. Thompson, The Unity of Fichte's Doctrine of Knowledge, Boston 1895. Doctrines. Starting point and aim. Fichte is commonly said to hold to Kant and Spinoza the same relation that Plato held to Socrates and Parmenides. His immediate starting point is Kant's philosophy. His aim is to complete and unify what is incomplete and only partially unified in that system of thought. Kant was well aware that his theory of knowledge as expounded in the Critique of Pure Reason was incomplete and lacking in coherent unity. But he was not equally conscious of the lack of a logical and consistent transition from the conclusions of the first critique to the principles with which the Critique of Practical Reason and the Critique of Judgment begin. It was Fichte's aim, as indeed it was the aim of Schelling and Hegel, to supply a single principle, an all-embracing formula, which should at once complete Kant's analysis of speculative thought and afford a systematic and logical basis for the analysis of the data of ethics and aesthetics. Such a principle Fichte found in the ego, which takes the place of the thing in itself as the ultimate reality, and is, moreover, the ultimate in the practical as well as in the speculative order. For, in Fichte's doctrine of the ego, we find that self does not stand merely for self-consciousness, but also for duty. When he styled his most important constructive treatise Wissenschaftslehre, he did not intend to convey the impression that his philosophy is merely an account of the methods of scientific research. He meant rather that it is a science of knowledge, understanding by knowledge the sum total of our experience as it presents itself in consciousness, so that philosophy may be defined as a rethinking in self-consciousness of the experience which is presented as a completed whole in direct consciousness. It is usual to distinguish the earlier and the later forms of Fichte's philosophical system. Earlier form. Here we may further distinguish Fichte's theoretical and practical doctrines. A. Theoretical philosophy. Thought cannot be reduced to being, but being can be reduced to thought. Similarly, thought cannot be derived from being, but being can be derived from thought. Kant was unsuccessful in his synthesis of knowledge because he tried to deduce the categories and other forms of thought from the logical relations of subject to predicate, and, therefore, ultimately from experience. If, on the contrary, we deduce the forms of thought from the nature of consciousness, we shall find that experience and all its noumenal content, the thing in itself, are capable of being derived from the conscious activity of the ego, from the deed-acts, Tathandlungen, of the thinking subject. Thus, the thing in itself is absorbed, so to speak, in the subject, and instead of ultimate dualism, we have idealistic monism. The ego, and the ego alone, is real. We need not go beyond experience to find the ultimate reality. But in our analysis of experience we abstract the ego, which is therefore transcendental though not transcendent. The three principles. Taking up now the deed-acts of consciousness, we find that in every act of self-contemplation we affirm or posit the identity of subject and object, the self as representing and the self as represented. We have therefore the first principle. The ego posits itself. It is hardly necessary to point out that by ego Fichte does not mean the individual, but the universal self-consciousness, the I-ness, Ichheit. Take the proposition A equals A. It posits nothing about A, for A is for the ego simply and solely by virtue of being posited by the ego. Therefore, the nexus between A and A is the position of the ego, the affirmation that I am. What, considered in the abstract, is the logical law of identity is, in its application to objects, the only category of reality. But if we continue our examination of the facts of empirical consciousness, we find there a certain opposition, which may be expressed in the general formula not A is not equal to A, not to be confounded with not A equals not A, which is a case of identity. And if we treat this proposition as we treated the first, we find that it means that in the ego, the non-ego is opposed to the ego. Here we have the second principle. A non-ego is opposed to the ego. Now, since the ego is the only reality, it is through the ego that the non-ego is posited and the ego denied. Therefore, the ego both posits and negates itself. It is, however, as fundamental for Fichte as it was for Spinoza, that all negation is limitation. Therefore, the ego in part negates the non-ego, and the non-ego in part negates the ego, which is the third principle. In this thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, we find the germ of the Hegelian triadism. It is important to note also that Fichte identifies the ego with self-activity, and teaches that it exists not only for itself, für sich, but through itself, durch sich. From these principles, Fichte deduces not only the fundamental laws of thought, but also the fundamental laws of being, the law of causation, the principle of sufficient reason, etc. The question, however, remains to be answered. Why does the ego interrupt the unbroken activity by which it posits itself? Why does it posit the non-ego? Fichte, we have already said, regards the idea of duty as no less essential to the ego than the idea of self-consciousness. Taking up, therefore, the moral aspect of the ego, he answers that effort and struggle are necessary for the attainment of the highest good. The ego posits the non-ego in order to make effort and struggle possible. The ego is theoretical in order to be practical. It represents a non-ego in order to act upon it, to overcome its limitations, and thus to make it disappear in the ego. This consideration is the basis of practical philosophy. B. Practical philosophy. Without conflict, there is no morality. Activity is therefore the essence of morality, and inertness is the radical evil. Man should strive to become self-dependent and thereby attain independence and freedom. To this general maxim is added the special rule of conduct for each individual. Always follow the inner necessity which urges you to attain to freedom through action. Fulfill your vocation. Act according to your conscience. Besides this internal necessity, conscience, Fichte admits an external necessity, namely right, which has exclusive reference to external conduct, just as conscience refers to internal disposition. Although right is external, it originates from the ego, for as in general the ego, in positing itself, posits also the non-ego, so the practical ego, in positing itself as a free agent, posits the other self, the thou, as another free agent. From the coexistence of free agents arises the limitation of the freedom of the ego, imposed by the necessity of respecting the freedom of others. This necessity is right. The law of right is, therefore, to limit thy freedom that others may be free along with thee. When this limitation is not observed and the freedom of others is infringed, it is the duty of the state, not of the individual who is injured, to interfere and enforce the observance of the limitations of freedom. And as it is the duty of the state to safeguard the rights of its subjects, it is the mission of the Church to impress on all men, by means of symbols, the limitations of the individual, and by doing so to deepen and strengthen moral convictions. Later form of Fichte's philosophy. During the last years of his life, Fichte devoted special attention to the political and religious aspects of his philosophy of self-consciousness. His Addresses to the German Nation contributed much to the growth of the national ideal among his fellow countrymen, an ideal which was realized in the educational and political reconstruction of the country during the latter half of the 19th century. In the later expositions of The Science of Knowledge, he developed his religious philosophy, bringing out into special prominence the truth that in the deity there is something more than self-consciousness, that in piety there is something more than moral conduct, and that religion is, therefore, something more than philosophy and ethics, for it is peace and life and blessed love. The ego, which he had identified with God, he now regards as an image of the absolute God. Here we see, on the one hand, the influence of Spinoza's pantheism, and on the other, that of the Christian doctrine of the Logos. Historical position. Fichte's system is the first of a series of post-Kantian efforts to reduce the incomplete synthesis which Kant had effected to a more compact and coherent form by substituting the unity of a single formula for the Kantian trinity of idea, thing in itself, and subject. The formula which Fichte proposed was the ego. From this he deduced all thought and all being, including the thing in itself. And from the ego he derived all reality, as the Neoplatonists had derived it from the one, and Spinoza from the substance. His philosophy is, therefore, monistic. It may be styled a system of subjective idealism or pan-egoism if when we use the term pan-egoism we remember Fichte's protest against identifying the ego with individual self-consciousness. Fichte's relation to Kant and his place in the Romantic movement are evident in his doctrine of the essentially ethical aspect of the activity of the ego, the inclusion of duty or spiritual activity as well as conscious representation in the notion of self. Schelling. Life. Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von Schelling was born at Leonberg in Württemberg in 1775. At the age of 16, he entered the theological seminary at Tübingen, where he studied theology, philosophy, and philology. He spent the years 1796 to 1797 at Leipzig, where, while fulfilling his duties as tutor to a young nobleman, he studied mathematics and natural science and published his first work, Ideen zu einer Philosophie der Natur. In 1798, he was appointed to lecture at Jena, where he had Fichte for a colleague. From 1803 to 1841, he taught successively at Würzburg, Erlangen, and Munich. In 1841, he was made member of the Academy of Sciences at Berlin and lectured at the university for several years. He died at Ragaz in Switzerland in 1854. Sources. Besides the Ideen, Schelling wrote several treatises on the philosophy of nature. He contributed to the philosophy of religion and of mythology several important treatises. The most systematic of his works is Der transzendentale Idealismus, published in 1800. His works were collected and published in 14 volumes by his son, Stuttgart and Augsburg, 1856. Consult Watson's Schelling's Transcendental Idealism, Griggs's Philosophical Classics, Chicago, 1882. Doctrines. General character of Schelling's philosophy. While Schelling was a student at Tübingen, his favorite authors were Kant, Fichte, and Spinoza. Later he came in contact with Hegel and was impelled, by way of reaction against Hegel's naturalism, to turn for inspiration to the mysticism of the Neoplatonists and of Jacob Böhme. Herder and Giordano Bruno also left traces of their influence on his philosophy. Schelling was at first a disciple of Fichte, but he subsequently transferred his allegiance to different schools in succession, and since, as Hegel said, he carried on his studies in public, he expounded successively at least 5 different systems. First system. Previously to the publication of Ideas for a Philosophy of Nature, 1797, Schelling adhered to the doctrines of Fichte. Second system. During the years 1797 to 1800, the most productive period of his literary life, Schelling expounded a philosophy of nature and a transcendental philosophy of spirit. 1. Philosophy of nature. Fichte regarded nature as merely a limitation of the ego, as at most a means to the exercise of man's spiritual and moral activity. Schelling advocates the recognition of nature as a source of spiritual activity. He teaches that nature is not merely object but also subject, not indeed a subject fully conscious or completely awake, but semi-conscious and slumbering. We should therefore study nature in order to discover the laws by which spirit is developed out of nature into self-consciousness. For nature is not the antithesis of spirit, both being the products of a higher principle which posits nature, wherein it reflects itself imperfectly, and through nature attains to spirit, where it reflects itself consciously, and to that extent adequately. Empirical physics regards nature as mere being or product. Speculative physics, the philosophy of nature, looks upon nature as becoming or productive. But just as Fichte recognized the limitations of the activity of the ego, Schelling limits the productivity of nature by positing its essential polarity. If, he observes, there were no arrest of productivity, nature would continue striving towards the infinite, and there would be no product. There is, therefore, a retarding as well as a stimulating force. All nature is dual. The magnet, with its union of opposite polar forces, is the symbol of the life and productive activity of nature. In an essay entitled On the World Soul, 1798, Schelling developed the idea of an animated nature pervaded by an organizing principle, which originates and maintains the conflict of contending forces. Hence, the inorganic is to be explained by the organic, and in general, the lower by the higher. 2. Transcendental philosophy of spirit. The philosophy of spirit concerns itself with the phenomena of the spirit as they manifest themselves in representation, action, and artistic enjoyment. We have, therefore, 3 divisions of transcendental philosophy. A. Theoretical philosophy. Here we start with self-consciousness and proceed to explain how it is that we represent to ourselves certain images of external reality, or, in other words, how it is that in the act of representation we feel compelled, as it were, by an external something to represent in a certain manner. The general explanation is that there are 2 opposing forces, the one real and the other ideal, which by their alternate action limit the spirit to the state of sensation, then to that of reflection, and finally to that of volition, which is at once the culmination of the theoretical life and the beginning of the practical life of the spirit. B. Practical philosophy. Here we start with impulse, which arises from the theoretical activity of the spirit positing the distinction between self and not self, and which differs from that theoretical activity by a mere difference of degree. Progress in moral life means the gradual overcoming of the non-ego, and the final goal of moral striving is complete independence of the ego as will. It is only in the initial concept of nature as reproduced, not produced by the ego, and in the supplementary considerations on law, state, and history that Schelling differs from Fichte in his practical philosophy. Both identify moral life with independence. C. Aesthetic philosophy. In the theory of art, Schelling introduces Kant's notion of the beautiful, modifying it, as he modified Kant's teleological concept, to suit the needs of his more compact idealistic system. The beautiful, he teaches, is the perfect realization of the union of the subjective and objective, a union to which history approximates, but which art accomplishes. In art, the antithesis between the real and the ideal, between action and representation, between impulse and reflection, disappears. Art is, therefore, the solution of all the problems of philosophy. Third system. So far, Schelling may be said to have extended and modified the subjective idealism of Fichte by distinguishing the philosophy of nature from that of spirit, and by recognizing as the prius of both nature and spirit a common ground or principle from which both are deduced. In his third system, he emphasizes the importance of this principle, which he calls the absolute, and which he defines as the identity of the real and the ideal. Here the line of thought and even the method and manner of exposition are Spinozistic. To the philosophy of nature and the transcendental philosophy of spirit, which still remain as integral portions of the system, there is added the philosophy of identity, in which all things are viewed sub specie aeterni, and are thus led back to the absolute, God, in whom they are identified. It is important, however, to note that the identification of the real and the ideal in the absolute is complete, not because of the power of the absolute to develop the real and the ideal, but because of its indetermination. On account of this indetermination, Schelling's absolute was compared by Hegel to the night in which all cows are black. In the derivation of the real from the absolute, we are to distinguish 3 moments: gravity, light, and organization. The organic concept of nature is, however, preserved, for even in the first moment organization is present, inasmuch as the inorganic is the residuum of the organic, that which failed to attain complete organization. Fourth system. In the fourth system, Schelling, after the manner of the Neoplatonists, accounts for the origin of the universe by a breaking away or falling off from the absolute. In the previous system, the world was swallowed up, so to speak, in the indifference of the absolute. Now it is placed in striking contrast with it, and the independence of the absolute is emphasized. We find in this fourth system a fuller and deeper realization of the problem of evil, and at least an implied confession of the inability of monism to account satisfactorily for the existence of evil in the world. Fifth system. This may be briefly described as a theogony and cosmogony after the manner of Jakob Böhme. Historical position. Schelling's philosophy is deserving of careful study, both by reason of its intrinsic importance and of the influence, direct and indirect, which it exerted on other systems. It offers, however, more than usual difficulty because of the wealth of imaginative power which Schelling brought to bear on even the most abstruse problems of metaphysics, and also because of the successive change of view in the 5 periods into which his mental history is divided. Taking the third system, the philosophy of identity, as the most typical stage in the development of Schelling's thought, we may describe it as a system of idealistic monism, in which subject and object are identified in the indifference of the absolute. Thus it stands contrasted, on the one hand, with the subjective idealism of Fichte, and on the other, with the dynamic idealism of Hegel, who identified subject and object in an absolute, which is universal, not because it is indifferent, but because in it all differences are immanently contained. Before we pass to the study of Hegel, mention must be made of the disciples and co-workers of Schelling, who represent different phases of his philosophy of nature and his philosophy of religion. Among the naturalists influenced by Schelling are Stephens, 1773 to 1845, Oken, 1779 to 1851, Schubert, 1780 to 1860, and Carros, 1789 to 1869, all of whom were distinguished in their day as biologists, physicists, or psychologists. Among the philosophers of religion whom Schelling influenced, the 2 best known are Bade, 1765 to 1841, who, from the Catholic standpoint, attempted a religio-philosophical synthesis of Neoplatonism, scholasticism, post-medieval mysticism, and German transcendental philosophy, and Schleiermacher, 1768 to 1834, who, from the Protestant standpoint, endeavored to combine the most varied elements in an eclectic philosophy of religion. End of chapter 64.
Chapter 65 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lizzie Schneider. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 65. German Philosophy. Continued. Hegel. Life. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel was born at Stuttgart in 1770. His life, like that of all the great post-Kantian philosophers, is merely the history of his academic and literary career. At the age of 18 he entered the theological seminary at Tübingen, where he devoted himself to the study of Kant and Rousseau, having for companions Schelling and the young poet Hölderlin, whose enthusiasm for Greek poetry he fully shared. The years 1793 to 1800 he spent as private tutor at Bern and at Frankfurt am Main, years in which, through the study of Hellenic literature, he attained a realization of the spiritual significance of nature as the key to the harmony of existence. In 1801 he entered the University of Jena, and after a few years spent there as Privatdozent, was appointed Professor Extraordinary, 1805. While at Jena, he renewed his acquaintance with Schelling, who was at that time editor of the Critical Journal of Philosophy. Soon, however, divergence of opinion between the 2 great opponents of Fichte's subjectivism led to the development by Hegel of a system opposed to the philosophy of identity. In 1807 he published his Phänomenologie des Geistes, his first important contribution to speculative philosophy. After spending a year as newspaper editor at Bamberg, Hegel became rector of the Gymnasium at Nuremberg, and while there published his Logik, Wissenschaft der Logik, 1816. In 1816 he was made professor of philosophy at Heidelberg, and in 1818 was transferred to the University of Berlin. While at Heidelberg he published the Enzyklopädie, Enzyklopädie der philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundrisse, 1817. He died at Berlin in 1831. Sources. Hegel's works were published soon after his death, Berlin 1832 and following, in 19 volumes, the last volume being the Life of Hegel written by Rosenkranz. The Journal of Speculative Philosophy, volumes 1 to 5, St. Louis, 1867 to 1871, published translations of the Phänomenologie and of portions of the Encyclopädie. The Logik was translated by W. T. Harris and is to be found in the second volume of the journal just referred to. Wallace has published translations of the most important portions of the Encyclopädie, The Logic of Hegel, Oxford, 1892, and Hegel's Philosophy of Mind, Oxford, 1894. The translation of the Vorlesungen über die Philosophie der Geschichte by Sibrey is published in Bohn's Library, Philosophy of History, London, 1860-1884. Professor Caird's Hegel, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1896, will be found very useful by those who are not prepared to take up Sterling's formidable exposition, The Secret of Hegel, 2 volumes, London, 1865, 1 volume, Edinburgh and London, 1898. Mind, especially in the new series, contains many valuable articles expository and explanatory of Hegelian philosophy. See also Fischer's Hegel, Heidelberg, 1898 to 1901. Doctrines. The problem of philosophy. Thus far, in following the course of development of philosophic thought in Germany, we have found that Kant, by failing to complete the synthesis of ultimate reality, bequeathed the problem towards the solution of which all post-Kantian speculation was directed. Fichte completed the synthesis by merging the thing in itself, object, in the activity of the ego, subject. Schelling tried to effect a synthesis equally complete by merging both subject and object in the indifference of the absolute. Hegel now approaches the problem anew. Dissatisfied with Schelling's solution of the problem, he proposes to substitute for the absolute of indifference an absolute of immanent activity. According to Schelling, nature and spirit, object and subject, proceed from the absolute. According to Hegel, the absolute becomes successively nature and spirit. The absolute of Hegel's speculative system is a process rather than a source. It is infinite, but unlike the Spinozistic substance, it is an infinite of activity, opposition, and tension, rather than of static immensity and of undifferentiated plenitude. It is a maelstrom, rather than a sea of unruffled rest. This concept of the absolute is Hegel's starting point, but we can understand neither his starting point nor his method unless we first obtain a clear conception of the frame of mind in which he approaches the problems of philosophy. In Fichte, as in Kant, the ethical character predominated, and in Fichte's philosophy the practical reason retained its supremacy. In Schelling, it was the scientific artistic character that prevailed, and in his philosophy the real and the ideal, the rational and the imaginative, were given equal play. In Hegel, the rational or idealistic temperament is predominant. In his vast philosophical synthesis, the theoretical is placed supreme above the practical, and action is subordinated to thought, for thought is the center and sum of reality. Quote, "The rational alone is real." Unquote. Quote, "All being is thought realized, and all becoming is a development of thought." Unquote. Mere science, he observes, looks for the causal explanations of phenomena. Philosophy seeks to find the ideal interpretation of phenomena, to understand them in terms of the absolute, which is thought. As to content, therefore, philosophy does not go beyond experience. It is, to repeat Kant's distinction, transcendental but not transcendent. Indeed, it cannot go beyond rational experience, since the rational alone is real, and philosophy must necessarily be in harmony with actuality and experience. As to form, however, philosophy differs from the empirical sciences, for to the laws, classifications, and categories of these sciences it adds the categories of notion, being, essence, etc. In logic, as we shall see, these categories are studied as it were in vacuo, that is, devoid of all empirical content. But in the philosophy of nature and in the philosophy of mind, they are studied in their development and determination. Logic is nevertheless a science of reality, for in it reality is studied through the abstract categories. Hegel's is a critical philosophy, yet it is at the same time systematic or constructive. It is, as Wallace says, quote, a system which is self-critical and systematic only through the absoluteness of its criticism, unquote. Or, to use Hegel's own phrase, it is, quote, an immanent and incessant dialectic, unquote. Briefly, then, Hegel's philosophy is idealism in the absolute sense of the word, logical or conceptual rather than ethical or scientific. It is a philosophy of identity, inasmuch as it looks upon nature and spirit as manifestations of a higher absolute. It is a philosophy of development, inasmuch as the absolute from which it deduces nature and spirit is not a static but a dynamic prius. This dynamic prius of nature and spirit is the process from in itself, an sich, through out of self, für sich, anders sein, to for itself, an und für sich. Before passing to consider Hegel's method, it is necessary to emphasize the importance of the idea of development, and to explain the principle which governs all development, whether in the purely logical order or in nature and mind. In its barest statement, the principle is that all development passes through three stages: in itself, out of self, and for itself. This may be called a metaphysical application of the maxim on which the mystics insist, namely, die to live. For it pertains to the very essence of spirit that through disintegration it must attain to reintegration, through diversity to unity, through strife to peace, through opposition to agreement. It is a law of thought as well as a law of being, and thought is being, that a concept or a thing realizes itself by going out from itself, losing itself in the other, and returning to itself. To take one of Hegel's favorite examples, freedom is developed by discipline, which is its opposite. The freedom of the child is surrendered in the discipline of education in order to become the major freedom of the man, and the freedom of the man is in turn surrendered in the discipline of law in order to become the freedom of the citizen. Hegel's method is to be understood in the light of his principle of development. Fichte, while admitting in theory that philosophic method consists in the use of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, failed to develop this idea of method and to apply it to every department of thought. Schelling relied on intuition and gave free scope to his exuberant imagination. Hegel insists on the pruning of the imaginative faculty and the discussion of all intuitions by means of dialectic. Philosophy, he observes, being the thinking study of things, does not stop at the intuition, which presents the thing, object, in its immediate unity, for that is only part of the truth, but follows it out into the self-mediation, whereby it passes into its opposites and back again to reconstructed unity. Philosophy, therefore, must pursue a concept or an object from its immediate unity into the divergence of opposites, so as to arrive at the full truth in the reconciliation of opposites. For all position is negation. Every concept contains its opposite, and all negation is position. Every opposite contains that to which it is opposed. So that neither in affirmation nor in negation is there the full truth, but in the reaffirmation which follows affirmation and negation. Here we have the famous dialectical method, the triadism, which determines the division as well as the method of Hegel's philosophy. It is important to note here that, quote, At least the first and third category, the in itself and for itself in every triad, may be looked upon as definitions of the absolute, or metaphysical definitions of God. The first, where the thought form of the triad is formulated in its simplicity, and the third being the return from differentiation to a simple self-reference. The second subcategory, the out of self in each triad, where the grade of thought is in its differentiation, gives on the other hand a definition of the finite." Unquote. We shall find as we proceed triad within triad. The first great triad is idea, nature, and spirit, which gives us the division of philosophy. Division of philosophy. Philosophy starts with the idea. It is scarcely necessary to remark that the term idea does not here designate a phenomenon of the individual consciousness, but the system of reason, the sum of reality. Now the idea, following the law of development, is at first in itself, an sich, then outside itself, für sich anders sein, and finally for itself, an und für sich. There are therefore three parts of philosophy. First, logic, the science of the idea in itself. Second, philosophy of nature, the science of the idea outside itself or in the state of otherness. Third, philosophy of mind, the science of the idea come back to itself out of otherness. In each of these divisions there are subordinate triadic divisions, so that each part is a circle, rounded and completed in itself, while philosophy as a whole resembles a circle of circles. First, logic is the science of the pure idea. This does not mean that logic is the science of the forms of thought, or that it is the science of mere thought. It is the science of reality, for the idea is the sum of reality, the synthetic unity of experience. Logic differs from the other parts of philosophy merely in this, that it is the science of reality looked at through the medium of pure or abstract thought. If, then, logic is the morphology of thought, Hegelian logic is the morphology of the world, of life, of reality. As Hegel himself says, quote, "Logic coincides with metaphysics, the science of things set and held in thoughts." Unquote. It is important to remark here that the identification of logic with metaphysics necessitates a change in the meaning of the word category, and in that of the phrase deduction of the categories. The forms of thought are for Hegel what they were for none of his Kantian predecessors, forms of being in a sense akin to that which the schoolmen attached to the substantial forms, although, of course, they differ radically from the scholastic forms inasmuch as they are wholly dynamic processes rather than static entities conceived after some remote analogy to a mold or die. The forms of thought are for Hegel what they were for none of his Kantian predecessors, forms of being in a sense akin to that which the schoolmen attached to substantial forms, although of course they differ radically from the scholastic forms inasmuch as they are wholly dynamic processes rather than static entities conceived after some remote analogy to a mold or die. If then the categories are processes of being as well as forms of thought, the deduction of the categories will be the tracing of their genealogy from the first form, which is being. It will not be enough to enumerate the categories and to indicate their systematic articulation. It will be necessary to discover and demonstrate their genetic connection, their functional dependence, so to speak, on one another. Logic is not only the morphology, it is also the physiology of thought. It is important to note also that neither in the logic nor anywhere else in Hegelian philosophy are the categories discovered. The task of discovering the categories belongs to experience and to empirical sciences. The categories being given, philosophy shows how they grow out of each other and are phases of the same reality. Philosophy not merely enumerates them, for that would be simply a mechanical synthesis. It also shows their functional interdependence and interconnection, thus effecting an organic synthesis. Logic is divided into a. Doctrine of being, Sein, that is, of the idea in its immediacy, b. Doctrine of essence, Wesen, that is, of the idea in its reflection or mediation, c. doctrine of notion, Begriff, that is, of the idea returned to itself. Being is the notion implicit or in germ. Essence is the show or appearance, shine of the notion, and the notion is being or idea in and for itself. A. Doctrine of being. Logic begins with being, because being is, on the one hand, pure thought, and on the other, immediacy itself, simple and indeterminate. Now, if being is complete indeterminateness, it is identical with nothing, nichts. Let us see what Hegel means by the famous formula being equals nothing. He means that, where there is undoubtedly a distinction between being and nothing, the distinction is not absolute but only relative. When Aristotle enunciated the principle of contradiction, he gave expression to what is only part of the truth. For if it is true that every object and every thought is differentiated from every other object and every other thought, and is therefore identical with itself, A is not A equals A, it is no less true that every object and every thought is related to every other object and every other thought, and that, in so far as it is related to another, it is differentiated from itself, and identical with that other. A is not A equals not A. Aristotle, emphasizing one aspect of thought, namely its differentiating power, and failing to realize the equal importance of the relating power of thought, formulated the principle of contradiction, the differentiation of things, as if it were an absolute truth, whereas it is only relative to one aspect of thought and being. Looking at thought and being from the viewpoint of totality, we see that the absolute differentiation or the absolute identity of concepts or of things is but part of the truth, the whole truth being that concepts and things are partially differentiated and partially identified. We have consequently as much right to say that being is nothing as that being is being, since the whole truth is that being is both, being and nothing. It is becoming, das Werden. Here we have the barest and most abstract form of development by means of the union of opposites. Becoming is, as Hegel himself says, a poor term, meagre of content. Life and mind are higher, richer, more intense unions of opposites than is mere becoming, which, however, is the abstract formula of life and mind. The result of the union of being and nothing in becoming is, first, the process itself, an endless swaying, a constant tension, and secondly, at each stage of the process a product, so that to being identical with nothing succeeds determinate being, or what we call something, or being then and there, Dasein. Now the determinateness of being is, in its immediacy, quality, from which are deduced the categories otherwise being, negation, limit, alteration, being for self, which is the one with its attraction and repulsion. But in attraction and repulsion the one annuls itself and its determinates, becoming the many. At this point, therefore, quality passes over into quantity. Quantity is defined as, quote, pure being where the mode or character, quality, is no longer taken as one with the being itself, but explicitly put as superseded or indifferent, unquote. Quantity arises from a unit and the identification or equalization of other units. Completing now the triadic circle within pure being, we have measure, mass, as the union of quality and quantity. In measure these two are united, so, for example, progressive diminution in temperature causes a transition from heat to cold. For quantity is implicitly quality, and quality is implicitly quantity. Being, which is thus determined by quality, quantity, and measure, becomes essence, or, in other words, the determinations quality, quantity, and measure being transitory, the result of their dialectic is essence. B. Doctrine of essence. Essence, Wesen, is defined as being coming into mediation with itself through the negativity of itself. Being, as we have seen, is immediate in its self-identity. now when this immediacy is deposed, being is reduced to a reflected light, and essence is being thus reflected on itself. As reflection supersedes immediacy, essence supersedes being. The reflection is, however, to be conceived as inward indirection, for the outer rind or curtain is being, and the inner reflection is essence. There is therefore a duality here. The categories of essence come in pairs, as for instance essence and appearance, force and expression, matter and form, substance and accident, cause and effect. A duality which, as we shall see, disappears in the notion, wherein the opposite aspects of being attain final unity. First we have essence and appearance. Immediate being is now in appearance, yet it is not, as we should say, merely phenomenal, for it is the appearance of an essence, and it is as necessary that the appearance should have an essence as it is that the essence should appear. Life, for example, must manifest itself. The cause must produce an effect, and at the same time there is no manifestation of life without life, and no production of an effect without a cause. Next, as determinations of essence, we have identity and difference. The unity of these is the ground, Grund, which is defined, quote, the essence put explicitly in totality, unquote. At this point, essence has completed the circle of self-mediation, reflection, so that we are back again at immediate being, not at being in its primitive immediacy, but at being in an immediacy which results from the annulment of all intermediation. Being, which is immediate in this sense, is existence. Developing now the categories of ground and existence into an explicit unity, we arrive at the category of thing, Ding. Thing, in its relation to reflection on other things, develops the category of properties. And the union of essence with existence, combining all the essential with the existential aspects of being, gives the form of actuality, which is synonymous with reality. Similarly, by processes the details of which it is unnecessary to set down here, the categories content and form, power and expression, inner and outer, substance and accident, cause and effect, action and reaction are deduced from essence. It is important, however, to note that as substance and accident, so cause and effect, and indeed all the categories which come under the head of essence and appearance, are inseparable. Cause passes over into effect, so that the effect is the cause explicated or manifested, and effect in turn passes over into cause. For the causal series is not a progress ad infinitum, the rectilinear movement from cause to effect being bent back on itself so as to form a circle, in which every effect becomes the cause of its cause. This reciprocity is illustrated in history. For example, the character and manners of a nation influence its constitution and laws, while in turn the constitution and laws of a country influence the character and manners of its people. The category of reciprocity, Wechselwirkung, does away with the idea of predetermining fatality, shows that freedom is to be found in the concept of absolute but reciprocal necessity, and thus leads us to the category of the notion. C. Doctrine of the notion. The notion, Begriff, is, quote, essence reverted to the immediacy of being, unquote, or, since each category is inseparable from its antecedent, the notion is the principle of freedom, the power of substance self-realized. In fact, the notion contains all the earlier categories, and may therefore be defined as the truth of being and essence. Obviously, then, we may understand the notion to be synonymous with totality fully realized, which is apparently what Hegel means when he says that quality, quantity, force, cause, necessity, freedom are nothing apart from the notion. The dialectical process of being was transition, that of essence was reflection. The movement of the notion is merely development. It is, Hegel tells us, to be looked upon as play, for the other, which it sets up, is not really an other. Following this play of the notion, we find that its triadic development is subjective notion, objective notion, and absolute notion, or idea. A. Subjective notion is the notion as notion, and as such has three moments: universality, particularity, and individuality. The meaning is that the notion passes from unity to partition and thence back to the explicit identification of parts in the one. This reintegration is effected by means of judgment, Urteil, which, as its name implies, signifies the identification of partition with primary unity, so that the abstract form in which all judgments may be expressed is, quote, "the individual is the universal," unquote. Now judgment, inasmuch as it affirms the identity of the individual with the universal, contains a contradiction. This contradiction is removed in the syllogism. The syllogism is therefore the complete expression of the subjective notion, the reintegration of the partitions of the notion in the universal by means of the particular. Quote, "Consequently, at the present stage, in the deduction of the categories, the definition of the absolute is that it is a syllogism, or, stating the principle in the form of a preposition, everything is a syllogism." Unquote. B. Objective notion. Thus far the notion has been considered in its subjective stage, as it were in the abstract, as form without content. But since it is a form which in its ultimate development is a union of opposites, it constantly tends to objectify itself. The notion as object is the totality of objects, the universe. Here, as usual, we are to distinguish three forms: mechanism, or the juxtaposition of independent objects held together as an aggregate; chemism, or the mutual attraction, penetration, and neutralization of objects, elements, held together by affinity; and organism, or the complete unity of purposive action, in which the independence of the objects, body cells, disappears, and parts are made to serve the purpose of the entire structure. Now, notion become object implies a contradiction. For as subjective notion was form without content, so the object, as object, is content without form. The play of the notion has here reached a point where the notion is not a notion. The contradiction, however, disappears in the idea or absolute notion. C. Absolute notion is the truth in itself and for itself, the absolute unity of notion and objectivity. It may be defined as reason, subject-object, the union of the real with the ideal, of the body with the soul, etc. It is essentially a process. In its immediate form it is life. When it becomes its own object in the theoretical order, it becomes the true. When it becomes its own object in the practical order, it becomes the good. And when, by its theoretical and practical activity, the knowledge of the true and the pursuit of the good, it returns to itself from the bias and finiteness of cognition and volition, it becomes the absolute idea. Life is defective, inasmuch as it is the idea implicit or natural. Cognition-volition is defective insofar as it is the idea as merely conscious and therefore one-sided. The absolute idea unites the truth of life with the truth of consciousness, supplying the defect of the former and overcoming the one-sidedness of the latter. This is the goal of the entire series of logical processes. In its next phase, the idea passes over into otherness and becomes nature. Thus far, we have followed the triadic developments of the idea: reality, reason, the absolute, through processes which in non-technical language may be styled the dialectic of the divine reason anteriorly to the creation of the universe. We come in the next place to the study of reason in nature. Second, philosophy of nature. Nature is the idea, reason, in the state of otherness, a state intermediate between the immediacy of reason as notion and the reintegrated immediacy of reason as it fully realizes itself in spirit. In nature, the idea has become externalized and particularized. Its unity has disappeared, or rather is concealed. Still nature, while it is a state of the idea, is also a process of spirit. And although the natural sciences are right in regarding phenomena as isolated realities, they do not fully exhaust the truth of nature, the very plurality of phenomena being a contradiction which of itself shows that nature is a process. Philosophy, therefore, taking a higher viewpoint than that of science, represents nature as a series of successful struggles, by which the idea, scattered as it were in plurality, regains unity and self-identity, self-consciousness, in the individual spirit, man, which is the goal of the processes of nature. Exclude this concept of the upward struggle of nature, and natural phenomena become a tangled mass of events in inextricable disorder. There are three stages in the process which is nature, namely mechanics, matter and space, physics, bodies, and organics, life. In bodies, nature attains individuality. In living organisms, it attains subjectivity, or consciousness. It is only in man that it attains self-consciousness, self as subject and object. Man, however, while he is the highest product of the idea in nature, is, like nature itself, subject to the law of development. No sooner, therefore, has the idea become spirit by attaining self-consciousness in man, than it undergoes a further and final process of development as subjective, objective, and absolute spirit. This last process is the subject matter of the philosophy of mind. The philosophy of nature has been pronounced the least original and the least consistent of the three portions into which Hegel's philosophy is divided. It underwent more modification in the hands of Hegel's pupils and successors than did the logic or the philosophy of mind. Yet even in its modified form, the Hegelian philosophy of nature is far from being consistent with the principle of absolute idealism. Indeed, the supreme test of a system of metaphysics is its compatibility with the ultimate truth of empirical science, a test to which, it is safe to say, no system of idealism from the days of Parmenides to those of Hegel has consistently conformed. Not that the metaphysical point of view is not different from that of the physical sciences. There may, however, be difference without antagonism. For, as Hegel himself observes, quote, "The philosophical way of presenting things is not a capricious effort. For once in a way to walk on one's head as a change from the ordinary method of walking on one's feet, but it is because the manner of science does not fully satisfy that we are obliged to go beyond it." Unquote. Third, philosophy of mind. Mind, spirit, Geist, is the truth of nature. Its formal essence is freedom, the absolute self-identity of the idea. Mind, it is important to note, is the most complete development of the absolute, so that when we say the absolute is mind, we have the supreme definition of the absolute. But although mind is absolutely the price of nature, yet for us it comes out of nature, and therefore brings with it what may be called a germ of development. In this development we are to distinguish, as usual, three stages: subjective mind, objective mind, and absolute mind. A. Subjective mind. If freedom is the formal essence of mind, consciousness is its material essence. For it is by successive steps towards complete self-consciousness that mind attains perfect freedom. Hegel agrees with Spinoza in teaching that the emancipative acts of the soul are conditioned by advance in knowledge, a doctrine which does not surprise us when we remember that, in Hegel's view, thought is essentially dynamic, having, so to speak, a volitional as well as a cognitive phase. While mind was still immersed in nature, it took part in the planetary life of the universe, responding to the change of seasons, etc. Partially emerging from nature, it experienced in the first dull stirring of consciousness, namely sensation, Empfindung, a kind of vague realization for itself as in and for itself. Feeling, das Fühlen, succeeded sensation, and was in turn succeeded by self-feeling, Selbstgefühl, which is the ground of consciousness, Bewusstsein. When it has reached this stage, mind, recognizing itself as an ego, has divested itself of nature. Next, as theoretical mind, it passes through the stages of intuition, Anschauung, representation, Vorstellung, and thought, das Denken. Having now taken possession of its intuitions, representations, and thoughts, it proceeds as practical mind to determine its contents. This it does by means of impulse, Triebe, desire, Begehren, and inclination, Neigung, thus arriving at complete self-determination, which is freedom. Free will is therefore the union of theoretical and practical mind. Quote, "It was," Hegel remarks, "through Christianity that this idea of actual freedom came into the world. According to Christianity, the individual as such has an infinite value as the object and aim of divine law." Unquote. The Greeks and Romans, he explains, maintained that freedom is an accident of birth, or is grounded in strength of character, or is acquired by education and philosophy, while Christianity, on the contrary, maintains that man as man is free. Freedom, once attained, must be realized, and, according to the universal formula of development, it must be realized through its opposite, necessity. It is for this reason that mind objectifies itself in law, the family, and the state. In this way, through the discipline of necessity, the egotistic impulse becomes property right, sexual impulse becomes moral in marriage, and the inclination to revenge is transformed into punitive justice in the state. B. Objective mind. The yoke of necessity to which free will subjects itself in order to realize full freedom is a. Right, Recht, in which freedom attains outer actuality, b. Morality, Moralität, in which it attains inner actuality, and c. Social morality, Sittlichkeit, in which it attains complete actuality, which is both inner and outer. A. From right springs ownership, property, and from ownership the right to dispose of one's possessions by contract. Now, although contract refers primarily to individual property, it implies the merging of two wills in the common will. Hence arises the possibility of conflict between the will of the individual and that of the community. In this conflict consists wrong, Unrecht, which is the duty of the public authority to correct by punishment. In this way, the idea of contract leads to the idea of the state. B. From morality springs purpose, the inner determination of the subject, intention, the subjective aim of the action to be performed, inasmuch as that aim is implied in the general well-being of the subject, and good and evil, the moral aspects of action. These determine the moral standpoint, the conscientious attitude, as we should call it, of the agent. However, they determine it so vaguely and unsatisfactorily that a conflict of apparent duties often results. For conscience is liable to error, and what is subjectively represented as good may be objectively evil. To right, therefore, and to morality must be added social morality. Right regulates merely the external, material interests of life. Conscience is one-sided, because it is subjective. Social morality, being at once objective and subjective, external and internal, is the complete realization of freedom through the discipline of necessity. C. Social morality. In social moral life, the individual recognizes that what he ought to do is, for his duty is presented to him in its objective concrete realization in the family and in the state. He is no longer subject to the uncertainty of selective reflection. He sees his duty, and he is, as it were, constrained to fulfill it. It is by submitting to this restraint that he attains the fullness of freedom. The primary social moral institution is the family. It is the foundation of the state, and is, of its nature, permanent. Hegel was opposed to the principle of divorce, and would justify the granting of divorce only in exceptional cases provided for by law. Civil society, die bürgerliche Gesellschaft, is the relative totality of individuals. It is different on the one hand from the family, for the family is an individual, and on the other hand from the state, for the state is a complete organic unity in which individuals as individuals do not exist. Civil society aims merely at the protection of individual interests. Its mission is purely economic. The state, Staat, is the perfect social organization. It does not live for the individuals of which it is composed, but for the ethical idea which it embodies, individuals being merely means which, when occasion demands it, must be sacrificed, as all private interests must be sacrificed for the good of the whole. Hegel, in treating of the state, takes up in succession constitutional law, the inner form of particular state organizations, international law, the outer form of states, which is regulative of the interrelations of states, and the dialectics of history, the laws of the general development of the universal mind, which manifests itself both in the internal constitution and in the outer forms of particular states. Alpha. Constitutional law, inneres Staatsrecht. The constitution is the articulation or organization of state power. From the point of view of the individual, the power of the state is a restriction. Still, inasmuch as it functions for the common good, it is the substance of the volition of the individual. By nature, men are unequal, but before the law, that is by virtue of the principle of state organization, the merging of individual freedom in the objective mind, all men are equal. This, however, means that as abstract persons they are equal. For in the concrete there is no perfect equality, men being equal before the law only in so far as they are equal outside the law. The collective spirit of the nation is the constitution. The real living totality, the embodiment of the collective spirit, is the government, and although, according to the basic laws of organization, the government must divide its powers, legislative, judicial, and executive, it must nevertheless preserve the highest form of organic unity. For this reason, a constitutional monarchy is superior to a republic on the one hand, and to an absolute monarchy on the other hand. But while Hegel opposes the extension of individualism within the state, he is in favor of the individualism of states with respect to one another. For the state is based on national spirit, and the national spirit is fostered by unity of language, customs, religion, etc. So long as a nation stands for a national idea, it is a crime, Hegel teaches, to annex it. Beta, international law, das äußere Staatsrecht, including treaty law and natural law, governs the relation of states to one another in time of peace and in time of war. War, Hegel teaches, is the indispensable means of political progress. It is a crisis in the development of the idea, which is embodied in the different states, a crisis out of which the better state, that is the state which approaches more closely to the ideal, is certain to emerge victorious. For right is might. The better state conquers because it is better. Thus, in every period of the world's history, there has been some one chosen people, a nation which realizes more perfectly than any other the ideal of national life. This consideration leads to the next point, the dialectics of history. Gamma. The dialectics of history. Hegel's philosophy of history is perhaps the most important portion of his speculative system. In it we find the most intelligible application of the principle of development, which dominates the method and contents of the other portions of his philosophy. Indeed, Hegel, as well as Schelling, insisted that the lower is to be understood by the higher. The philosophy of history will therefore throw light on the philosophy of nature and on logic. The most general definition of the philosophy of history is that it is the thoughtful consideration of history. More specifically, The thought which philosophy brings to the study of history is the conception of a sovereign reason, of which the succession of historical events is a rational process. This is at once a postulate of history, inasmuch as it is a demonstrated thesis of philosophy, and a conclusion of history, inasmuch as it is a most obvious inference from the study of historical happenings. The micrologist admits the peddling of the idea of providence, but denies its applicability to the process of history as a whole. We must not, Hegel observes, imagine God to be too weak to exercise his wisdom on the grand scale. History, then, is the process of reason as spirit. Interest, passion, character, in a word, all the forces at play in the process are a compound of will and intelligence. The world historical persons, the great men of history, apparently drew the impulse of their lives from themselves. In reality, however, they were great because they, quote, had an insight into the requirements of the time, which was ripe for development. Unquote. They embodied the irresistible force of spirit in their own lives. They lived not for themselves, but for the idea which was their master passion. Their fate, therefore, was not a happy one. The development of the spirit in history aims at complete freedom. The process is, however, not a tranquil growth, but a stern, reluctant working through opposition to complete realization. Thus we have three stages: oneness, expansion, and concentration. The Oriental monarchies represented despotism, the Grecian republics represented the unstable equilibrium of democracy tending towards demagogic rule, and the Christian and parliamentary monarchy represents the reintegration of freedom in constitutional government. Here we have an ideal example of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, the triadic movement which is the law of all development. Even in the highest and most perfect form of political organization, mind is limited, and though the necessity which the state imposes makes for ultimate freedom, yet it is necessity. Mind, therefore, having objectified itself in the state, must complete the circle of development by returning to itself, becoming identical with itself, and subjecting itself to itself alone, as absolute mind in art, religion, and philosophy. C. Absolute mind is the ultimate identification of mind with itself. Here mind subjects itself to itself, not as limited, but as infinite. There are three stages of absolute mind: art, religion, and philosophy. A. Art. In art, mind has an intuitive contemplation of itself as infinite in the objective actuality of the art material. According as the art material becomes more docile, less rebellious to the idea, we have architecture, sculpture, painting, music, and poetry. This is at once the line of ascending perfection and the line of historical development. B. Religion. In religion, mind feels that the idea is superior to all its finite and particular manifestations. Religion arises from poetry, the highest form of art, but it is by its nature a protest against the tendency of art to become pantheistic. Religion insists on the infinity of God and the finiteness of man, whereas the tendency of art is to deify man and represent God as human. Nevertheless, it is essential to religion to represent the infinite and finite as in some relation with each other. Oriental religions exaggerated the idea of the infinite. Greek religion gave undue importance to the finite. Christianity, being a synthesis of both, represents the union of the infinite and the finite in the doctrine of the Incarnation, and represents all truth in the dogma of the Trinity, by teaching, as far as representation can teach, the triadic development of immanent reason as idea, nature, and spirit. The intellectual content of Christianity is thus the same as that of philosophy. There is no supernatural truth. Gnosticism. Religion, however, contains the truth in the form of symbols and representations. Philosophy, therefore, which contains the truth as reason, is superior to religion. C. Philosophy is the unity of art and religion. The infinite, which, as the beautiful, was rendered visible in art, and as God was made the object of representation and feeling in religion, is now, as the true, made the object of the thinking faculty in philosophy. Philosophy is consequently, quote, the highest, freest, and wisest phase of the union of subjective and objective mind, and the ultimate goal of all development. Unquote. Historical position. It is difficult to trace, even in outline, the influence which Hegel's philosophy exercised on the thought of his own and subsequent generations. Some of Hegel's contemporaries regarded his system of philosophy as the organic synthesis of all preceding speculation and the final form of philosophic thought. Others believed, and not a few still believe, that that system must be the foundation of all profitable speculation in the future. And when due allowance is made for the exaggerations which are inevitable whenever the cult of greatness attains, as in this instance it has attained almost to the proportions of religious veneration, it cannot be denied that Hegel's was the mind which, in developing towards a more complete unity the elements of Kantian thought, took the most comprehensive synthetic view of the problems of philosophy, reached farthest and deepest into every department of knowledge, and found in the principle of development the bond best suited, by reason of its simplicity and universal applicability, to hold together the various elements of a system extending from the problems of logic to the analysis of religion. It is safe to say that no department of human knowledge has failed to feel the influence of Hegel's doctrines, or at least of his method. And this is due partly to the fact that his philosophy embodies the highest aspirations of the spirit of the 19th century, the spirit of collectivism, and partly to the fact that in his system of thought so large scope is assigned to the principle of development, which has so dominated the scientific as well as the philosophical thought of the century. But the very greatness of Hegel's plan, the vastness of the enterprise itself, was the surest guarantee of its ultimate failure. The rational alone is real is a formula which, as understood and applied by Hegel, means that there are no limits to the power of the thinking faculty. For whether we understand the rational to refer to the infinite reason of the Creator or to the finite reason of the creature, the conclusion is ultimately the same, that everything real is to be analyzed in terms of rational thought. How inadequate is this view of reality the reaction against Hegelianism has taught us by insisting on the importance of the non-rational, and how hopeless is the self-imposed task of this new Gnosticism is proved by Hegel's concept of God, which is the least satisfactory portion of his philosophy. The attempt to bring all reality under a single formula may indeed be the ideal of philosophy, but it is certainly an ideal which is as unattainable in practice as the dream of the world conqueror who would bring all the nations of the earth under the scepter of one monarch. The highest unification which the finite mind can effect will necessarily fall short of absolute unity, for it is not given to the human mind to grasp the totality of being and to find in one formula a rationale of all reality. No philosophical system can consistently claim to comprehend God. It may discover him, but it must acknowledge that he and his ways are inscrutable. Philosophy must leave room for faith, and its last word must be the necessity of faith. Gnosticism, as the modern world is just now realizing, is more irreligious than agnosticism. It was the followers of Hegel who first revealed to the religious world the true drift of Hegelianism. The so-called Hegelian leftists developed the anti-Christian elements in Hegel's thought, while the rightists maintained that the teaching of Hegel accords with Christian faith and the doctrines of the Church. To the leftists belonged Strauss, 1808 to 1874, author of Das Leben Jesu; Bruno Bauer, 1809 to 1882, author of Kritik der evangelischen Geschichte des Johannes, not to be confused with F. C. Bauer, 1792 to 1860, head of the Tübingen School; Feuerbach, 1804 to 1872, author of Das Wesen des Christentums; and the socialist Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883. To the rightists belonged Göschel, 1781 to 1861, Rosenkranz, 1805 to 1879, professor at Königsberg, and Johann Eduard Erdmann, 1805 to 1892, professor at Halle. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lucy Schneider. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 66. German Philosophy, Schopenhauer. In the movement which arose in opposition to Hegel's philosophy, we may distinguish three currents. First, the psychological movement, represented by Fries and Benecke. Second, the realistic movement, represented by Herbert. Third, the voluntarist movement, represented by Schopenhauer. First, psychological reaction against Hegelianism. Fries, 1773 to 1843, professor at Jena and at Heidelberg, and author of the New Critic of Reason, 1807, adopted Kant's results, but rejected the method of transcendental criticism, substituting for it empirical psychological inquiry, which he made the basis of all philosophy. He also admitted into his system of thought elements derived from the fideism of Jacobi. His work was continued and developed by Benecke, 1798 to 1854, who succeeded to Hegel's chair at the University of Berlin, 1832, and by Überweg, 1826 to 1871, and Fort Large, 1806 to 1881, who taught at Königsberg and at Jena respectively. Second, realistic metaphysics. Herbert, 1776 to 1841, after studying at the University of Jena, spent several years as a private tutor in Switzerland, where he made the acquaintance of Pestalozzi, 1746 to 1827, the founder of modern pedagogy. From 1802 to 1809, Herbert taught at Göttingen. In 1809 he was transferred to Königsberg, whence he was recalled to Göttingen in 1833. His collected works were published in 12 volumes. Leipzig, 1850 to 1852, by his pupil Hartenstein. Herbert took up the realistic elements of Kant's philosophy and combined them with Leibnizian monadism. The metaphysical system which he evolved from these premises he himself described as realism. He defines philosophy as the elaboration of the concepts which underlie the different sciences, thus outlining the task which he undertook, namely, a. to restore realism, b. to rehabilitate the principle of contradiction, and c. to establish philosophy on a scientific basis. In his metaphysics he teaches that being is not one, as the Eleatics and Pantheists held, but many. The multiple realities, Realen, which constitute real being, correspond in a measure to the monads of Leibniz philosophy. They differ, however, in this, that they are devoid not only of all perception and incipient consciousness, but of all activity whatsoever, except the power of self-preservation. Extension in space, action in time, inherence, causality, involve contradictions, which philosophy removes by the elaboration of these concepts. In his psychology, Herbert conceives the soul as a simple real essence, one of the Realen, and the ideas of the soul he conceives to be acts of self-preservation. There are not therefore several faculties of the soul, but one faculty, the function of which is to preserve the soul in its indestructible originality. Perception arises from the conflict of this self-preserving tendency with the self-preserving tendency of other real beings. Mental states are thus an equilibrium of opposing forces, and Herbert, by attempting to reduce psychic life to a mechanism, the laws of which are the same as those of physics, forestalled the attempts of Fechner and Wundt to make psychology an exact science. The best known example of these mechanics of the mind is the attempt to determine the sum of a rest of ideas. Consistently with his rejection of the plurality of mental faculties, Herbert identifies will with thought, and teaches that the freedom of the will is merely the assured supremacy of the strongest idea or mass of ideas. Historical position. Herbert is distinguished by his systematic opposition to the method, starting point, and conclusions of Hegel. His philosophy is a union of Eleatic, Leibnizian, and Kantian elements. We must not overlook the fact that Herbert devoted special attention to the pedagogical aspects of philosophy, his rejection of the plural concept of mind being of special importance on account of its influence on the development of the theory of education. Third, voluntarism. The most important of the anti-Hegelian movements was that inaugurated by Schopenhauer, a movement which may be described as an emphatic assertion of the importance of the non-rational in a philosophical synthesis. Schopenhauer. Life. Arthur Schopenhauer was born at Danzig in 1788. After traveling in France and England, he entered the University of Göttingen and devoted himself to the study of the natural sciences and of Plato. From Göttingen he went to Berlin, where Fichte was lecturing at the time. Thence he went to Jena, and there obtained his doctor's degree, for which he wrote the dissertation entitled The Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason, über die vierfache Wurzel des Satzes vom zureichenden Grunde, 1813. During the 4 following years which he spent at Dresden, he devoted much attention to the study of Hindu philosophy. His principal work, Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, appeared in 1819. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to expound his philosophy from the professor's chair and to stem the tide of Hegel's popularity at Berlin, he retired in 1831 to Frankfurt am Main, where he spent the remainder of his life in a learned retirement, indulging his moody and passionate temperament and elaborating a system of pessimism, in which one may see, in addition to the influence of his Buddhistic studies, the reflection of the personal character of the man. He died in 1860. Sources. Schopenhauer's complete works have been edited several times, for example Leipzig 1873 till 1874, second edition 1877, Leipzig 1890, and finally Leipzig 1894. The following works exist in English translations: Fourfold Root, etc., London 1891, The World is Will, etc., 3 volumes, London and Boston, 1884 till 1886. Essays, 5 volumes, London and New York, 1896. The best English presentations of Schopenhauer's philosophy are to be found in Wallace's Schopenhauer, London 1890, and Caldwell's Schopenhauer System and its Philosophical Significance, New York 1896. Doctrines. General character of Schopenhauer's philosophy. Kant, Plato, and the Buddhist philosophers contributed to the building of Schopenhauer's system of thought. From Kant and the Kantians was derived the transcendental element, the criticism with which Schopenhauer started, and the synthetic arrangement by which he grouped all the elements of thought under the absolute will. From Plato was derived the theory of ideas as stages of the voluntary phenomenon, and from the Buddhists the pessimism and the negation of will, which form the practical aspects of Schopenhauer's system. Mention must also be made of Hegel's influence, which, however, was wholly indirect. Indeed, it is hardly an exaggeration to say that Schopenhauer was a voluntarist, because Hegel was an intellectualist, the former insisting on the importance of the non-rational, because the latter identified the rational with the real. Starting point. Schopenhauer, like Fichte and Schelling, starts with a Kantian resolution of nominal reality into subject and object, thing in itself, and addresses himself, as they address themselves, to the task of analyzing the object with a view to perfecting the Kantian synthesis. Influenced to a greater extent than he was aware of by Fichte's subjectivism, he maintained that there is no object without subject. Instead, however, of resolving the subjective aspect of the object into a rational activity of the ego, he resolved it into the volitional activity of the will, which is not only the essence of man, but also the essence of the universe. The Fourfold Root. In the treatise entitled The Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason, Schopenhauer teaches that the celebrated principle which had played so important a part in Leibniz's philosophy has four forms corresponding to the four classes of representations to which it is applied, namely, first, principium rationis essendi, as applied to formal intuitions; second, principium rationis fiendi, as applied to empirical intuitions; third, principium rationis agendi, as applied to acts of the will; and fourth, principium rationis cognoscendi, as applied to abstract concepts. The world as representation. In his most important work, The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer first takes up and evolves the epistemological principles which he had expounded in his earlier treatise. Here he lays special emphasis on the notion of causality. When we analyze our experience, he says, we find that all that is given is sensation or representation. The understanding, however, which may not be separated from sensation, immediately refers the representation to an external cause. Now, if we were merely rational beings, endowed with sense and intellect, but devoid of volition, we should never be able to answer the question, what is the external cause of representation? It is by combining internal experience with external that we perceive will to be the ultimate real, the nominal cause of the phenomenon. Will, therefore, determines our knowledge of reality and constitutes reality itself. Will governs knowledge. It is important to note that by will, Schopenhauer understands not merely the faculty of choice, but also impulse, the blind, unreasoning impulse to self-preservation, which manifests itself in pleasure and pain, hope and fear, love and hatred, in a word, the will to live. To this blind impulse he subordinates knowledge, and although he claims that voluntarism is opposed to materialism on the one hand, and to subjective idealism on the other, the whole trend of his investigation of knowledge is towards the materialistic conclusion that understanding is a function of the brain. In this connection he quotes with apparent approval the celebrated saying attributed to Cabanis, "As the liver secretes bile, the brain secretes ideas." The will is absolute. All representation is conditioned by causality, space, time, etc., which constitute the principle of individuation. The will is subject to none of these conditions. It is neither individual nor personal. Although individual acts of the will, volitions, being merely representations, are subject to causality, space, time, and other individuating conditions. The world as will. In the second book of the treatise above mentioned, The World as Will, etc., Schopenhauer proceeds to the study of the external world, which is the will in the form of objectivity, that is, in the body which it creates for itself. Starting with self, he takes for granted, as axiomatic, that the human body is merely the external manifestation of the inner force, which is human will. The will may be said to create the body. In truth, however, the inner volition and the outer bodily action are not cause and effect, but are merely the inner and the outer aspect of the same reality. Turning next to the world of natural phenomena, he finds there the all-permeating, all-producing will as natural force. This force manifests itself in purely mechanical action-reaction, in chemical affinity, in the striving and unconscious appetition of vegetable life, and in the conscious self-preserving impulse of animals. Everywhere and at every moment, will is indefatigably active, organizing, preserving, sustaining. It is will that endows the animal with weapons of defense and with the means of obtaining its food. It is will, too, that endows the animal with consciousness and man with intellect, for these are weapons like any other contrivance for escaping from the enemy or securing prey. Indeed, intellect is the most perfect of all the weapons with which will has endowed creatures. For as the ink-sac of the cuttlefish serves to conceal the animal's flight or approach, so intellect serves to hide the intent of the will and thus to ensure its success. The will to live, as manifested in vegetable, animal, and human life, is essentially a combative impulse. As one form of existence necessarily comes in the way of other forms, there arises an inevitable struggle. Here Schopenhauer undoubtedly forestalls the Darwinian concept of nature as a struggle for existence. Yet, although he insists on the influence of want and environment on organic development, he is opposed to the Lamarckian hypothesis of the evolution of the higher from the lower species. Pessimism. Schopenhauer was by temperament and disposition inclined to dwell on the gloomy side of the picture of life, which he presented in his doctrine of the struggle of nature. The only positive feelings he taught are those of pain. Pleasure is the merely temporary satisfaction of a need and is therefore negative. Positive pleasure is an illusion. Quote, "The simple truth is that we ought to be miserable, and we are so. The chief source of the serious evils which affect man is man himself. Homo homini lupus. Whoever keeps this fact clearly in view beholds the world as a hell, which surpasses that of Dante in this respect, that one man must be the devil of another. Life is a path of red-hot coals with a few cool places here and there." Unquote. The escape from bondage. In the third and fourth books of the treatise The World as Will, etc., Schopenhauer undertakes to answer the question how is man to escape from the bondage of will and the misery of life. In his answer he maintains throughout the individualistic standpoint. He has no belief in deliverance through the ultimate development of the race. Each man must deliver himself. Now the means of deliverance are three: art, sympathy, and negation of the will to live. Art. When a man loses himself in artistic contemplation, pure perception takes full possession of his conscious life. The will disappears, and with it all suffering. In this connection, Schopenhauer attaches a special importance to music as a means of deliverance from the bondage of suffering. But, he confesses, it requires a very great effort to maintain the artistic attitude. We must look therefore beyond art to find a more effectual remedy. Sympathy differs from art in this, that it is permanent and may be universal. Misery, as we have seen, arises from the egoistic impulse to preserve one's own existence at the expense of the well-being of others. Now, sympathy leads us to look upon sufferings of others as our sufferings. It implies the oneness of all nature, the disappearance of the concepts of individuality, which is an illusion, and the substitution of the will to let live for the will to live. It is therefore the ground phenomenon of ethics. Yet even sympathy can only alleviate suffering. In order wholly to destroy and remove the source of pain, man must negate the will to live, which is the origin of suffering. Negation of the will to live. Schopenhauer finds both in Christian asceticism and in Buddhism examples of men in whom the will to live is completely eradicated. Men who are utterly indifferent to self-preservation and the preservation of the race. This is the ideal of quiescence, which the philosopher should strive to attain, the nirvana, in which passion and desire and conflict and suffering disappear, to give place to perfect peace. Historical position. Schopenhauer's philosophy is lacking in systematic cohesiveness. His theory of knowledge, his pantheism, identity of will with reality, his pessimism, and his doctrine of deliverance from suffering are not articulated into a rational system. Perhaps the failure to furnish a complete and consistent rational scheme was pardonable in one who insisted so emphatically on the irrational nature of reality. Indeed, it is almost impossible in this instance to separate the philosophy from the philosopher, so deeply do the doctrines of Schopenhauer bear the impress of the character of the man. His doctrines are, however, of extrinsic importance as reflecting the sentiments of an age grown weary of life and surfeited with rationalism and idealism. For pessimism is an index of inferior vitality rather than of superior spiritual insight, and the insistence on the non-rational nature of reality is a symptom of a malady which may be traced to an overdose of transcendental metaphysics. Eduard von Hartmann, born at Berlin in 1842, is the most original of Schopenhauer's disciples, and is regarded as the greatest living exponent of modified voluntarism and mitigated pessimism. His system, which was first expounded in the Philosophie des Unbewussten 1869, and since then has been developed and defended in several important treatises, may be described as a philosophy of the unconscious. Hartmann, inspired with the idea of reconciling Schopenhauer with Hegel, tries to unite the pantheism of the former with the evolutionary idealism of the latter. The ground of reality, the absolute, is, he teaches, the unconscious, which is not an irrational will, but a will acting as if it were intelligent. The will, guided by ideas, acts with the knowledge of its actions, but since it does not know that it knows, it is unconscious. Hartmann modifies Schopenhauer's pessimism by teaching not only that the individual is freed from the misery of life by attaining the negation of the will to live, but that the whole universe is moving by an evolutionary process towards a universal redemption from evil by means of a universal denial of will. Wilhelm Richard Wagner, 1813 to 1883, and Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844 to 1900, are cited among those who were influenced in their artistic and literary labors by Schopenhauer's doctrines. End of chapter 66.
Chapter 67 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 67. The Scottish School. While German philosophers, inspired by the idea of counteracting the skepticism of Hume, were evolving systems of transcendental philosophy from the principles laid down by Kant, there was developing in Hume's own country a school of philosophy which, although it made common cause with transcendentalism against skepticism, reached conclusions very different from those of the transcendentalists. Indeed, in the first stages of its development, the Scottish school was as much opposed to transcendentalism as it was to skepticism. For the doctrine of common sense is not merely an affirmation of dogmatism, but also a protest against absolute idealism. McCosh, whose work on the Scottish philosophy is a standard authority, regards Reid as the first fit representative of the Scottish school, although Sir William Hamilton traces the history of the school back to Carmichael and Hutcheson. Reid. Life. Thomas Reid, 1710 to 1796, who succeeded Adam Smith as Professor of Philosophy at the University of Glasgow, is the author of An Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense, 1764, Essays on the Intellectual Powers of Man, 1785, and Essays on the Active Powers of Man, 1788. The edition of Reid's works, begun by Hamilton in 1827, was completed after the latter's death. The seventh edition appeared in 1872. Doctrines. There are in Reid's philosophy 2 points of doctrine which deserve special attention: his theory of perception and his doctrine of common sense. Theory of perception. Reid rightly traced the immaterialism of Berkeley and the skepticism of Hume to the Cartesian doctrine that what we directly and immediately perceive is not the external object, but a subjective modification which is an image of the object, a doctrine which he falsely attributes to the schoolmen. In opposition to this representative theory of perception, Reid maintains the presentative theory, that our knowledge of external things is immediate. Startled, however, by his own boldness, as Hamilton observes, he proceeds to deliver the whole case into the hands of his opponents by declaring that the perception of external objects is to be exempted from the region of consciousness, so that while he holds that we have an immediate perception of external objects, he does not admit that we are conscious of such perception. Doctrine of common sense. Philosophy, Reid teaches, has no other root but the principles of common sense. It grows out of them and draws its nourishment from them. Severed from this root, its honours wither, its sap is dried up, it dies and rots. Zeno the Eleatic, Pyrrho the Sceptic, Berkeley the Immaterialist, and Hume the phenomenalist overlooked this truth. Hobbes and Descartes, who were equally neglectful of the claims of common sense, are accountable for the present unprosperous state of philosophy. The principle on which Reid's philosophy is grounded is the following, start quote, "All knowledge and all science must be built upon principles that are self-evident, and of such principles every man who has common sense is a competent judge." End quote. Self-evident truths, such as the axiom of causality, are to be exempted from critical inquiry. They are primary data of intellectual thought. In developing this fundamental principle, Reid takes advantage of the twofold meaning of the term common sense, namely, 1. The combination of qualities constituting good sense, or the faculty of sound judgment. 2. The aggregate of original principles planted in the minds of all men. Hamilton has shown that if we take the latter meaning of the term, Reid's argument is a valid and legitimate refutation of skepticism. Historical position. Not even the most enthusiastic of Reid's admirers claim for him the title of great philosopher. He has not, writes McCosh, the mathematical consecutiveness of Descartes, the speculative genius of Leibniz, the sagacity of Locke, the spirituelle of Berkeley, or the detective skill of Hume. Reid himself was of opinion that it is genius and not the want of it that adulterates philosophy. The greatest benefit that Reid conferred on philosophy was the importance which he attached and succeeded in causing others to attach to introspection or self-observation. James Oswald, 1727 to 1793, and James Beattie, 1735 to 1803, popularized and applied to theological controversy the principles of the philosophy of common sense. Mention must also be made of a contemporary of Reid, the eccentric author of Ancient Metaphysics or the Science of Universals, Edinburgh 1779 to 1799, namely James Burnet, Lord Monboddo, 1714 to 1799. The philosophy of the Scottish school was developed by Stuart, Brown, and Mackintosh, before reaching its final phase as represented in the philosophy of Hamilton. Dugald Stewart. Life. Dugald Stewart, 1753 to 1828, was the most eminent of the followers of Reid. His principal work is entitled Elements of the Philosophy of the Human Mind. His collected works were published in 10 volumes by Hamilton, Edinburgh 1854 to 1858. Doctrines. Stewart accepts Reid's analysis of perception. While vindicating Reid's empirical method of self-observation, he attached greater importance than Reid had done to the association of ideas. He protested, however, with the utmost vigour against the materialism of the first associationists, Hartley, Priestley, and Erasmus Darwin. Thomas Brown. Life. Thomas Brown, 1778 to 1820, after studying law and medicine at the University of Edinburgh, was appointed in 1810 associate professor with Dugald Stewart. His chief works are An Inquiry into the Relation of Cause and Effect, 1804, and Lectures on the Philosophy of the Human Mind, 1820. Doctrines. Brown retains the fundamental doctrine of the Scottish school, namely, the existence of indemonstrable first principles. He is, however, more inclined than were his predecessors to restrict the number of these principles and to give larger scope to association in accounting for the origin of our universal and necessary beliefs. In his analysis of the processes of sensation, he attaches great importance to the muscular sense. With regard to causation, he teaches that while the relation of cause and effect is merely one of invariable succession, our judgment concerning that relation is not the result of association or custom, but a primitive or intuitive belief. Mackintosh. Life. Sir James Mackintosh, 1765 to 1832, was no less distinguished as a statesman, historian, essayist, and critic than as a philosopher. His principal philosophical works are a dissertation on the progress of ethical philosophy, contributed in 1830 to the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and a discourse on the law of nature and nations, 1799. Doctrines. Mackintosh, while adhering to the original speculative principle of the Scottish school, even going so far as to accuse Browne of openly revolting against the authority of Reid, departed from the ethical tradition of the followers of Hutcheson to the extent of admitting that benevolence is the universal characteristic of human virtue. But although he betrays here the influence of the utilitarians, he does not maintain that the happiness of others is the universal criterion of moral conduct. He is inclined rather to side with the intuitionists and to insist on the supremacy of the immediate judgment of conscience. The next representative of the Scottish school is Sir William Hamilton, who, under the influence of Kantian principles, developed the philosophy of his predecessors, Reid and Stewart, into a more comprehensive system. It was, however, inevitable that the introduction of foreign elements of speculative criticism should react on the dogmatism of the founders of the school, and lead to a partial skepticism, which, in the 19th century, proved a no less formidable foe to theism in religion and to absolutism in philosophy than was Hume's skepticism in the 18th. Sir William Hamilton. Life. Sir William Hamilton was born at Glasgow in 1788. After completing his studies in the Department of Arts in the University of his native city, he took up the study of medicine at Edinburgh. In 1807, he went to Oxford. After leaving Oxford, he began the study of law, and in 1813 was admitted to the Scottish bar. In 1821, he was appointed to the chair of civil history in the University of Edinburgh. In 1836, he was appointed to the chair of logic and metaphysics, which he held until his death in 1856. Sources. Besides the Discussions on Philosophy, Literature and Education, 1852, the Lectures on Metaphysics, 2nd edition 1866, the Lectures on Logic, 2nd edition 1866, and many important articles in the Edinburgh Review from 1829 to 1839, Hamilton contributed to English philosophical literature his valuable editions of Reid's and Stewart's works. Consult J.S. Mill's Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy, London, 1865, 5th edition, 1878. White's Philosophy of Sir William Hamilton, New York, 1854. Bowen's Metaphysics of Sir W. Hamilton, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1867. And Veitch's Hamilton, Blackwood's Philosophical Classics, Edinburgh and Philadelphia, 1882. Doctrines. General view of philosophy. Hamilton defines philosophy as the knowledge of effects in their causes, a definition which, as Hamilton himself observes, implies that all the sciences are to be viewed as so many branches of philosophy. Philosophy, however, differs from the other sciences in having for its primary problem to investigate and determine the conditions of knowledge. Consequently, it makes mind its first and paramount object of consideration. In logic, ethics, politics, the philosophy of the fine arts, and natural theology, the mind is studied in certain special applications, while in metaphysics, the mind is studied in itself. Now, metaphysics, or psychology, for the terms are synonymous, has a threefold task. 1. The observation of facts and phenomena of the mind, phenomenology of mind. 2. The study of the laws which regulate these facts, nomology of the mind. And 3. The study of the real results which we are warranted in inferring from these phenomena, ontology or metaphysics properly so called. Logic. Hamilton's most important contribution to logic is his theory of the quantification of the predicate. This theory is based on the postulate that, start quote, we be allowed to state explicitly in language all that is implicitly contained in thought, end quote, and on the alleged fact that in thought we quantify the predicate as well as the subject of a judgment. The innovation would necessitate a complete change in the system of logical notation, and was destined, so at least its author claimed, to reform the entire science, to reduce propositions to equations, to simplify the doctrine of conversion, and to abolish the figured syllogism. Psychology. Hamilton divides the phenomena of the mind into cognitions, feelings, and conative phenomena, volitions and desires. The cognitive states are subdivided according as they are referred to one or other of the cognitive faculties, namely, the presentative, the conservative, the reproductive, the representative, the elaborative, and the regulative. The presentative faculty includes external and internal perception, the former being synonymous with consciousness of states of the not-self, and the latter with self-consciousness or consciousness of states of self. For, whether it is question of external or of internal perception, all that we perceive is the phenomenon, so that our knowledge of matter, as well as our knowledge of mind, is confined to phenomenal states. Our whole knowledge of mind and matter, Hamilton writes, is thus only relative. Of existence, absolutely and in itself, we know nothing. In this sense, Hamilton is a relativist. A relativist, however, of a class altogether different from that to which are assigned those who, like Protagoras, held that man is the measure of all things. The qualities of external reality as perceived by us are reduced to three classes: primary, secundo-primary, and secondary, according as the knowledge element or the feeling element predominates in the perception. Of these qualities, we have an immediate or presentative, not immediate or representative, knowledge. Hamilton is, therefore, an advocate of natural realism, of which he says Reid is the first champion in modern times. The conservative and reproductive faculties include the retentive and resuscitative functions of memory. The resuscitative faculty is governed by the laws of association, to which Hamilton devoted special attention. The representative faculty, or imagination, is defined as the power of representing in consciousness and of keeping before the mind the knowledge presented, retained, and reproduced. The elaborative faculty is the faculty of comparison. It includes generalization, simple apprehension, judgment, and reasoning. The regulative faculty is what the ancients called intellect, and what Reid and Stewart designated as common sense. The phenomena with which it is concerned are not data of experience, but rather the native cognitions of the mind, which are the conditions of all experience. Passing over the nomology of the mind, we next come to the questions of ontology, that is, to the inferences drawn from the study of the mind. Ontology. Since we know only the relations of things, since relativity in this sense is a quality of all human knowledge, it follows that we cannot know the unconditioned. Start quote. Conditional limitation is the fundamental law of the possibility of thought. To know is to condition. End quote. The unconditioned, however, is not in itself a contradiction. Its inconceivableness does not preclude the possibility of its existence. It is inconceivable as a concept, and its existence is unknowable so far as reason, intuition, and experience go. Hamilton, however, admitting that our faculties are weak, not deceitful, holds that a supernatural revelation of the absolute supplements our ordinary knowledge of it. With regard to self and not self, Hamilton, while holding that the doctrine of relativity applies to these objects of knowledge, that self and not self are per se unknowable as to their substance, concedes that our mental experience reveals self as a unity amid successive changes, and that our experience of the external world warrants us in representing it as a reality which is permanent as to the quantum of existence, although the forms of existence are constantly changing. It is scarcely necessary to point out here the ambiguity of the term relativity as applied to human knowledge. Between the propositions "we know only the relations of things" and "we know the related thing only insofar as it is related to us," there is a vast difference, a difference to which the difference between agnosticism and theism is ultimately reduced. Hamilton explains the universal belief in causation by the inability of the human mind to think anything except under the conditions of space and time. Historical position. Hamilton brought to bear on the study of philosophy an erudition less common than it ought to have been among British philosophers in the early part of the 19th century. It was by encouraging historical research in connection with the study of philosophy, and by fostering a spirit of scholarship rather than by stimulating constructive effort, that his influence as a writer and teacher was most widely felt. Exception must, however, be made in favor of his doctrine of relativity, which may be said to be the philosophical basis of modern agnosticism, although it is quite certain that Hamilton never intended that his criticism of rational knowledge should become a criticism of belief. Henry Longville Mansell, 1820–1871, was the first to apply the doctrine of relativity to the defense of religion. In The Limits of Religious Thought, Bampton Lecture 1858, and The Philosophy of the Conditioned, 1866, he endeavors to refute rationalism by showing, in conformity with Hamilton's principles, that the only knowledge of the unconditioned which the human mind can acquire is negative, and that in matters of religious belief a scientific system is impossible. He insists that the difficulty of believing arises not from revelation, but from the inability of reason to form a positive concept of God, and concludes that reason must be corrected and supplemented by faith. Footnote. Start quote. Of the nature and attributes of God and his infinite being, philosophy can tell us nothing. Of man's inability to apprehend that nature, and why he is thus unable, she tells us all that we can know and all that we need know. Limits of Religious Thought, page 185. End footnote. The constructive aspect of Mansell's system was, however, neglected. Its destructive aspect was promptly seized upon and converted into a justification of agnosticism. James Frederick Ferrier, 1808–1864, author of The Institutes of Metaphysic, 1854, is sometimes reckoned among the members of the Scottish school. His attitude was, however, one of antagonism to the doctrines of that school, and especially to the identification of metaphysics with psychology, which was, as we have seen, a tenet common to all the Scottish philosophers. He divided philosophy into epistemology, the theory of knowledge, agnoiology, the theory of ignorance, and ontology, the theory of being. End of chapter 67. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Chapter 68 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 68. French Philosophy. At the end of the 18th century, the Cynicism of Condillac was the dominant philosophy in France. During the Revolution, this Cynicism was represented by the materialist Cabanis, of whom mention has already been made. During the last years of the 18th century and the first years of the 19th, Destutt de Tracy, 1754–1836, taught a system of ideological cynicism in opposition to the physiological cynicism of Cabanis. The period of reconstruction with which the 19th century opened in France witnessed two important movements opposed to cynicism, the one theological and the other psychological. Towards the middle of the century, positivism appeared, and, as a result of the practical bent of positivism, there appeared also an important school of economy and sociology. Accordingly, the history of French philosophy in the 19th century includes the study of 1. The theological or traditionalist school, 2. The psychologico-spiritualistic school, 3. Positivism, and 4. The sociological school. 1. The traditionalist school. The Catholic reaction against the materialism and rationalism of the period of Enlightenment, so called, appears in the writings of Joseph de Maistre, 1754 to 1821, who, in his work Du Pape, 1819 to 1820, defends the principle of papal authority, and in his Soirée de Saint Pétersbourg, 1821, arraigns the philosophy of the 18th century as a conspiracy against the truth. In the latter work, de Maistre touches on the relation of divine providence to human affairs, and speaks of a future religious renovation which he describes in somewhat mystical language as the submerging of all things and all men in the ocean of divinity. De Bonald. Life. Louis Gabriel de Bonald, who is perhaps the most important of the traditionalists of this period, was born at Muna, near Millau, in 1754. Having thrown in his lot with the royalists, he was obliged, in 1791, to leave France. He sought refuge at Heidelberg, where he composed his treatise entitled Théorie du pouvoir politique et religieux, Constance, 1796. After his return from exile, he was appointed by Napoleon to the position of Councillor of the University of Paris, and subsequently held several political offices under Louis XVIII and Charles X. In 1830 he renounced the peerage to which he had been raised by Louis XVIII, and returned to his native place, where he died in 1840. His collected works were published in 12 volumes. Paris, 1817 to 1819. Doctrines. De Bonald's philosophy is based on his theory of language. Language, he teaches, is not an invention of man, for in order to invent it man should think, and he cannot think without words. Il faut penser sa parole avant de parler sa pensée. Language, therefore, was given to man by God himself, and as language implies a knowledge of the essential truths of the religious, metaphysical, moral, and political orders, such truths must have been conveyed to primitive man together with language. Since the history of philosophy shows that human reason is of itself incapable of arriving at a knowledge of these truths, philosophical method demands that the divine revelation and tradition on which our knowledge of such truths depends should be set up as the supreme criterion of truth. This account of the origin of language implies that social organization of some sort existed from the beginning, and that political authority had not its origin in a social contract. Developing the principles of his speculative system and applying them to the study of the social life of man, de Bonald teaches that the family is the social unit, that the state is not a union of individuals but of families, that in every political society there are 3 moral personalities represented by the words power, minister, and subject, that in every state there should exist between these personalities union and distinction, and that such union and distinction are best maintained in a monarchy in which both the authority of the ruler and that of the ministers are hereditary. Lamennais. Life. Félicité Robert de Lamennais, who was by far the ablest of the traditionalists, was born at Saint-Malo in 1782. He was educated by his uncle and by his brother Jean-Marie, who was a priest and founder of a religious society. At the age of 22, he experienced the religious crisis of his life. From this time forward he set aside all the doubts which had troubled his youth, spent for the most part in desultory reading, and gave himself up to study and prayer at La Chesnaye, the villa which Maurice de Guérin had so vividly described. After a brief sojourn in England, Lamennais returned to France and in 1816 was ordained priest. During the years 1818 to 1830, besides publishing the Essai sur l'indifférence en matière de religion, he contributed to the Conservateur and to other monarchical periodicals articles in which he attacked the revolution and defended the rights of the Church. So great was the favour which these articles found at Rome that Leo XII proposed to elevate Lamennais to the dignity of cardinal. From the publication of L'Avenir, which first appeared in 1830, dates a new era in Lamennais' life. The motto of the group of distinguished contributors to this celebrated journal was Dieu et la liberté, as Dieu et le roi was that of the royalists. They defended freedom of conscience, freedom of education, and freedom of the press. They advocated the separation of church and state, and the rescinding of the Concordat. They proclaimed the coming triumph of democracy and the abolition of hereditary monarchy. These views naturally provoked opposition. In 1831, the three principal writers engaged on the paper, Lamennais, Lacordaire, and Montalembert, went to lay their case before the Holy See. In the following year, Gregory XVI issued the encyclical Mirari Vos, condemning the doctrines advocated in the columns of L'Avenir. Lamennais submitted at first, but later, as is well known, recalled his adhesion to the papal decision and, in the Paroles d'un Croyant, 1834, and in the Affaires de Rome, made open war on the Church and on the whole existing order. In 1841 appeared the Esquisse d'une philosophie in 4 volumes, Lamennais' greatest constructive work. In 1834 he threw in his lot with the Revolutionary Party, and in 1841 was elected to the Chamber of Deputies. He died unreconciled to the Church in 1854. Sources. During Lamennais' lifetime his works were collected and published in 12 volumes. Paris, 1836 to 1837. Subsequently, several treatises not contained in this edition were published. For full bibliography, compare Molien et Duin, Lamennais, sa vie, ses idées, Lyon, 1898. Consult also Gibson's The Abbé de Lamennais and the Liberal Catholic Movement in France, London, 1896. Doctrines. Traditionalism. In the Essai sur l'indifférence, Lamennais appears as the champion of orthodox Christianity. He assails the fundamental tenet of rationalism and endeavors to prove the inability of individual human reason to arrive at a knowledge of truth. Having shown that the individual mind is incapable of attaining certitude, he proceeds to establish a new criterion of truth, namely the verdict of the collective reason, in other words, the universal consent of mankind. By means of this criterion he proves the truth of theism, revealed religion, and Catholicism. Lamennais' traditionalism appears when, as in Essai, tome 2, chapter 16, he refers the verdict of the collective reason, raison sociale, to the illumination of a higher reason. Philosophical synthesis. In the Esquisse d'une philosophie, Lamennais appears as a synthetic philosopher. To the traditionalism which he professed in his earlier work, he here adds an element of mysticism, teaching that tradition is to be supplemented by faith, that God is the first object of philosophy, and that the finite is to be known by means of the infinite. With this Neoplatonic mysticism he mingles a strange form of rationalism. He maintains, for example, the identity of the supernatural with the natural order of truth, and teaches that the Trinity is an object of philosophical speculation. Finally, he introduces an element of pantheism, teaching that while there are 2 classes of being, namely finite and infinite, there is but one substance, and that substance is God. Among those who were influenced to a greater or less degree by Lamennais' philosophical doctrines were Gerbet (1798–1864), Rohrbacher (1789–1856), Bautin (1795–1867), Bonnetti (1798–1879), Ventura (1792–1861), and Gratry (1805–1872). Of these, Bautin, Bonnetti, and Ventura developed traditionalism into a system of fideism, substituting for the universal consent of mankind faith in God and in the doctrines of the Scriptures and of the Church, while Gratry, in his celebrated work De la connaissance de Dieu, developed a system of ontologism. Historical position. The traditionalists, fideists, and ontologists of this period were all actuated by the same motive, the desire to offset the materialistic skepticism of the Age of Enlightenment and to place theism and Christianity on a firmer basis than that which individual speculation can furnish. But, as Gratry himself pointed out, the attempt to discredit individual reason could not but result in the discredit of religion, so that, far from curing religious indifference, philosophical indifference was calculated to aggravate the evil. This is the sentence which the Church pronounced in condemnation of traditionalism. 2. The psychologico-spiritualistic school was, like the traditionalist movement, an attempt to counteract the influence of skepticism and materialism, but instead of turning to tradition and authority for the principles out of which it was to build a spiritualistic philosophy, this school turned to Cartesian psychology and restored psychological introspection to its place as a supreme criterion of philosophical truth. Maine de Birin, 1766–1824, belonged at first to the ideological school of de Tracy. Later, however, he developed a system of his own, based on the importance of internal reflection as a method in philosophy. By means of this reflection, we become aware of the voluntary effort which distinguishes our external from our internal experience. In this way, we arrive at a knowledge of self as distinct from not self, and at an understanding of the true nature of mental life and mental phenomena. For the abstract metaphysician, the soul must remain an unknown quantity. For the advocate of sensism also it must remain unknown as to its true nature, because the sensist is unable to avoid the interpretation of internal phenomena in terms of external causes. The only legitimate method in philosophy is that of internal reflection. During the last years of his life, de Birin abandoned the standpoint of psychological experience for that of mystic intuition. To the two stages of life, that of representation which animals possess, and that of volition, or rather of sensation and volition united in perception, he now adds a third, that of love. The spiritual life in which representation and volition are absorbed in the life of supernatural grace. Royer Collard, 1763–1845, who was more distinguished as a statesman than as a philosopher, introduced into France the principles of the Scottish school, and thus prepared the way for the eclecticism of Cousin. Victor Cousin, 1792–1867, borrowing from Leibniz the principle that systems are true by what they affirm, and false by what they deny, sought to unite in one eclectic system Platonism, Neoplatonism, and German Transcendentalism, using the criterion of the Scottish school, common sense, as his guiding principle. His works consist of lecture courses, published 1815–1820 and 1828–1830, and Fragments philosophiques, published in 5 volumes, 1866. Cousin, with whom the influence of German speculation was at one time preponderant, maintained that the impersonal reason has an immediate intuition of the absolute. Later, however, he went back to the Cartesian position and restored individual introspection to its place in philosophical method. At a still later period, he seems to have reduced philosophy to a matter of merely historical interest. He taught that all philosophical systems may be arranged under 4 heads: sensism, idealism, skepticism, and mysticism, that in each of these there are elements of truth, and that the whole truth is to be found in a syncretic union of those doctrines which common sense judges to be true. Théodore Jouffroy, 1796–1842, took the extreme spiritualistic view of the relation between physiology and psychology, treating them as branches of science which have nothing to do with each other. His eclecticism appears in the following saying, "There are 2 ways in which the thinking man can win peace for his soul and rest for his spirit. The one is to possess, or to believe he possesses, the truth respecting the questions which interest humanity. The other is to perceive clearly that truth is unattainable, and to know why it is so." There are, he maintains, limits to the horizon of science, and it is the task of science gradually to determine these limits. Here we observe the practical spirit which appears in more systematic form in Positivism. 3. Positivism. Auguste Comte (1798–1857) is the founder of Positivism. Many influences went to form his system of thought: the sensism of Diderot, the criticism of Kant, the common sense of the Scottish school, the skepticism of Hume, and the mysticism of the Middle Ages. Comte stood in relations of personal friendship with Saint-Simon, John Stuart Mill, and Littré. His principal work is his Cours de philosophie positive, published 1839–1842, translated by Harriet Martineau, London 1853. Relativity of knowledge. The critical or destructive aspect of positivism appears in its denial of the validity of metaphysical speculation and in its abolition of final causes and of the absolute. Our knowledge, according to positivism, is confined to facts and the relations of facts. We do not know the essences of things. All knowledge is therefore limited to our sense knowledge of facts, and to the higher kind of organized knowledge, which is a knowledge of the relations of facts. It is futile to inquire into the first origin or the ultimate destiny of the facts which we know. Positive philosophy confines its inquiry to the investigation of the relations existing between facts. At the same time, positivism is far from giving its sanction to that empiricism which merely studies facts as isolated phenomena, for the knowledge of isolated phenomena is valueless unless it be referred to a law or theory by which facts are explained. Law of the three stages. Positive knowledge begins when we learn to explain phenomena by their laws. Now this stage of knowledge was preceded, in the development of human thought, by two preliminary stages, the metaphysical and the theological. The law of the three stages is as follows. Human thought passed successively through the theological, the metaphysical, and the positive stage, which correspond to the childhood, youth, and manhood of science. In the theological stage of thought, every phenomenon was referred to the voluntary action of supernatural intelligent beings, and fetishism, polytheism, and monotheism became successively the explanation of natural events. In the metaphysical stage of thought, abstract occult causes took the place of the supernatural entities of the theological period, and events were explained by referring them to chemical force, vital force, substantial forms, etc. Finally, in the positive stage of thought, occult and abstract causes are discarded, and phenomena are explained by means of laws. This law of three stages is germinally contained in the writings of Turgot, 1727–1781. Classification of sciences. Some of the sciences have already attained the positive stage, in which they deal merely with concrete facts and laws. Others are still in the metaphysical or the theological stage. Taking the positive sciences in the order of increasing complexity, Comte reduces them to 6, namely, mathematics, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, and sociology. This arrangement indicates the order in which the sciences have arrived at the positive stage, and also the order of dependence, each science being dependent on those which precede it. Metaphysics finds no place in the classification, and psychology is included under biology. With regard to sociology, it is Comte's aim to make it a positive science, and to this project he devotes special attention. He starts with the doctrine that the relations of man to his fellow men are subject to law, and proceeds to the discovery and formulation of the laws of the social order. 1. In the social statics, the inquiry into the conditions which constitute social equilibrium and ensure the permanence of social states, and 2. In the social dynamics, the inquiry into the laws of social progress. In the former, he lays down the principle that the harmony, solidarity, and mutual dependence of the different elements in social life depend on the proper adjustment of the selfish and the altruistic impulses of the individual. The selfish impulses constitute the conservative, while the altruistic impulses constitute the progressive element in science, art, religion, politics, and industry. In the social dynamics, Comte makes use of the principle of development from militarism through the juristic phase to the industrial phase of human society, 3 stages which correspond to the theological, metaphysical, and positive stages of intellectual development. Mysticism. In his later writings, Comte evinces a decided leaning towards the principles of mysticism. He abandons the view that intellectual development is paramount, and that the stage of positive science is the highest aim of human activity and of social amelioration. In his earlier works, he was content with expressing his admiration for, start quote, everything great and deep which the Catholic system effected during the Middle Ages, end quote. Now, however, he has recourse to the Catholic system for direct inspiration and learns from the study of the Imitation of Christ to put the spiritual and emotional above the intellectual as a standard of values. He aims at making positivism a religion of which he himself is to be the first pontiff. The objects of veneration in this new religion are to be the great being, humanity, the great medium, world space, and the great fetish, the earth, which are to form the positivist trinity. Nature must be looked upon as essentially endowed with life, and all humanity is to form one family. There must be universal and whole-souled adhesion to the dogmas of the positive religion, all freedom of inquiry being rigorously prohibited, the only matter in which individuality is permitted being that of private devotion, by which each may venerate some particular person, living or dead, as his guardian angel. Among the most distinguished of Comte's disciples was the well-known lexicographer et lettré, 1801 to 1881, who, after having posed as the saint of positivism, was eventually converted to the Catholic Church. Historical position. It is hardly necessary to point out here the superficiality of the positivist doctrine of knowledge, the inaccuracy of Comte's historical formula, law of 3 stages, and the inadequacy of his classification of sciences. Positivism has had greater and more widespread influence in England than in France, where the defection of its founder from the principles of intellectual positivism did much to discredit the system. 4. The sociological school. Mention has already been made of Saint-Simon, 1760 to 1825, among those who had a determining influence on the formation of Comte's idea of philosophy. Saint-Simon did not formulate a system of speculative thought. He represents, however, a tendency which may be designated as industrialism, and which took definite form and received systematic development in the writings of the French sociologists who flourished about the middle of the 19th century. The best known of the Saint-Simoniens, as they are called, are Augustin Thierry, 1795 to 1856, Pierre Leroux, 1797 to 1871, and Jean Reynaud, 1806 to 1863. These writers favored a reorganization of the social order on the basis of material progress, advocating the substitution of industrial and economic ideals for intellectual and aesthetic ideals in political and social life. Things, they maintained, not men, must be exploited. The material world must be developed. Saint-Simon himself had the greatest respect for the social organization of the Middle Ages. The new era, he maintained, has so far been a period of social and spiritual chaos, out of which a new Christianity must be developed. A Christianity which, however, will be more of a religion of this life than medieval Christianity was. This idea was taken up by Enfantin, 1796 to 1864, who became the Père Suprême of the new religion, and not only preached but also practiced the doctrines of socialism and communism in the community which he founded. Opposed to the socialists of the school of Saint-Simon were those sociologists who believed that the present social order is sound, and that, if free play be given to the industrial forces now existing, they will of themselves produce harmony and social well-being. Laissez faire, laissez passer may be said to have been the motto of this school, to which J. Bisset, 1767 to 1832, and Bastiat, 1801 to 1850, belonged. Sismondi, 1773 to 1842, while protesting against the laissez-faire doctrine, adopted a modified form of political optimism and advocated the intervention of the state for the purpose of directing the social forces towards the general happiness. End of chapter 68.
Chapter 69 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Brent. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 69. English Philosophy. Contemporaneously with the deistic and the general empirical movement of the 18th century, there arose in England the school of associational psychology and the utilitarian ethics which dominated English throughout the greater part of the 19th century. Associational psychology. Footnote. Consult Bauer, Hartley and James Mill, London, 1881. Compare Porter's Appendix to Uberweg's History of Philosophy, Volume 2, page 421. End footnote. The physician David Hartley, 1705 to 1757, is regarded as the founder of the association school of psychology. He reduces all mental phenomena to the sensation and association of vibrations of the white medullary substance of the brain and spinal cord. He does not, however, identify the brain with the thinking substance or soul, for vibrations merely affect the body, the sensation of vibrations affecting the soul. Sensations, on being repeated, leave traces which are simple ideas. Simple ideas are, by association, amalgamated into complex ideas. Similarly, assent and belief are to be explained by association. Hartley protests against the materialistic identification of the soul with body. He maintains that there is a correspondence between the cerebral and physical processes, but contends that the latter cannot be reduced to the former. John Priestley, 1733 to 1804. Theologian, philosopher, chemist, and physicist, brought out the materialism which was latent in Hartley's psychology. He teaches that the soul is material, that thought is a function of the brain, and that psychology is merely the physics of the nerves. He maintains, however, that psychological materialism does not imply the denial of the immortality of the soul or of the existence of God. Priestley is best known by his great contribution to chemical science, the discovery of oxygen, 1774. Erasmus Darwin, 1731 to 1802, who was a botanist, philosopher, and poet, is reckoned among the associationists of this period. In his Zoonomia, or the Laws of Organic Life, London, 1794 to 1796, he teaches that nature is made up of two substances: matter, which produces motion, and spirit, which receives and communicates motion. He teaches further that motion is of three kinds: gravitation, chemistry, and life. To the last named kind of motion belong ideas, which are defined as contractions, motions, or configurations of the fibers which constitute the immediate organs of sense. All the complex phenomena of mental life, namely sensation, comparison, judgment, reasoning, volition, are explained by the association of ideas which come to us not singularly, but in companies or tribes. This associational psychology necessitates the utilitarian view of human conduct. The view, namely, that certain actions are to be performed mainly or primarily because they are means to our enjoyment. This principle was developed into a system of ethics by Jeremy Bentham. Utilitarian ethics. Footnote. Compare Leslie Stephen, English Utilitarians. 3 volumes, London, 1900. Albee, History of English Utilitarianism, New York, 1902. End footnote. The founder of modern English utilitarianism is Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832. In his Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation in 1789, and in his Deontology, 1834, he formulates the principle that the end of morality is the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Utility means the power of an action to produce happiness. Bentham's system has consequently been described by J.S. Mill as utilitarianism. Footnote. Mill was the first to bring this word into common use. Bentham, however, had employed it. End of footnote. In ultimate analysis, it is hedonism, for it teaches that every virtuous action results in a balance of pleasure. It is, however, a hedonism which unites altruism with egoism, for it maintains that while each one's primary care should be for his own welfare, the interest of the individual is inseparable from that of the community. The determinants of utility are, according to Bentham, the act, the circumstances, the intention, and the consciousness, all of which should be taken into account in the estimation of the moral value of an action. All virtue he reduces to 2 kinds, prudence and benevolence. Footnote. Compare Falkenberg, op. cit., page 457, English translation, page 565. End footnote. Revive associationalism and utilitarianism. The most important of Bentham's co-workers was James Mill, 1773 to 1836, author of The Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind in 1829. In psychology, James Mill combines the doctrines of Hartley with those of Hume, teaching that sensations are kinds of feeling and that ideas are what remains after the sensations have disappeared. He was the first to formulate the doctrine of inseparable association, by which he explains belief of every kind, belief in events, belief in testimony, and belief in, assent to, the truth of propositions. Similarly, by means of association, he explains the phenomena of volitional and emotional life. In ethics, James Mill reasserts Bentham's doctrine that moral value is identical with utility, and proceeds to give a more definite method of estimating moral worth. He distinguishes 3 successive stages in the evolution or education of the moral sentiments, namely, the association with certain actions of pleasure or pain, the association with certain actions of pleasure or pain arising from the praise or blame of others, and finally, the association with certain actions of the idea of future praise or blame. John Stuart Mill, Life. John Stuart Mill, son of James Mill, was born in London 1806. From 1823 to 1858, he was clerk and chief examiner of correspondence at the India House. The remainder of his life, with the exception of 2 years, 1865 to 1868, during which he was a member of Parliament, was spent at Avignon, where he died in 1873. Sources. Mill's most important philosophical works are The System of Logic, 1843, Utilitarianism, 1863, and An Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophies, 1865. He contributed valuable essays and treatises to the literature of social and political philosophy, and to the history of positivism. Consult Bain, John Stuart Mill, A Criticism, 1882. Douglas, John Stuart Mill, Edinburgh, 1895. Doctrines. Logic. Mill defines logic as the science of the operations of the understanding, which are concerned in, or subservient to, the estimation of evidence. and evidence he defines as that which the mind ought to yield to, not that which it does or must yield to. Footnote. Logic, Book 3, Chapter 21. End footnote. His logical inquiry includes, therefore, an investigation of the nature of mental assent, and an empirical analysis of intuition and belief, as well as of judgment and reasoning. So that in spite of Mill's frequent repudiation of the title of metaphysician, he is obliged in his system of logic to take up the study of many of the fundamental problems of metaphysics. Thus, in the chapter entitled Of the Things Denoted by Names, footnote, opposite, Book 1, Chapter 3, end footnote, he draws up the following scheme of categories. 1. Feelings or states of consciousness. 2. Minds which experience these feelings. 3. Bodies which cause certain of these feelings. And 4. The successions, coexistences, likenesses, and unlikenesses between feelings or states of consciousness. Having, however, resolved to make experience the sole source of knowledge, and to reject all a priori or intuitive knowledge, Mill is obliged to reduce body to the permanent possibility of sensations, and mind to the series of actual possible states. He is aware of the difficulty incident to any phenomenalistic concept of mind. He cannot see how a series can be aware of itself as a series, and admits that there is a bond of some sort among all the parts of the series, which makes me say that they were feelings of a person, who was the same person throughout, and this bond, to me, constitutes my ego. Footnote. Compare notes to the Analysis, Volume 2, 175. Mill's notes to his edition of his father's works are important sources of information, with reference to his own psychological doctrines. End footnote. Here, Mill definitely abandons the associationist view of matter and mind, and practically admits a noumenal cause of sensations and a noumenal mind, thus opening, as one has said, a trapdoor in the middle of his own philosophy. Insisting on the principle that we must make experience the test of experience, Mill maintains that the fundamental axioms of logic and mathematics are merely generalizations from experience, that the law of contradiction is simply a summing up of the experience which tells us of the incompatibility of belief and non-belief, and that the peculiar accuracy supposed to be characteristic of the first principles of geometry is hypothetical, that is to say, fictitious. Footnote. Logic, Book 2, Chapter 5, end footnote. The law of causation is likewise a generalization from experience, for causation is nothing but invariable and unconditional sequence. Footnote. Opposite, Book 3, Chapter 5, end footnote. Mill recognizes one kind of inference, namely, inference from particulars to particulars. The syllogism he teaches is not a proof, for it involves a petitio principii. Its function is to decipher or interpret the major premise, which is a record of particular experiences, these experiences being the only evidence on which the conclusion rests. Footnote. Compare opposite Book 2, Chapter 3, end footnote. Mill's most important contribution to the logic is the formulation of the rules and methods of experimental inquiry. This is the most successful portion of his work, and it is this which has earned him the title of the Aristotle of inductive logic. His success is, however, marred by his inability to give a satisfactory account of the basis of induction. The uniformity of nature, which he sets down as the ground of all induction, depends, according to him, on induction, and is not unconditionally certain. Ethics. In the opening chapters of the 6th book of the Logic, Mill endeavors to show that the doctrine of philosophical necessity does not imply that our actions are performed under compulsion, but merely that they follow the motive causes by a certain unconditional sequence which renders a scientific study of human nature possible. Footnote. Compare Dr. Ward's refutation of Mill in Dublin Review. End footnote. Mill adopts the utilitarian doctrine that in the effects of an action, that is to say, in its power of promoting happiness, we possess a clear and natural standard by which to judge its moral worth. With Bentham, he holds that the aim of human action should be the promotion of the greatest happiness for all sentient beings. He differs, however, from Bentham in his analysis of the moral feeling. In his edition of qualitative and quantitative distinction of pleasures, and, in general, in his attempt to bring utilitarianism into closer harmony with the requirements of subjective ethics. He is an altruist, whereas Bentham was, in ultimate analysis, an egoist. Alexander Bain, 1818 to 1903, author of Senses and Intellect, 3rd edition, 1868, The Emotions and the Will, 3rd edition, 1875, Mental and Moral Science, 3rd edition, 1872, and Mind and Body, 3rd edition, 1874, etc., is one of the most distinguished recent representatives of the English school of psychology. He avails himself of the aid which contemporary physiological science affords in the study of mental phenomena, and while he is commonly reckoned among the associationists, he seems to abandon the fundamental tenet of associationism when he acknowledges similarity as the basis of all association of ideas. Doctrine of evolution. Evolution, in the sense of a transition from the simpler to the more complex, from the lower to the higher forms of existence, is a concept almost as old as philosophy itself. The evolution of the physical universe from a primitive mass by a process of purely mechanical changes was implicitly contained in many of the ancient and in some modern systems of philosophy, notably Descartes and Kant's. The idea of development was applied to history by Herder, 1744 to 1803, to astronomy by Laplace, 1749 to 1827, and to the zoological sciences by Buffon, 1707 to 1788, Lamarck, 1744 to 1829, and Cuvier, 1769 to 1832. To anatomy and embryology by Wolff, 1733 to 1794, and von Baer, 1792 to 1876, and to geology by Lyell, 1797 to 1875. The history of evolution, in the modern meaning of the word, namely that of the development of the sum of living beings from less perfect forms of existence by means of natural causes, begins with the name of Charles Darwin, 1809 to 1882, who was the first to establish the doctrine of development as a scientific theory in biology. Footnote. Consult Truth and Error in Darwinism by Hartmann, translated in Journal of Speculative Philosophy, volumes 11 through 13. Wallace, Darwinism, London, 1889. Romanes, Darwin and After Darwin, 3 volumes, London, 1892 to 1895. Compare Weber, opposite page 560 and following pages. Also, T.H. Green Works, Volume 1, page 373 and following pages. End footnote. As in the case of Newton, Galileo, and Copernicus, Darwin's scientific discoveries, while belonging to the history of natural science, are of interest in the history of philosophy because of the new point of view which they established. For just as Newton had unified the whole physical universe by means of a single law, so Darwin unified the phenomena of the biological world under a single concept, and revealed the existence of the continuity in a region where up to that time continuity had not been scientifically demonstrated. And just as Lyell had shown that the present state of the Earth's surface is to be explained by the agency of natural causes, which are even now at work, so Darwin undertook to show that the flora and fauna of the Earth originated by development, and that the agencies in the process of development were the same as those which are in operation at the present time. Darwin's method affords an interesting example of the use of inductive and accumulative argument. During his voyage on the Beagle in 1831 to 1836, he began his observations on the fauna of South America, noting especially the geographical distribution of species and the similarity and difference existing between the present and pre-existing forms. On his return to England, Malthus' 1766 to 1834 essay on population suggested to him the idea of the struggle for existence. This may be regarded as his provisional hypothesis, to the verification of which he devoted 21 years preliminary to publishing his celebrated work, The Origin of Species, 1859. The observations on which the process of verification is based may be reduced to 1. Observations of the effect of artificial selection. 2. Observations of the kinship existing between extinct species and species which are extant. 3. Observations of the geographical distributions of animals, and 4. Observations of the embryological development of animals. In the work entitled The Descent of Man, 1871, Darwin applied the evolution theory to the origin of the human species. He was, however, willing to concede that there are what have since been called gaps in evolution. He confessed his inability to account for the origin of life, and always regarded the first beginning of variation as something mysterious. Darwin laid the foundation of modern evolutionistic ethics by referring the moral feeling to natural selection, or the struggle for existence, which fosters such qualities and faculties in the individual as confer the greatest benefit, not on the individual, but on the group or species. A. R. Wallace, born 1822, who shares with Darwin the honor of establishing the doctrine of natural selection, was more careful than Darwin to exclude from the general process of development the higher powers of the human mind, and to give a large scope of the operation of the theological principle in the evolutionary process. W. K. Clifford, 1845 to 1879, John Tyndall, 1820 to 1893, George J. Romanes, 1849 to 1894, and Thomas Huxley, 1825 to 1895, are the most distinguished amongst those who applied the Darwinian doctrine to the different departments of natural science. It was the last mentioned who in 1859 first used the word agnostic to designate one who is conscious of the inadequacy of our knowledge to solve the problem, what is the reality corresponding to our ultimate scientific, philosophical, and religious ideas. Footnote. Compare Flint, Agnosticism, New York, 1903. End footnote. None of these men, however, with the exception of Clifford, attempted to construct a system of metaphysics or to evolve a theory of reality from the principles of evolutionistic philosophy. This task was reserved for Spencer. Herbert Spencer, Life. Herbert Spencer, footnote. Compare Hudson's Introduction to the Philosophy of Herbert Spencer, New York, 1894. End footnote. Was born in 1820 at Derby. It was first intended that he should adopt the profession of teacher, to which his father belonged, but he decided to take up civil engineering. At the age of 25, he abandoned his profession to devote himself to literary work. In 1850 appeared his first important publication entitled Social Statics. This was followed by the Principles of Psychology, 1855, and Progress, its Law and Cause, 1857, in which, 2 years before the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species, the view was expounded that all development is a transition from homogeneity to heterogeneity, and the principle of evolution was enunciated as a universal law. The first principles, 1862, Principles of Biology, 1863 to 1867, Principles of Sociology, 1877 and forward, and Principles of Ethics, 1879 to 1893, form parts of a scheme of synthetic philosophy. Footnote. For outlines of the scheme, compare Spencer's Prospectus, prefixed in the first Principles. Compare also Collins's Epitome of a Synthetic Philosophy, New York, 1889. Consult Brown, The Philosophy of Herbert Spencer, New York, 1874. End footnote. Spencer died December the 8th, 1903. Doctrines. The historical antecedents of the synthetic philosophy may be reduced to 3. 1. From Hamilton and Mansell, and thus ultimately from Kant, Spencer drew his metaphysical principles, namely, relativity of knowledge and agnosticism. 2. From Comte and the Comtists, he derived the positivism, which appears in his definition of the scope of science, and in a general way in his plan of the coordination of sciences. And 3. From Wolff the anatomist, from von Baer the embryologist, and from Lyell the geologist, he borrowed the principle of development which the publication of Darwin's work elevated to the rank of a scientific law in the biological world. Footnote. Compare McCosh, Realistic Philosophy, Volume 2, page 255 and following pages. End footnote. 1. Agnosticism. Neither scientific ideas nor religious beliefs can express the ultimate nature of reality. The higher scientific ideas, such as space, time, matter, involve contradictions, antinomies, and theologians themselves admit the inadequacy of our idea of the infinite, for to think that God is as we think him to be would be blasphemy. Moreover, the nature of consciousness itself shows that all knowledge is relative. The conclusion, therefore, is inevitable, that the ultimate religious ideas and ultimate scientific ideas are merely symbols of the actual, not cognitions of it, and that, if religion and science are to be reconciled, the basis of reconciliation must be this deepest, widest, and most certain of facts, that the power which the universe manifests to us is utterly inscrutable. The ultimate philosophical, as well as the ultimate religious, is unknown and unknowable. Footnote. First Principles, P.I. End of footnote. Therefore, when Spencer teaches that the ultimate or absolute reveals itself in the forms and laws under which phenomena occur, the persistent impressions being persistent results of a persistent cause are, for practical purposes, the same as the cause itself, and may be habitually dealt with as its equivalents. Footnote. Opposite paragraph 47, end footnote. He practically abandons the position of the agnostic and confesses that the absolute is not utterly unknowable. 2. Definition and data of philosophy. All knowledge is confined to the relation of things. Common knowledge is unified knowledge. Science is partially unified knowledge. Philosophy is completely unified knowledge. The data of philosophy are: 1. The existence of likenesses and differences, as is proved by the permanence of our consciousness of congruity and incongruity. 2. The distinction of self and not self, the former being constituted by the current of faint manifestations, and the latter by the current of vivid manifestations, of the unknowable power. 3. Space, time, matter, motion, and force, these being certain most general forms, into which the manifestations of the unknowable are separated, and the reality of which science at every moment assumes, for by reality we are to understand persistence in consciousness, and the persistence of space and time consists in this, that they are the universal relations of coexistence and sequence, by which, as postulates, we think, while the persistence of matter, motion, and force consist in the indestructibility, continuity, and persistence, respectively, of those ultimate scientific ideas. Passing now from these analytic truths, we come to inquire, what is the law of universal synthesis? What is the universal formula which shall combine all the particular formulas of science and philosophy? The answer is the continuous redistribution of matter and motion, which involves the double process of evolution, an integration of matter and a dissipation of motion, and a dissolution, a disintegration of matter and an absorption of matter. If now the word evolution is taken to designate the process of development in all its complexity, evolution is an integration of matter and concomitant dissipation of motion, during which the matter passes from an indefinite, incoherent homogeneity to a definite, coherent heterogeneity, and during which the retained motion undergoes a parallel transformation. Footnote. Up sit, paragraph 144. In the 6th edition, 1901, of the First Principles, the word relatively is inserted before the words definite and indefinite. End footnote. This is proved by induction to be the law of the physical universe and of psychic and social life. And just as in Hegel's philosophy, development implied 3 stages, so in Spencer's theory, evolution starts with the instability of the homogeneous and proceeds through the multiplication of effects and segregation to the equilibrium of forces which constitutes the impassable limit of evolution, the point where dissolution begins. 3. Special philosophy of the sciences. The other portions of the synthetic philosophy, namely the special philosophy of biology, psychology, sociology, and ethics, are merely the application of the evolution formula to the different branches of philosophic inquiry. Biology. Spencer defines life as the continuous adjustment of internal relations to external relations. Footnote. Principles of Biology, paragraph 30. End footnote. He then proceeds to the study of growth, function, adaptation, genesis, heredity, variation, etc. Taking up, footnote, opposite chapter 5, end footnote, the problem of the origin of life. He contrasts the special creation hypothesis with the evolution hypothesis, and adduces in favor of the latter arguments from classification, embryology, morphology, and distribution. The factors in organic evolution are, he teaches, both internal and external. Footnote. Opposite paragraphs 148 through 158. End footnote. He excludes all consideration of the question how life first arose, though it is clear that he regards the lowest forms of life as continuous in their essential nature with subvital processes. Footnote. Sully, in Encyclopaedia Britannica, 9th edition, article Evolution. End footnote. For Darwin's phrase natural selection, Spencer substitutes the survival of the fittest. Psychology. Applying to the study of mental phenomena the method found to be so fruitful of results in the study of vital phenomena in general, Spencer arrives at the conclusion that among mental phenomena there are no organic differences. Reflex action, feelings, instinct, intelligence being merely different stages of the process of development, from the simple to the complex, from the indefinite to the definite, from the homogeneous to the heterogeneous. With regard to the substance of mind, Spencer holds that all mental action whatsoever is explained by the continuous differentiation and integration of states of consciousness. He is not, however, a phenomenalist. Existence, he says, means nothing more than persistence, and hence in mind with that which persists in spite of all changes, and maintains the unity of the aggregate in defiance of all attempts to divide it, is that which we must postulate as the substance of mind, in contradistinction to the varying forms it assumes. Footnote. Principles of Psychology, paragraph 59. End footnote. This substance of mind is unknowable. With regard to the origin of ideas, Spencer, rejecting on the one hand the empiricism of Locke and Hume, and on the other hand the absolute a priorism of Leibniz and Kant, teaches that while the universal and necessary elements of intellectual knowledge are a priori with reference to the individual, they are not a priori with reference to the race. Between the theory of the empiricist, who refers all the elements of knowledge to the experience of the individual, and that of the transcendentalist, who regards the universal and necessary elements of thought as forms of intuition, Spencer finds a via media. In accordance with the general principle of evolution, he refers the elements characterizing intellectual thought to organized and semi-organized arrangements, which, existing in the cerebral nerves of the child, sum up the experience of all his ancestors. Here, as elsewhere, Spencer seems to forget that the survival of the organized and semi-organized arrangements merely proves their practical utility in the struggle for existence, and can in no way guarantee their validity as tests of absolute truth. Footnote. Compare Hofting, Opsit, Volume 2, 474. End footnote. From such inherited dispositions arises our inability to conceive the contradictory of certain principles and truths of fact. This inability to conceive the contradictory is the ultimate test of all beliefs, the criterion of truth. The universal postulate may therefore be formulated as follows: a cognition which we are obliged to accept because we cannot conceive its contradictory is to be classed as having the highest possible certainty. Footnote. Compare Principles of Psychology, paragraph 426. End footnote. Epistemology. Spencer's epistemology is comprised in his doctrine of transfigured realism. He rejects idealism on the ground of priority, immediateness, and superior distinctness of the realistic conception of mental processes. Footnote. Opsid, paragraph 406 to 408. End footnote. He next proceeds to show that, while some objective existence, manifested under some conditions, remains as the final necessity of thought, there does not remain the implication that this existence and these conditions are more to us than the unknown correlatives of our feelings and the relations among our feelings. Footnote. Opsid, paragraph 473. End footnote. This realism stands widely distinguished from crude realism, and to mark the distinction it may properly be called transfigured realism. Footnote. Ibid. End footnote. Sociology. In his various treatises on sociology, Spencer conceives society after the manner of the individual organism, as possessing a variety of organs and functions, and as tending to evolve itself by a series of adjustments to the social and physical environment. He insists on the innerness of the principle of social development, and emphasizes the truth that societies and constitutions are not made, but grow. He is, however, careful to point out one very important distinction between the individual organism and the social organism. In the individual, the parts exist for the sake of the whole, while in the society, the whole exists for the sake of the parts. This distinction is overlooked in those forms of society in which militarism and officialism predominate. Industrialism is the basis of modern social reconstruction. The highest type of social organization will, however, be reached when freer scope shall be given to the play of those activities which are exercised for the sake of the satisfaction they afford, and not for the sake of obtaining the means of subsistence. Ethics. Spencer's system of ethics may be briefly described as the substitution of rational utilitarianism for the empirical utilitarianism of the school of Bentham. The goal of the process of ethical development is the ideal man in the ideal state, a view which combines, as the earlier form of utilitarianism had combined, altruism with egoism. But instead of insisting on the hedonistic calculus of the earlier utilitarians, Spencer emphasizes the rational deduction of the moral ideal from the necessary laws, physical, biological, psychological, and sociological, the recognition of which, rather than the calculation of the happiness to which the human action leads, furnishes the cognitive basis for moral action. Moral phenomena must be considered as part of the aggregate of phenomena which evolution has wrought out. The moral sense itself is a product of evolution. I believe that the experiences of utility, organized and consolidated throughout all the past generations of the human race, have been producing corresponding modifications which, by continued transmission and accumulation, have become in us certain faculties of moral intuition, certain emotions responding to right and wrong which have no apparent basis in the individual experiences of utility. Footnote. Letter to Mr. Mill, quoted by Bain, Mental and Moral Sciences, page 722. End footnote. The most distinguished of the opponents of utilitarian ethics in England was Dr. Martineau, 1805 to 1900, author of Types of Ethical Theory in 1885. He defended what is known as the preferential theory of ethics, according to which the morality of an action is not to be judged by its pleasure-producing effect, but rather by the perfection of the motives inspiring it, virtue being defined as the rejection of the lower and the adoption of the higher motives. St. George Mivart, 1827 to 1900, occupied a unique position amongst the English representatives of philosophy of evolution during the latter half of the 19th century. In The Genesis of Species, 1871, On Truth, 1889, etc., he appeared as the defender of the theistic evolution, and sought to reconcile the evolutionistic hypothesis with the essential doctrines of scholastic philosophy. Idealism. German idealism was first introduced into England by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772 to 1834, and Thomas Carlyle, 1795 to 1881. During the latter half of the 19th century, the Hegelian philosophy found many able exponents in Great Britain, of whom the most prominent are J.H. Stirling, born 1820, John Caird, 1820 to 1898, Edward Caird, born 1835, and Thomas Hill Green, 1836 to 1882. Footnote. Compare Fairbrother, Philosophy of Thomas Hill Green, London, 1896. Green's works were edited by Nettleship, 3 volumes, London, 1885 to 1888. End footnote. Green's Prolegomena to Ethics, 4th edition, 1899, represents the first important contribution to English Hegelianism. Green considers that metaphysics is the foundation of ethics, and that without a metaphysical theory, a theory of ethics is wasted labor. The primary questions of metaphysics are: what are the facts of my own individual consciousness, and what is the simplest explanation I can give of the origin of these facts, that is necessarily true, which is required to explain my experience? Applying this test to the evolution doctrine, Green, while admitting the fact of the biological evolution of man, protests against any biological explanation which cannot account for the facts of individual consciousness. If there are reasons, he writes, for holding that man, in respect to his animal nature, is descended from mere animals, this does not affect our conclusion in regard to the consciousness of which, as he now is, man is the subject. a conclusion founded on analysis of what he now is and does. Footnote. Prolegomena to Ethics, paragraph 83. End footnote. The whole is not material but spiritual, a world of thought relations, consisting of three main facts: self, cosmos, and God. Self is first in the order of knowledge. God, the eternal consciousness, which manifests itself in the spiritual cosmos, is the first in the order of being. The unification of the manifold in the world implies the presence of the manifold to a mind, for which, and through the actions of which, it is related whole.
The unification of the manifold of sense in our consciousness of a world implies a certain self-realization of this mind in us through certain processes, life and feeling, of the world which only exist through it.
Footnote. Prolegomena, paragraph 82. End footnote. In his Ethical Doctrines, Green insists on self-reflection as the only possible method of learning what is the inner man or mind that our action expresses, and he emphasizes the importance of man's looking forward to a moral ideal to be attained by conscious effort, rather than backward to a series of natural changes through which man came to be what he is. Our ultimate standard of worth is an ideal personal worth, not the well-being of the race, but the perfection of human character according to the divine plan. Footnote. Op. Cit., paragraph 180 through 191. End footnote. Historical position. It is impossible to judge with anything like definiteness systems of thought, some of which are still in the process of formation, while others are in the process of dissolution. When, however, we look back over the course of English philosophy during the 19th century, two conclusions appear to be indisputable, namely, that the associationist account of mind and of mental processes has been definitely abandoned, and that whatever changes the evolution doctrine may have wrought in the method and standpoint of philosophy, its importance as a contribution to ultimate philosophic truth must depend largely on whether it will materially affect the great Gnostic idealistic movement, which during the last quarter of a century has apparently superseded the agnostic empirical movement. It is not to the evolutionistic synthesis of Spencer, but rather to the idealistic constructions of such men as Green that we must look for a solution to the question: what is the present tendency, and what is likely to be the future trend of philosophical speculation in England? End of chapter 69.
Chapter 70 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 70. Italian Philosophy. The founder of modern Italian philosophy is Giovanni Battista Vico, 1668 to 1744, who, at the beginning of the 18th century, opposed the Cartesian method in philosophy and anticipated the historical method subsequently developed by Herder and Hegel. The mind, Vico teaches, can only know that which it can produce through its own activity. This activity is manifested in the historical development of civilization, the basis of which is divine providence. Human experience is, therefore, to be interpreted and rendered reasonable by referring it to the principles by which human nature has developed itself. In this development Vico distinguishes three stages: the divine, theocracy; the heroic, aristocracy; and the human, monarchy and democracy. In the movement of philosophic thought in Italy during the 19th century, we may distinguish: 1. Sensism and empiricism, of which the chief representatives are Gioia (1767 to 1829) and Romagnosi (1761 to 1835). These represent the Italian phase of the sensistic philosophy of Condillac, which, as we have seen, was dominant in France at the beginning of the 19th century. 2. Criticism, of which the chief exponent is Pasquale Galuppi, 1770 to 1846, who, while he assumes the immediate consciousness of the ego and the objectivity of sensation, reduces the intellectual element of thought to the synthetic relations, rapporti, of identity and difference, which are a priori products of the activity of the mind. In this, as well as in his emphatic assertion of the supremacy of moral obligation, Galuppi betrays the influence of Kant. 3. Idealism. The principal representative of idealism in Italy during the 19th century is Antonio Rosmini. Rosmini. Life. Antonio Rosmini Serbati, 1797 to 1855, the founder of Italian idealism, was born at Rovereto, near Trent. In 1821 he entered the priesthood, and in 1828 founded the Institute of Charity, a religious society devoted to corporal, intellectual, and spiritual works of charity. In 1848 he went to Rome, as special envoy of King Charles Albert. In the same year he became Minister of Instruction in the Papal Cabinet, and was considered a candidate for the honours of the cardinalate. After the murder of Rossi, November 1848, and the flight of Pius IX to Gaeta, changes in the policy of the pontifical court necessitated Rosmini's retirement. The last years of his life he spent at Stresa, near Lago Maggiore, where he had established a house of his order. There he led a quiet, studious life, edifying his brethren by his many virtues, and especially by the humility with which he received the condemnation of two of his works. He died in 1855. Sources. The treatises in which Rosmini sets forth his metaphysical and psychological doctrines are Teodicia, 1828, Nuovo Saggio su origine della idea, 1830, Il rinnovamento della filosofia in Italia, 1836, Antropologia, 1838, Psicologia, 1846 to 1850, Introduzione alla filosofia, 1850, La Logica, 1853, and Teosofia, 1859. For a full bibliographical list, C.F. Davidson, Rosmini's Philosophical System, London, 1882. Doctrines. Rosmini distinguishes the matter and the form of thought, the matter being sensation, and the form being the pure intellectual element. Now, the matter of thought is multiple and diverse. The form, however, is one and self-identical, namely, the intuition of being in its transcendental ideality, l'essere ideale, ente universale. This intuition cannot result from experience, abstraction, or reflection. It is an innate concept, and is of divine origin. Rosmini does not, it is true, expressly identify this idea of being with the idea of God, for he teaches that l'essere ideale, though it is necessary, eternal, immutable, and identical for all minds, is a principle of knowledge, not a principle of existence. Nevertheless, Rosmini cannot consistently maintain a distinction between l'essere ideale and God, because although he maintains that God is both real and ideal, l'essere reale ideale, he teaches that the reality of l'essere iniziale is a reality of pure indetermination. Indeed, in the Teosofia, all attempts at discriminating between l'essere iniziale and God are abandoned, and we are told that the former is something of the Word, which the Father distinguishes from the Word by a distinction which is merely logical. Distingue non realmente, ma secondo la ragione del verbo. There is therefore in Rosmini's teaching only too much foundation for the almost unanimous verdict of his critics, that he was an ontologist, and by implication a pantheist. In his account of the soul and its faculties, Rosmini teaches that the soul is not the substantial form of the body, but is united to it by a fundamental sensibility, sentimento fondamentale; that the essence of the soul is sensibility, sentimento primitivo e sostanziale, and that the soul becomes intelligent by the intuition of being in its ideality, Essere ideale. Ontologism. Vincenzo Gioberti, 1801-1852, who was a priest, a revolutionary leader, a statesman, and a controversialist, Il Gesuito Moderno, his first known controversial work, appeared in 1846, opposed the philosophy of Rosmini, and formulated a system of his own, which is characterized by ontologism. He begins as a metaphysician rather than as a psychologist. He does not examine the contents of the mind, nor does he subject mental processes to analysis. He simply postulates a primitive intuition with which constructive synthesis begins. The content of this intuition is not being in its ideality, nor God, but God as creating, ens creat existentias. Through the intuition of this principle, the mind is in possession at once of the real and the ideal, for the first member of the formula, being, contains the object, the absolute idea as well as the absolute substance and cause. The second, existences, gives the organic multiplicity of contingent substances and causes and relative ideas. The third, the creative act, expresses the relation existing between the absolute and the relative, the production of real and ideal existences from the absolute. The primum philosophicum is, therefore, an organic truth, containing in itself the primum ontologicum and the primum psychologicum. Gioberti's posthumous works, published by Massari, 1856-1859, exhibit a more advanced form of ontologism than that which has just been sketched. Among the later ontologists may be reckoned Terenzio Mammiani, 1800-1885, who during the later half of the century associated his name and influence with the rationalistic movement represented by Ferri, 1826-1895, Ferrari, 1812-1876, and Ausonio Franchi, C. Bonavino, 1821-1895. Positivism. The principles of positivism were defended by the three rationalistic writers just mentioned, and taught systematically by Roberto Ardigot, born 1828, Andrea Angiuli, 1837-1890, and others. Hegelianism. The most distinguished of the Italian representatives of Hegelianism, Augusto Vera, 1813-1885, was by education and long residence a Frenchman rather than an Italian. His works, some of which were composed in French, others in Italian, and others in English, are devoted to the interpretation and exposition of Hegel's philosophy. Scholasticism. The history of scholastic philosophy in Italy during the 19th century will be given in the chapter devoted to the history of Catholic philosophy. Historical position. The systems which have just been outlined do not, with the exception of Rosmini's idealism, exhibit any sustained effort at independent construction. The most distinctive trait of modern Italian philosophy is its tendency to treat religious and political philosophy in the controversial or polemical spirit, rather than in the spirit of constructive synthesis, a tendency easily traceable to the influence of the events which determined the political history of Italy during the 19th century. End of chapter 70. Chapter 71 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 71. American Philosophy. The history of philosophy in America begins with Jonathan Edwards, 1703 to 1758. A pupil of Samuel Johnson, 1696 to 1772, who, during Berkeley's sojourn at Rhode Island, visited and corresponded with the distinguished advocate of immaterialism. Edwards was, however, influenced more by Locke than by Berkeley. In his principal work, which is devoted to the discussion of the freedom of the will, he maintains that freedom, in the sense of self-determining power, is a contradiction, that true freedom, the quality of human action which raises it to the dignity of virtue is a disposition of the heart, and that with this idea of freedom the foreknowledge and providence of God are easily reconciled. Edwards' works were edited by S.E. Dwight, New York, 1844. The disciples of Edwards, chief among whom were Jonathan Edwards the Younger, 1745 to 1801, and Timothy Dwight, 1752 to 1817, confined their attention, for the most part, to the problems of freedom of the will, the nature of virtue, and the principles of the moral government of the universe. They also endeavored to supply a rational basis for the Calvinistic system of theology. Benjamin Franklin, 1706 to 1790, deserves mention among those who helped to stimulate an interest in philosophical speculation during the years that preceded the Revolution. The practical morality and the sagacious reflections of Poor Richard are Franklin's title to distinction as the Socrates of America. At the beginning of the 19th century, James Marsh, 1794 to 1842, called attention to German speculation. He was succeeded by William Ellery Channing, 1780 to 1842, one of the leaders of the Unitarian movement, from which sprang the New England transcendentalism represented by Ralph Waldo Emerson, 1803 to 1882, and Theodore Parker, 1810 to 1860. The Scottish philosophy was introduced into this country by James Maccosh, 1811 to 1894, who, after having taught logic and metaphysics at Queen's College, Belfast, came to America in 1868, and was appointed president of Princeton College in 1869. Dr. Maccosh wrote Intuitions of the Mind, 3rd edition, 1872, Laws of Discursive Thought, new edition, 1891, First and Fundamental Truths, 1889, Realistic Philosophy, 2 volumes, 1887, etc. He opposed and criticized Kant, Hamilton, Mill, and Spencer, and advocated the common sense philosophy, substituting the phrase intuitions of the mind for the expression common sense. In the writings of Noah Porter, 1811 to 1892, author of The Human Intellect, 1868, and The Elements of Intellectual Science, 1871, the doctrines of the Scottish school are modified by the introduction of elements from German transcendental philosophy. The most distinguished representative of ontologism in America was Orestes A. Brownson, 1803 to 1876, who was born at Stockbridge, Vermont. Brownson joined the Presbyterian Church at the age of 19. 3 years later, he became a Universalist minister. In 1832, he became a clergyman in the Unitarian Church. In 1836, he organized in Boston the Society for Christian Union and Progress, and finally, in 1844, he joined the Catholic Church. He died in 1876. In Brownson's Quarterly Review, of which the first number was published in 1844, he championed Catholic claims and discussed literary, philosophical, and political topics of interest at the time. His Works were published by his son, H. F. Brownson, 10 volumes, Detroit, 1882, who is also the editor of a little volume of extracts entitled Literary, Scientific, and Political Views of Orestes A. Brownson, New York, 1893. Brownson distinguishes between intuition, direct perception, and reflection. The latter can contain nothing which is not first perceived directly by intuition. Philosophy begins and ends with thought. Thought is, for us, always ultimate. Now, the careful analysis of intuitive thought discloses 3 elements: subject, object, and their relation, always distinct, always inseparable, given simultaneously in one and the same complex fact. This complex fact is given by the action of creation, ens creat existentias, in which subject, object, and the activity of object are synthetically united. This is at once the primum philosophicum and the primum psychologicum, that of which we have immediate intuition in every process of reasoning, and without which no such process would be possible or conceivable, is God the Creator. When Gioberti speaks of the ideal formula, defines it to be ens creat existentias, and calls it the primum philosophicum, he speaks of the real intuitive formula, not of the conceptual. He presents this formula as the primum both of things and of science. Among the American representatives of Spencerian philosophy, mention must be made of Lawrence P. Hickok (1798 1888) and of John Fiske (1842 1901). The latter, in his Outlines of Cosmic Philosophy (1874), presents in somewhat popular form the tenets of evolutionistic philosophy. The former represents an important attempt to modify the synthetic philosophy so as to render it more compact in its inherent consistency, and more consonant with theistic ideas. For the Spencerian conception of the mind as purely passive, Hickok substitutes the notion of a mind partly passive and partly active. The activity of mind is, in its cosmic aspect, the active reason of God, through whose absolutely free self-limitation there have been created certain mechanical forces which constitute the thing in itself, the external world prior to our consciousness of it. End of chapter 71.
Chapter 72 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Modern Philosophy. Chapter 72. Catholic Philosophy in the 19th Century. Philosophy is more closely allied to theology and to literature than is any of the other sciences. If, therefore, the manifold relations of philosophy to literature entitle us to speak of German, French, and English philosophy, surely the intimate alliance of philosophy with the doctrinal system of the Church justifies the appellation Catholic philosophy. Few of the names of those who represented scholastic philosophy during the 17th and 18th centuries have risen to prominence in the history of philosophy. The following, however, rendered considerable service to the scholastic philosophy by their interpretations and expositions of the schoolmen. Cosmo Alemanni, 1559 to 1634, Sylvester Maurus, 1619 to 1687, both of whom were Jesuits and taught at the Roman College. Footnote: the works of these two commentators were re-edited 1885 to 1891 by Father Erle, S.J. End of footnote. The Dominican Antoine Gaudin, 1639 to 1695, the authors of the Cursus Philosophiae Complutensis, Alcala. Footnote: Collegium Complutense Philosophicum, hoc est artium cursus, sive disputationes in Aristoteles dialecticam, etc. The authors were Carmelites of the convent of St. Cyril at Alcala. The Cursus Theologicus of the Carmelites at Salamanca, commonly referred to as the Salamanticenses, which belongs also to the 17th century, is a theological commentary on St. Thomas' Summa. To the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th century belongs the great Jesuit commentary Commentarii Collegii Conimbricensis S.J. in octo libros Physicorum Aristotelis, etc. End of footnote. And the Franciscan Claudius Frassen, 1620 to 1711, whose Scotus Academicus is being republished by the Franciscans of the College of Sant' Antonio, Rome, 1900, and the following. These belong to the 17th century. To the 17th century belong also Caramuel, 1606 to 1682, Rosselli, end of 17th century, whose Summa Philosophica is said to have furnished the basis for the Thomistic reconstruction of the 19th century, and Guérinois, 1640 to 1703, whose Clipcus Philosophiae Thomisticae, etc., is an elaborate refutation of Cartesianism. To the 18th century belong Father Boscovich, S.J., 1711 to 1787, and Cardinal Gerdil, 1718 to 1802. Father Boscovich was professor of philosophy and mathematics at the Roman College. He attained very great prominence by his theory of the ultimate composition of matter, which may be described as a modification of Leibniz's monadism. Matter, Boscovich taught, is composed of indivisible, unextended points, which were originally placed at a fixed distance from each other and endowed with the forces of attraction and repulsion. Cardinal Gerdil defended the philosophy of Descartes and Malebranche, and advocated a modified ontologism. During the 19th century, Germany, France, Spain, and Italy produced a large number of distinguished philosophers who admitted in one form or another the supremacy of Christian revelation as contained in the teachings of the Catholic Church, and are on this account to be included in the history of Catholic philosophy. Germany. In Germany, Franz Baader, 1765 to 1841, of whom mention has already been made. Footnote. Compare page 560. Also Stöckel, Lehrbuch der Geschichte der Philosophie, 1888. 2, 333. End of footnote. Opposed the anti-Christian tendencies in the philosophical systems of Kant, Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel. In his account, however, of the origin of the universe, he shows traces of the influence of the transcendentalists, and in his theory of the soul he betrays the influence of Origen and the Gnostics. Johann Froschammer. Footnote. Compare González, Op. Cit. 4, 337. End of footnote. Born 1821, also occupied himself with the refutation of anti-Christian theories, devoting special attention to the criticism of materialism. But, like Baader, he was led by his study of the transcendentalists to profess a form of philosophic belief incompatible with Catholic dogma. In the work Die Phantasie als Grundprinzip des Weltprozesses, 1877, he proposes imagination in place of the Hegelian spirit and Schopenhauer's will as the immanent and transcendent principle of the evolution of the world. He is careful, however, to make a formal declaration of the superiority of God with respect to this principle of evolution. There is apparent in his writings a tendency to rationalize theology to the extent of bringing the mysteries of faith within the scope of philosophical speculation, a tendency which became a principle openly avowed in the writings of Georg Hermes, 1775 to 1831. Hermes makes reason the ultimate criterion of all truth, supernatural as well as natural, and attempts to establish by the aid of reason the dogmas of the Catholic faith. His doctrines were condemned by the Church. Footnote. Compare Denzinger, Enchiridion, edition 7, page 350. End of footnote. And his writings placed on the Index, 1835. Another movement towards the identification of theology with philosophy is represented by Anton Günther. Footnote. Compare Stöckel, Op. Cit. 2, 345. End of footnote. 1783 to 1863, who maintained that if revelation is necessary, it is because of the weakness of the understanding, which results from original sin, that, of itself, human reason is capable of proving all truth, but that in man's present condition, Faith is the foundation of all knowledge. These errors were condemned in 1857. Footnote. Compare Denzinger, Opsit, pages 361 and following. End of footnote. The most remarkable of the German Catholic philosophers of this period was Joseph Görres, 1776 to 1848, who, in Die Christliche Mystik and other writings, developed a fantastic system of spiritism. He maintained that, besides the visible material body, man possesses a subtle body composed of imponderable fluid, which remains united to the soul after death, and returns to earth with the soul whenever the latter appears as a ghost. Footnote. Görres' true significance as a writer appears in his Athanasius, in which, by his eloquent and vigorous vindication of the principles of religious authority and religious freedom, he rallied the forces of Catholicity in Germany for the contest which has been so successfully waged in our own day. The Görres-Gesellschaft still adorns its literary productions with the figure of St. Athanasius. End of footnote. Mention must also be made of Franz Anton Staudenmeier, 1800 to 1856, who was associated with Günther and Froschammer in the refutation of anti-Christian doctrines, while he differed from them in his adherence to strict orthodoxy and his condemnation of rationalism and semi-rationalism. It was, however, the Jesuit Father Kleutgen, 1811 to 1883, author of the Philosophie der Vorzeit, 1860 and following, and Dr. Albert Stöckel, 1823 to 1895, author of the Geschichte der Philosophie des Mittelalters, 1864 to 1866, who rendered the greatest service to the cause of scholastic philosophy in Germany and prepared the way for the contemporary neo-scholastic movement in that country. France. In France, the traditionalists and ontologists were succeeded by a group of distinguished conférenciers and apologists, who in their discourses and writings expounded and defended the traditional philosophy of the schools in its application to practical issues. Chief among these were Père Lacordaire, O.P., 1802 to 1861, Père de Ravignon, S.J., 1795 to 1858, Frédéric Ozanam, 1813 to 1853, Monseigneur Dulst, 1841 to 1896, and l'Abbé de Broglie, 1834 to 1895. Spain. In Spain, footnote, compare González, Opsit, 4, 441 and following. End of footnote. The succession of philosophical systems during the 19th century was almost identical with that which occurred in France. During the first years of the century, philosophical speculation in Spain reflected the sensism and empiricism of Condillac's school. Then came a reaction in favor of spiritualistic philosophy in the form of a modified traditionalism and ontologism. The most distinguished name in the history of philosophic thought in modern Spain is that of Jaime Balmes, 1810 to 1848, author of Filosofía Fundamental and of El Protestantismo comparado con el Catolicismo. The basic principles of Balmes' philosophy are Thomistic. To these, however, he adds elements derived from Descartes, Leibniz, and the Scottish school. He restricts, for example, the region of rational certitude to subjective phenomena, maintaining that the certitude which we possess with reference to objective phenomena is indistinctive and more akin to the certitude of faith than to scientific certitude. He departs also from the teachings of St. Thomas in rejecting the active intellect and the intelligible species. His discussion of the criteria of truth, to which he devoted a special treatise, El Criterio, is perhaps his most valuable contribution to philosophy. Exceedingly able, too, is his refutation of skepticism in the work entitled Cartas a un Escéptico. Juan Donoso Cortés, 1809 to 1853, the de Maistre of Spain, although not a professed philosopher of any school, contributed to the establishment of the spiritualistic philosophy by his profound philosophical reflections on the religious, political, and social topics of the day. His principal work is entitled Ensayo sobre el catolicismo, el liberalismo y el socialismo. England. In England, the Oxford movement, which is the most striking illustration of the assertion of the principle of authority as opposed to individualism in matters of religious thought, gave to Catholic intellectual activity in that country a decidedly theological trend. Cardinal Newman, 1801 to 1890, may be said to have formulated in his Grammar of Assent a theory of estimation of theological evidence. The Metaphysics of the Schools, by Father Thomas Harper, S.J., is an elaborate attempt at presenting scholastic philosophy in a form accessible to English readers. Italy. In Italy, Catholic philosophy during the 19th century experienced a revival which, within the last 25 years, has spread its influence throughout the entire Church. During the reign of Pius IX, Fathers Liberatore, 1810 to 1892, Cornoldi, 1822 to 1892, and others contributed to the Civiltà Cattolica, articles in which the principles of Rosmini's idealism were criticized and the traditional philosophy of the schools expounded and defended. To Father Cornoldi belongs the honor of having founded at Bologna in 1874 the Philosophical Academy of St. Thomas of Aquin, which, until the year 1891, continued to publish La Scienza Italiana. Canon Sanseverino, 1811 to 1865, author of Philosophia Christiana cum antiqua et nova comparata, his pupil, Canon Signoriello, 1821 to 1889, author of a Lexicon Peripateticum Philosophico Theologicum, and Monsignor Talamo, author of L'Aristotelismo della Scholastica, etc., are to be mentioned among those who prepared the way for the neo-scholastic movement inaugurated at the beginning of the reign of Leo XIII. Neo-scholastic movement. In the encyclical Inscrutabili Dei Concilio, published in 1878, in the encyclical Aeterni Patris, 1879, in briefs relating to the foundation of the Roman Academy of St. Thomas, 1879, and of the Institut Supérieur de Philosophie at the University of Louvain, 1894, and in many other documents, Leo XIII has encouraged and promoted the study of the great masters of scholasticism, and in particular the study of St. Thomas of Aquin. In all these documents Pope Leo insists on 1. The return of the study of the texts of the scholastic writers of the 13th century. Providete ut sapientia Thomai ex ipsis eius fontibus hauriatur. 2. The exclusion of such problems as are more subtle than profitable, and the rejection of such doctrines of the schoolmen as have been proved to be false. Si quid est a doctoribus scholasticis vel nimia subtilitate caesitum, vel parum considerate traditum, si quidcum exploratis posterioris aevi doctrinis minus cohaerens. Id nullo pacto in animo est aetati nostrae ad imitandum proponi. And 3. The extension and completion of the scholastic system, vetera novis augere et perficere. It is, therefore, in no spirit of undiscriminating devotion to the past, but rather in the spirit of thorough and scholarly appreciation of the past, that the representatives of neo-scholasticism have discarded as useless those compendia ad mentem divi tomai, in which scholastic philosophy was watered down to the taste of the modern reader, and have gone back to the study of the texts of the masters. Prominent among those who have contributed to the success of the neo-scholastic movement are Cardinals Pecci, 1807 to 1890, Zigliara, 1833 to 1893, and Sattoli, Monsignor Lorenzelli. Footnote: Cardinal Pecci, De Ente et Essentia, 1882, etc. Cardinal Zigliara, Summa Philosophica, 3 volumes, 1876, 8th edition, 1891. Della Luce Intellettuale, etc. Cardinal Sattoli, Enchiridion Philosophiae, Pars Prima Complectens Logicam Universam, 1884. In Summam Theologicam Praelectiones de Deo Uno, 1884. De Operationibus Divinis, 1885. De Gratia Christi, 1886. De Trinitate, 1887. De Incarnatione, 1888. De Habitibus, 1897. Lorenzelli, Philosophiae Theoreticae Institutiones, 2 volumes, 1896. End of footnote. The Jesuit fathers De Maria and De Mandato, and the Dominican father Lepidi. Footnote: De Maria, Philosophia Peripatetico Scholastica, 3 volumes, 1892. De Mandato, Institutiones Philosophicae, 1894. Lepidi, Elementa Philosophiae Christianae, 1875 and following. End of footnote. In Germany the movement was taken up by Father Tilman Pesch and the other Jesuit authors of the Philosophia Lacensis, while in France it has had many able representatives, among them the Sulpician Monsieur l'Abbé Farge. Footnote: La vie et l'évolution des espèces, 1892. Matière et forme, 1892. Le cerveau, l'âme, etc., 1892. Théorie fondamentale de l'acte et de la puissance, 1893. L'idée du continu dans l'espace et le temps, 1894. L'idée de Dieu, 1894, etc. End of footnote. The most notable English contribution to the new scholastic literature is the Stonyhurst series of Manuals of Catholic Philosophy. Mention must also be made of the excellent publications of the Institut Supérieur de Philosophie of the University of Louvain, namely the Cours de Philosophie by Monsignor Mercier, M. de Wolf, D. Nice, and others, and also of the periodicals Divus Thomas, La Revue Thomiste, and La Revue Néo-Scolastique. End of chapter 72.
Chapter 73 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 73. Contemporary Philosophy. Germany. In Germany, there seems to be at the present time a tendency towards reconstruction on a realistic basis. Darwin's evolutionary hypothesis and the law of the conservation of energy which was formulated and proved by Robert Mayer, 1814 to 1878, demanded a reconstruction of the philosophy of nature, and in answer to this demand there appeared various systems. A. Materialism, represented by Karl Vogt, 1817 to 1895, author of Vorlesungen über den Menschen, etc., 1863. Jakob Moleschott, 1822 to 1893, author of Der Kreislauf des Lebens, 1852. Ludwig Büchner, author of Kraft und Stoff, 1855. And Ernst Haeckel, author of Natürliche Schöpfungsgeschichte, 1868. Die Welträtsel, 1899. With these is contrasted Albert Lange, 1828 to 1875, the historian of materialism who, while maintaining that materialism is indispensable as a method of investigation, teaches that it is untenable as a system. B. Neo-criticism. The neo-criticists, deploring the effects of the deluge of romanticism, return to the principle of criticism, and in their idealistic reconstruction give fuller scope to the scientific view than their predecessors succeeded in doing. Chief among the neo-criticists are Rudolf Hermann Lotze, 1817 to 1881, author of Metaphysik, 1840, Medizinische Psychologie, 1852, Mikrokosmos, 1856 to 1864, etc., and Eugen Dühring, author of Natürliche Dialektik, 1865, etc. Lotze's philosophy may be said to combine Herbartian with Fichtean and Hegelian metaphysics. Dühring devotes special attention to epistemology, emphasizing the antithesis between the ideal continuity of thought and the fragmentary character of given empirical reality. The most enthusiastic of the neo-Kantians is Friedrich Paulsen, who defines philosophy as the sum of all scientific knowledge. He is equally opposed to the intellectualism of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, who, start quote, absolutely ignore experience and pay it no regard whatever, end quote, and to the materialism of Vogt, Büchner, etc., who overlook the essential distinction between the psychical and the physical order of reality. He adopts a theory of metaphysical and psychological parallelism, panpsychism, and insists, as Rousseau and Schopenhauer insisted, on the recognition of the demands of the heart and the supremacy of will over intellect. In the philosophy of Friedrich Adolf Trendelenburg, 1802 to 1872, the realistic reaction appears in the form of a revised Aristotelianism. His principal works are Logische Untersuchungen, 1840, Naturrecht auf dem Grunde der Ethik, 1860, and Historische Beiträge zur Philosophie, 1846. C. Specialization of philosophy. A third phase of the realistic reaction appears in the empirical philosophy, which, in obedience to the principle of the division of labor, is tending towards specialization of philosophical inquiry. Under this head may be included the physiologist E. H. Weber, the psychologists Fechner and Wundt, founders of the science of psychophysics, Brentano, Stumpf, the educationalists and folk psychologists Steinthal Lazarus, the logician Sigwart, the epistemologists E. L. Fischer and Hermann Schwarz. To these may be added Tönnies, Dühring, Ziegler, who devote special attention to ethical problems, Hermann, Karl Fischer, students of the philosophy of history, and Zeller, J. E. Erdmann, Kuno Fischer, Falkenberg, Windelband, Otto Willmann, and Clemens Baumker, historians of philosophy. Avenarius, 1843 to 1896, represents the critical philosophy of experience, empirio-criticism. France. In France, the current of contemporary thought seems to have set towards a neo-criticism, which aims at spiritualistic reconstruction. After passing, writes Monsieur Fouillet, through a period in which the intellect was in revolt against the heart, We are entering into one in which the heart is in revolt against the intellect. Vachereau, 1809 to 1897, author of La métaphysique et la science, 1858, represents the form of idealism prevalent in France about the middle of the 19th century, the reaction against positivism. More recently, Renouvier, Secrétin, Pilon, Boutroux represent a critical philosophy which is tending towards partial dogmatism, existence of the infinite, freedom of the will, etc. Paul Janet, 1823 to 1899, an eclectic spiritualist, represents the continuation of the philosophy of Cousin and Jouffroy, while Alfred Fouillet defends a system of monism based on the concept of idée force, a monism which combines the intellectualism of Hegel with the voluntarism of Schopenhauer. Monsieur l'Abbé Piat, one of the most distinguished representatives of constructive spiritualism in France at the present time, expounds and defends the essential doctrines of Thomistic philosophy. He is to be reckoned among the most enlightened and successful of the Neo-Thomists. Among the psychologists, Ribot, Delboeuf, Paulin represent a modified form of phenomenalism, while Bernheim, Charcot, 1825 to 1893, Binet, Louis, and Pierre Janet represent the French school of pathological psychology and psychophysics. The socialism of Fourier, 1772 to 1837, Proudhon, 1809 to 1865, etc., gave, towards the middle of the 19th century, an impetus to sociological inquiry which has produced the contemporary French school of sociology. The chief contributors to the literature of sociology are Messieurs Tard and René Worms. England. In England, the neo-Hegelian movement has been gaining strength during the last quarter of a century. In addition to J. H. Sterling, T. H. Green, John Caird, Edward Caird, of whom mention has already been made, William Wallace, F. H. Bradley, David G. Ritchie, Andrew Seth, John McTaggart, and others exhibit different phases of contemporary interest in transcendental criticism and construction on an idealistic basis. The springs of this movement, Professor Wallace observes, lie in the natural and national revulsion of English habits of mind. Slowly, but at length, the storms of the great European Revolution found their way to our intellectual world and shook church and state, society and literature. The insularity which had secluded and narrowed the British mind since the middle of the 18th century needed something deeper and stronger than French ideology to bring it abreast of the requirements of the age. Whatever may be the drawbacks of transcendentalism, they are virtues when set beside the vulgar ideals of enlightenment by superficialization. Alexander Campbell Fraser, in his Philosophy of Theism, advocates the necessity of philosophic faith. Arthur James Balfour, in his Defense of Philosophic Doubt, 1879, and his Foundations of Belief, 1895, opposes both realism and idealism and advocates the principle of authority. In the special departments of philosophic study, there have appeared in recent times the logicians George Boole, 1815 to 1864, W. Stanley Jevons, 1835 to 1882, John Veitch, J. N. Keynes, Thomas Fowler, the moral philosophers Henry Sidgwick, 1838 to 1900, James Martineau, 1805 to 1900, Henry Calderwood, Leslie Stephen, the psychologists James Sully, C. Lloyd Morgan, and W. B. Carpenter, 1813 to 1885, and the pathologists Henry Maudsley, C. A. Mercier. Italy. In Italy, the official philosophy, whether Hegelian, positivistic, phenomenalistic, or Rosminian, manifests a spirit of bitter hostility towards religion in the positive form of Catholicism. So far, the neo-scholastic movement is apparently without influence on the centers of secular education. Mention here must be made of the Italian school of criminology and psychiatry, represented by Lombroso and Mantegazza. America. In America, The neo-Hegelian movement has found distinguished representatives in John Watson and W.T. Harris. The future course of philosophic thought in this country is, however, likely to be influenced less by the neo-Hegelians than by the neo-voluntarists, who teach that, start quote, the ultimate test for us of what a truth means is the conduct it dictates or inspires, and that the whole function of philosophy ought to be to find out what definite difference it will make to you and me at definite instants of our lives, if this world formula or that world formula be the one which is true. End quote. This pragmatism may be said to interpret the meaning of conceptions by asking what difference they make in the matter of life, conduct, and activity experience. For the Cartesian cogito ergo sum, it substitutes argo ergo sum. It was first proposed as a maxim by C.S. Peirce. Its chief representatives in this country are Professor William James of Harvard and Professor William Caldwell of Northwestern University. The latter contends that Professor James, while rightly appealing to pragmatism as a method, fails to carry the principle of voluntarism far enough. He suggests the adoption of a broader metaphysical principle, according to which reality should be defined as that which sustains a more or less verifiable and determinal relation to our activity. In connection with this neo-voluntarism, or new ethical movement, mention must be made of Professor Josiah Royce of Harvard, who declares that philosophy turns altogether upon trying what our various fundamental ideas mean, defines the individual to be that which is the object of exclusive interest, and in general adopts some non-rational standard, such as concrete experience, loyalty, love, interest, rather than elements constitutive of abstract thought value, as the ultimate test of philosophic truth. Start quote. To be means simply to express, to embody the complete internal meaning of a certain absolute system of ideas. Our theory of the nature of meaning is to be founded upon a definition in terms of will and purpose. End quote. Mention must also be made of psychologists who, like Professor J.M. Baldwin of Princeton, contend that all cognitive activity is at the same time emotional activity, and that intellectual development is a continual growth in motor accommodation and in practical inventiveness. In the writings of Professor John Dewey of the University of Chicago, there is traceable the influences of the English Hegelians, especially that of Green. There is, however, a manifest tendency on the part of Dr. Dewey to modify the purely intellectual idealism of Green by recognizing the motor tendency of our ideas, and thus bringing idealism into closer relation to the determination of values. Professor Frank Thilly of the University of Missouri has done good service to philosophy in America by his translations and by his able presentation of ethical problems. In the published works of Professor G.T. Ladd, the preponderant influence seems to be that of Lotze. Indeed, between Lotze's treatment of the problem of values and the contemporary pragmatic notion of philosophical method, there exists a similarity which is suggestive of causal dependence. For, just as in Lotze's teleological idealism, reality is referred not to a purely rational category, but to worth or value, which is determined by the purpose of life. So also in the pragmatism with which so much of recent philosophical literature is imbued. Start quote. The ultima ratio of every creed, the ultima ratio of truth itself, is that it works. End quote. Retrospect. When contrasted with the philosophy of the 18th century, the philosophy of the 19th century exhibits, in the first place, a spirit of constructive activity. The 18th century was largely destructive in its aim and tendency. The Age of Illumination, which terminated that century, drew a line of separation between the intellectual and the spiritual, between the scientific and the religio-aesthetic, between culture and belief, and placed the individual in sharp antithesis to the social order. It treated with levity, and often with contempt, every effort to harmonize these elements into a constructive system of thought. The 19th century, however, changed all this. Thoroughly in earnest with theism and the problems of theistic philosophy, it attempted to combine into a synthetic system the spiritual, the religious, and the aesthetic elements of human life, as well as the intellectual and scientific. It studied the relation between the individual and society from the point of view of organic unity and dependence, rather than from that of mechanical independence and natural conflict. Not that philosophy in the 19th century succeeded in effecting a complete and systematic unification of these various elements. The century which has just come to a close was happily alive to the importance and value of constructive effort. But it was unfortunately condemned to start its construction on the foundation which a previous age had laid. If, therefore, at the beginning of the 20th century, a final philosophy seems as far from being attained as it seemed 100 years ago, it is not because men have not striven, for they have striven earnestly, to find the true solution of the problems of philosophy. Nor is it because they have neglected what their predecessors had too often underestimated, but because they could not break altogether with the past, with the subjectivism, the psychological dualism, and the false sense of philosophic method which they had inherited from Descartes. Indeed, post-Kantian philosophy, the philosophy of the 19th century, exhibits in a high degree the subjectivism which is a characteristic of modern life. It is true that this trait is not always, and in all its aspects, a defect. For instance, while, as is well known, the beautiful and the spiritual in the objectivist phases played a far more important part in Greek life and in medieval life than they play in modern life, yet it is the modern world that, owing to its clearer consciousness of inner experience, first undertook to analyze the sentiment of the beautiful and the religious sentiment. The subjectivism of modern philosophy appears, too, in its fuller realization of the difficulty of the philosopher's task. No doubt, the work of unifying all knowledge and formulating a rational explanation of the complex world revealed by modern science is far more imposing than the problem which confronted Thales. But when due allowance is made for the greater complexity of the problems which confront modern philosophy, must it not be charged to the too great subjectivism of our age, that while it has felt more intensely, thought more profoundly, and analyzed more acutely, it has accomplished less than any preceding age? As in the individual, so also in the race. Too much questioning and too little active responsibility and practical realization of the problems of life lead inevitably to the despair of knowing anything. Must an era of reflection be an era of irresolution and hesitancy? The neo-voluntaristic movement of the present hour may be taken as an indication of the incompetency of mere intellect to explain all reality, and the importance which is at the present time attached to philosophic faith may be regarded as an assertion of the limitations of the analytic faculty and an affirmation of the need of constructive synthesis. Both these contemporary tendencies of thought may well meet in a common endeavor to restore a method which, uniting the objective with the subjective and making the supernatural continuous with the natural, would give free scope to reason within the limits of rational inquiry and leave at the same time ample room for the exercise of religious faith. End of chapter 73. Recording by Kate Mackenzie.
Chapter 74 of History of Philosophy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of Philosophy by William Turner. Chapter 74. Conclusion. We have traced the origin and growth of philosophical opinions, outlined the development of schools and systems of philosophy, and indicated what seemed in each case to be an advance in or a retrogression of philosophic thought. There remains the task of inquiring into the general laws in obedience to which philosophy took, in the course of its development, the particular direction which it has taken. That at one time rather than at another, in one place rather than in another, men should appear whose lives and thoughts had a decisive influence on the course of the development of philosophy, that countless factors, hereditary, temperamental, educational, and so forth, should result in determining the philosophical career of such men. These are phenomena, the origin of which lies beyond the scope of the philosophy of history. They are data, which must be considered as given by experience, in much the same way as the innate tendency to vary is taken as a datum by the biologist, who restricts his investigation to answering the question, how is this tendency affected by environment? The task of the philosophy of history is merely to inquire how such data were influenced by social, political, religious, and other influences. Starting, therefore, with the unexplained appearance of Plato, Aristotle, St. Augustine, St. Thomas, Descartes, Spinoza, how may we formulate the laws to which these and other contributors to the development of philosophic thought were influenced by the internal and external conditions which, combined with the personal factor commonly called genius, produced the changes and vicissitudes of the history of philosophy? The laws of historical development are a posteriori laws. They are not to be deduced from a priori principles, but built up by a process of inductive reasoning from the study of the facts of history. This does not mean that history is the resultant of forces acting capriciously, but that the forces which produce historical development, being dependent on physical conditions, mental temperament, and the action and interaction of social institutions, customs, and organizations, are contingent, not necessarily causes. That consequently the philosophy of history is not a geometry of the evolution and play of such forces, and that the laws which it seeks to establish are not deductions from definitions and axioms, but generalizations, similar to the post facto generalizations of the statistician. Divine providence and human reason are the two great factors which determine the course of history. Sometimes these two work in unison, sometimes they clash, and the result is progress or deterioration. Wars, revolutions, conquests, educational reforms, industrial reconstructions are all the work of man's mind, directed but not coerced by divine providence. Now, divine providence works through secondary causes, and will, which is the motive power of mind, though free, is not capricious, but follows certain ascertainable laws in its efforts to advance to a higher social state. The ground of historical development is therefore reason, not pure reason deducing events as the logical mind deduces categories, but reason rendered contingent by freedom, and always subject to the unreasoning opposition of passion and impulses. Consequently, the laws of historical development are not a priori principles, as they should be if the ground of history were pure reason, nor are they mere aggregations of facts, as they should be if the ground of history were blind force. They are a posteriori inductions based on observations, neither purely logical nor biological, but psychological. The laws of historical development are organic laws, that is to say, they deal with vital phenomena. Now, organic laws differ from mechanical laws in this, that while the latter may be expressed with quantitative accuracy, the former can lay claim to qualitative definiteness merely. In physics, chemistry, astronomy, and geology, the amount of force expended can be calculated and expressed in terms of some unit of measurement, and the verification of the laws of these sciences includes the establishment of a quantitative equivalence between the force expended and the work accomplished. But when once we cross the threshold of the biological sciences, we must be content with the formulation of laws which are definite in every respect save that of quantity. When therefore the laws of historical development formulate the relations between cause and effect, they do not pretend to specify the definite amount of action and reaction. Another peculiarity of the laws of historical development results from what is commonly called the continuity of history. This is based on a quality common to all manifestations of vital activity, namely the absolute indelibleness of an effect once produced on the living organism. It is the peculiarity of living things, writes Clifford, not merely that they change under the influence of surrounding circumstances, but that any change which takes place in them is not lost but retained, and as it were built into the organism to serve as the foundation for future actions. If you cause any distortion in the growth of a tree and make it crooked, whatever you may do afterwards to make the tree straight, the mark of your distortion is there. It is absolutely indelible. It has become part of the tree's nature. No one can tell by examining a piece of gold how often it has been melted and cooled in geologic ages, by changes of the earth's crust, or even in the last year by the hand of man. Anyone who cuts down an oak can tell by the rings in its trunk how many times winter has frozen it into widowhood, and summer has warmed it into life. A living being must always contain within itself the history not merely of its own existence, but of all its ancestors. This peculiarity of living organisms, which may be likened to the vis inertiae of physical force, appears in aggregate life as the continuity of history, and conditions the development of philosophy as well as that of every other vital product. The philosophy of the history of philosophy is therefore the study of the organic laws in obedience to which philosophy took the particular course which it did take in its historical development. Some of these laws we have already observed as occasion offered. We have observed, for example, that a period of national enthusiasm and national prosperity is usually one of great activity, and in particular of great constructive activity in philosophy. We have observed that the era of introspective philosophy corresponds with the period of mental maturity of a nation. Similarly, laws may be formulated expressive of the influence which climate, racial characteristics, literature, art, religion, etc., exercise on philosophy. Or again, laws may be formulated in reference to conditions which are internal to philosophy itself, as for example that psychology is first dogmatic and afterwards critical, or that a system of ethics is determined by the psychology of the author or the school. We are not, however, concerned here with such particular laws, but rather with the general formula under which all the particular laws, external and internal, of the history of philosophy may be subsumed. Such a general formula is development. In the course of its history, philosophy has passed from a relatively simple to a relatively complex condition, from a homogeneous to a heterogeneous state, from indeterminateness to determinateness. But what are the characters of this development? A glance at the succession of philosophical systems will convince us that the evolution of philosophy has not followed an increasing purpose. Philosophy has not always and everywhere passed from less to greater perfection. It has not gathered momentum as it came down the ages. Truth has not come down to us gaining power and volume in its course like the avalanche in its descent from the mountaintop. If philosophy were the gradual unfolding of an idea, if that idea were the only reality, and if its evolution were consequently monistic, the progress of philosophy should have been a triumphal march from victory to victory, through province after province of newly acquired truth, without a single reverse, without ever retreating from territory once fairly won. Such, we know, has not been the history of the philosophical sciences. The development of philosophy has followed a more complicated course than that of continued increase in perfection. Comte, it will be remembered, distinguished three stages in the development of human thought, namely the theological, the metaphysical, and the positive, or scientific. This generalization is one-sided. It judges all thought from the viewpoint of positivic prepossessions. Besides, it is inaccurate, for there have been alternations of the metaphysical and the scientific periods in philosophy. The age of Plato was metaphysical. That of Archimedes, Euclid, and Ptolemy was scientific. The 13th century returned to metaphysics. The 16th was preeminently a scientific century, while the 19th went back to metaphysics in the form of transcendentalism. Still less accurate is Cousin's generalization, according to which philosophy has passed successively through the stages of sensism, idealism, skepticism, mysticism, and eclecticism. According to Hegel, philosophy has in the course of its development assumed different forms, each of which it successively transcends, thus gaining a fuller, richer, and more concrete content, so that the progress of philosophy corresponds to the development of logical categories: being, Eleatics; becoming, Heraclitus; individuality, atomness, etc. No one will, however, maintain that Hegel's generalization meets with more than an approximate verification from the study of the facts of history. We shall be content here with describing the development of philosophy in general terms as a process of alternate progress and retrogression, a vast connected growth from lower to higher, with alternating periods of stagnation or degeneracy. This alternation of progress and retrogression is a characteristic of all development. Even in the evolutionary hypothesis, the survival of the fittest does not necessarily mean the survival of the best. Indeed, rhythm is a quality of all motion whatsoever, in the physical, in the physiological, in the psychological, as well as in the social order. Progress is essentially conditioned by periodicity. As in the individual life, so in the aggregate life, there is a fluctuation of vitality, a rise and fall. The line which represents human progress in industry, in art, in literature, and in philosophy is not an ascending vertical, nor a straight line ascending obliquely from the horizontal, but an undulating curve, like the record of the pulsation, now rising above the horizontal, now falling below it, representing at different points the same height of perfection, or the same depth of degeneracy, but never representing exactly the same condition of human progress. The motion of the rowboat floating with the tide, rising and falling with each successive wave, yet constantly moving forward, so that while it often rises to the same height, it never rises twice to the same point of space, is an image of the progress of human thought, human customs, and even human fashions, which are constantly changing and constantly returning to previous conditions, without ever completing the circle of regression. The continuity of life demands that each successive moment in life recapitulate the entire past. Eadem sed aliter. If we are to reduce to general terms the forces which combine to cause this progress and retrogression of philosophic thought, we shall find that on the side of progress are the power of him who wishes all men to come to a knowledge of the truth, the attractiveness of truth itself, the impetus given to philosophic speculation by Plato and Aristotle and Aquinas, and the enthusiasm of their followers, while opposed to progress are the necessity of daily toil and commercial spirit, greed, unworthy ambition, war, despotism, superstition, conservatism, fanaticism, love of novelty, loyalty to tradition, and intellectual sloth. Through these agencies does divine providence work out its designs. By these conditions is human reason aided or hindered in its efforts to arrive at a knowledge of the ultimate nature of things, and by these factors are the rise and fall of philosophy determined. From Thales to Aristotle, there is one great wave of progress which, though ruffled by petty wavelets of less successful movements, moves onward until, contemporaneously with the downfall of Greece's political independence, it begins to sink to the calm level of indifference to speculative effort. The wave of progress next appears in the doctrines of the Alexandrian school. It differs in aspect from the wave which preceded it. It is less compact in form, and more easily broken. In the early centuries of the Christian era, the philosophical movement gathers strength once more, and rises to its greatest height in the 13th century, after which conservatism, indifference, and sloth play the part of retrograding forces, until with the opening of the modern era, another movement begins. This movement has continued with alternating rise and fall until our own day. It has risen at those points where men like Descartes, Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, and Hegel have appeared. It has fallen wherever adverse influences have predominated, but never has it risen to the altitude attained by that wave of human thought whose crest touched heaven itself, when reason and faith were united in one system of knowledge. Whither will this movement bear us? Will it carry us forward? We cannot risk the progress of historical development. But will it raise us to a height as great as that to which the past attained? All will depend on the principles on which philosophic speculation in the future will rest. It has been well said that a cripple on the right road will reach his destination sooner than the swiftest runner who has started in the wrong direction. Philosophy today realizes more than ever the importance of a right start and a correct method. If therefore much of recent speculation has made a wrong start, the sooner we return to the principles of former and more successfully constructed systems, principles often harshly expressed yet plainly pointing towards the truth, the sooner will a genuine reform of philosophic method be possible. The fullest appreciation of the past is compatible with the most complete originality. To modern philosophers the challenge has ere now been addressed. Ye have removed our landmarks. Give us others that are better. Ye have taken away our foothold. What have ye surer and safer in its place? The present has much to learn from the past. If it is vain to strive to stem the progress of the world, it is equally vain to neglect the study of the past, and to spend one's time in gloomily forecasting the future. The principles which the past has bequeathed to us should be adapted to the requirements of the future, and the motto by which all enlightened advancement should be guided is Vetra Novis Augere et Perficere. End of chapter 74. End of History of Philosophy by William Turner.